Chapter 37, Academy Field Trips Always Get Attacked 1. May is green, and we are growing. Kids these days don't know songs like that, you know. You're pretending to be a kid these days, too. Ivan is the youngest among us. He was the youngest when he transmigrated. Pain and sorrow hung heavily in the air of the bizarre transmigrator clubroom, which still had no name. The three transmigrators lay slumped over among piles of books, their faces vacant. I'm in the night department, so why do I even have written exams? I have a status window, but it doesn't have a memo function. I hate magic. May was not a month for families in this pre-modern fantasy world. Still, Earth and this other world had one thing in common. Universities had exams. I'm jealous of you, Ivan. You're a rich adult with no assignments or exams. Say that to Ivan and you might turn up as a corpse the next day, Yuri. It would be a good chance to join my parents. Wow, you're making your own dead parent jokes now, so I can't even argue back. That isn't what I meant going back to Earth. Sadly, St. Yansk University was prestigious. Prestigious enough to shatter the obvious common sense that first-year university students should spend their first midterms drinking. Faced with a murderous exam range and a horrifying mountain of assignments, the transmigrators were being worn down to nothing. While every transmigrator at the university shuddered at the harsh pre-modern society, Ivan was currently quiet. He was dribbling a healing potion into a student's wound. Save me, GHHK. That isn't what you should be saying. I am from a Viscount's house. SHH, choose your next words carefully. Ivan sat beside the student, who was foaming at the mouth and sobbing, then spoke calmly. Say it. I'll never throw cigarette butts on the ground again. And I won't damage roadside trees. Excellent. In front of a gardener, throwing a cigarette butt beneath a roadside tree was a terrible evil equivalent to a death sentence under international law. Taking into account that they were still young students, Ivan was providing a free smoking cessation clinic for 13 of them. Episode 9, Academy Field Trips Always Get Attacked. Hey, mister. This happened after Ivan had dealt with the 13 environmental destroyers. On the peaceful campus, Ivan was putting the cap back on the healing potion. When he turned toward the voice, Isabel was running toward him from afar, waving her hand. Ahem. Greetings usually involve words like hello, good morning, have you eaten, how have you been, you know. Isabel approached with a bright smile, then looked around. After glancing over the shrubbery smeared with blood and healing potion, her expression turned awkward. Did demon folk attack? Something similar. That must have been rough. Someone was screaming during exam season, so I came to see if you'd killed someone again. The image you have of me is rather concerning. Isabel laughed, then turned her head slightly. That was answer enough. Oh, right, please help me. I need your help with something. Help? There's this practical evaluation, and it's too hard. I mean, should a first semester midterm practical really be like this? Ahem. Ivan considered what he could possibly do for a night department midterm. They probably would not teach prisoner interrogation, concealing information, or sabotage. Perhaps strategy. He had field command experience, so he could probably offer some advice there. As Ivan sank into thought, Isabel smiled. Ambush response. Ahem. That was a somewhat special class to teach first-year university students. Ivan reconsidered the value of this university. Did a school like this really need to exist? Still, it was within his ability to help. Both ambushes and countering them were among his military specialties. It's Enrica's class, isn't it? Yes, honestly, what are they even planning to use that for? I'd like to know that too. Ivan readily nodded and took the lead. Prichinkaya was one of the most developed major cities in the Allied kingdoms. And in this uncivilized pre-modern age, a major city meant the entire broad living area around it. In other words, it needed ample nearby resources like farmland, plains, forests, and rivers. Prichinkaya was no exception. A forest stretching east of Prichinkaya's outer wall. Ivan arrived at its entrance with Isabel and did a few simple warm-ups. Being here reminds me of that time. Wow, I really thought I was going to die that day. Ahem. A small corner of Ivan's conscience gave him a faint prick. He had, in fact, used Isabel for an experiment. An experiment to see whether the protagonist would die in the tutorial. It had been necessary, if one wanted to be precise, but Ivan was an honest man. He felt guilty about it. Mister, you're making a really annoying face right now. I naturally look like I'm smiling. I really want to hit you. Isabel narrowed her eyes and grumbled. But they haven't even revealed the exam site yet. They haven't said where it will be or what we'll do. Why did we come here? Because Enrica lacks imagination. And what? If Enrica is holding ambush training, there are two possibilities. The Prichinkaya underground waterways or this forest. If she wanted to choose the harder option, she'd hold it here. Enrica was an extremely stubborn, dogmatic madwoman. Ivan nodded as he remembered the Enrica of old. As was often the case for elderly people who had lived a long time, Enrica could not escape her own prejudices. Ivan was certain of it. If she set an exam called Ambush Response, then given her personality, she would likely conduct it across the entire forest. Isn't understanding the examiner's intent the foundation of being a test taker? Wow, were you good at studying, mister? I wasn't bad at it. The students of this fantasy world could never imagine it, but Korean students received 12 years of compulsory education, starting at the age of 7. I do pretty well on written exams too, you know? I'm confident I could get A's in almost every practical, but Professor Enrica's class is strangely difficult. We have practical evaluations all the time, and she's so merciless. Enrica has always been like that. Wow, did you attend St. Yansk University too? Are you a senior? No, I never attended university. Kim Seonwoo had not earned a university degree either. After completing his military service, he had entered this world while in his 3rd year of university, then spent another 20-odd years in the army here. For a moment, the Kim Seonwoo inside him coughed blood and screamed. Ivan silently continued walking. Anyway, I see, well, if you learned anything from Professor Enrica, that makes you a senior, right? You don't need to comfort me. How dare this pre-modern native? Okay, a smart, no-degree mister. So how do we start preparing for Professor Enrica's exam? Start. Ivan snorted and slipped a hand inside his coat. His fingers closed around a small metal pellet. He took it out, rolled it across the ground, and spoke. We've already started. What, huh? Boom. The metal pellet exploded, releasing a cloud of gray smoke. Isabel hurried back, coughing, a smoke grenade. Know this. You crazy old man, you set off a chemical weapon on a student. Without answering, Ivan crouched within the smoke. Thud, thud. After stamping his feet a few times, he shot up into a tree and disappeared into the forest's shadows. From behind the shadows, he whispered softly, I'll keep it at your level. If I catch you, you're dead. I'll shave you. I'll train you as if it were real combat. The field exercise of an annihilation unit officer had begun. Ivan ran through the forest, firing at Isabel often enough to keep his distance. There was no need to go all out. Isabel's line of fire detection had nearly developed completely, so one threatening shot was enough to make her hesitate. For that reason, he used live ammunition. Direct threats to one's life were the most effective way to fully awaken line of fire detection. You're insane, mister, you're really insane. Why you're shooting a gun? Bang! Every time she screamed, he fired a shot aimed directly between her eyebrows, then retreated. She would surely learn her lesson from this. When someone had become the target of an ambush, they needed to move more stealthily than their opponent. An ambush was fundamentally like hunting. Both hunter and prey needed to blend into their surroundings to avoid each other's gaze. Which meant Isabel, dressed in a needlessly fluttering outfit, deserved a failing grade from the moment the exam began. Ivan smeared mud beneath his eyes to block reflected light and nodded. Click bang. To confuse Isabel's attention, he let the gunshot ring out a beat late, then changed positions. An external field exercise, huh? Ivan surveyed his surroundings with sharp eyes. This forest, as he had recalled before, was near the military camp of the Prichinkaya Capital Defense Force. That meant it was a safe area with an extremely high security rating. Enrica could use it as an exam site without much concern. But Ivan knew something. Enemy attacks occurring during external field exercises are common sense. Ivan was a very sensible man, so he decided to train Isabel while also looking for signs of an attack. Isabel clutched the torn hem of her skirt and trembled. What even is this? Why was he taking this so seriously? No, normally, if a girl 10 years younger asked to do some simple training in the forest, would not a picnic be the first thing to come to mind? Not that it was a date, not affection or anything. She had simply wanted to thank him for saving her that time. That gruff weirdo obviously had no friends, so she had planned to be one for him, even if only for a little while. Isabel stared blankly at the picnic basket swept over by the chemical weapon and dust. When she saw the ruined sandwiches through its open lid, she began trembling again. Mister. She tied her tangled hair tightly back and gave a short laugh. I'll really kill you. To teach some common sense to that insane secret agent who lacked every shred of it. The hero awakened. Chapter 38. Academy field trips always get attacked, too. Annihilation unit-style ambush response training had several educational curricula. For example, reacting to killing intent. Or identifying a line of fire, then choosing the optimal response. Assessing the terrain, analyzing the enemy's numbers and armaments. Numerous other field doctrines remained in the records of countless military achievements. Yet the training Ivan had prepared for Isabel came down to one thing. The simplest, most fundamental principle. Ambush them until they respond. So Ivan sat quietly in a tree, raising his gun. Isabel came into view beyond the sight. She still stood proudly, without the slightest intention of concealing herself. Click. He aligned his sights, then shifted his point of aim just before pulling the trigger. Bang! The problem when line of fire detection had only just awakened was that the user still could not fully trust their own senses. Line of fire detection was ultimately close to a sixth sense. If she let sight and sound sway her, she could not react properly. Wrong. Ivan sighed as he watched Isabel scream and duck in a hurry from afar. Though the line of fire had clearly missed, Isabel had tried to evade. That threw off her balance and exposed an opening. Click bang. This time, he aimed directly between her eyebrows and fired. Isabel barely dodged, then stared at the bullet mark embedded in the tree, trembling. You're firing live rounds at my head, seriously. Her eyes opened wide, the blue flames in them fixed precisely on Ivan's hiding place. She's getting better. Like any sensible training instructor, Ivan nodded with satisfaction. He quickly abandoned his position. Tahata, I'm really going to kill him. Isabel walked along, trembling as she gripped her sword hilt. Live rounds at her forehead. I was crazy, I'm an idiot, this was my fault. Yeah, it's all my fault. Had she gotten a little excited when he suggested training in the forest where that incident had happened? Had she been happy when he readily offered to help, setting aside everything else even though she had asked him suddenly? Yes, it was all her fault. She had imagined swinging her sword a few times, getting some pleasant feedback while they laughed together. Chatting about what had happened that day, now that it had become a memory. She had prepared sandwiches to share at a time like that, even worn her favorite outfit, and tried makeup she did not even wear often at court. Yes, she was a complete idiot. Click. Tightening her grip on the hilt, she took another step forward. Shing. She drew her sword, glanced over its chilling blade, and held it quietly but firmly. Bang. Clang. She cut cleanly through the line of fire and deflected the bullet. You're really dead, you. The hero's righteous fury blazed. She deflected every incoming bullet and charged straight toward the direction the firing lines crossed. A shooter had to be where the bullets came from. As long as the bullets did not hit her, it was fine. Really, just once. She would hit him just once. That was what she thought. That was probably what she was thinking. Ivan quietly withdrew, watching Isabel charge at him. Finding an agent perfectly concealed in the forest shadows was a difficult task. Even line of fire detection did not change that. The line of fire ended at the shooter, so one had to assume the shooter knew that fact as well. I'll give you a second lesson. Ivan was an excellent instructor, so he had finished preparing another thoughtful lesson. Charging in while wildly swinging her sword in a fit of rage had plenty of spirit, of course, but it was never a good choice. He intended to teach her that it was the worst possible choice in an ambush situation. Boom! Ivan smiled faintly as he watched Isabel step on a booby trap and get caught in the explosion. Good. Isabel barely avoided the blast, then brushed the pile of dirt that had immediately rained down over her head and smiled. Let's really kill him. Hit him just once. That half-hearted thought had caused this situation. She was reminded once again that she had to give it her all when dealing with that madman. Isabel did not even look at the incoming bullets as she deflected them. Do you understand why I said the forest was more difficult? A remarkably calm voice sounded beside her ear. Creak, her hand tightened around the sword hilt. Underground waterways and cave tunnels take the form of linear mazes. Artificial structures have their own patterns. That means there are fixed points where traps can be planted or ambushes carried out. The lesson continued. Naturally, it was valuable advice that would help her greatly. A forest possesses several characteristics at once. It is easy to conceal yourself and take cover, and there are many places to plant traps, making them extremely difficult to notice beforehand. Since it forms an irregular maze, it is also easy to guide the target's route. This was the doctrine for encircling many with few. Contrary to what many believed, encirclement was, on a tactical level, the act of limiting information. The cordon did not actually need to be dense, nor did the assault need to be fierce. A few exchanges at the right moment were enough. Forcing the other side into misjudgment while holding the informational advantage was the foundation of encirclement. Countless enemies are hiding beyond that forest. If we approach that forest, we'll be caught in an assault. There are no allies beyond that forest. Once such misjudgments accumulated and cracks formed in the field commander's ability to lead, the encirclement by a small force was complete. Ivan continued speaking quietly, then suddenly stopped. Isabel stood with her head lowered, her body trembling. Mr. Ahem. Phew, thank you. Thanks to you, my head is clear now. Ahem. Isabel looked somewhere toward where he should be, wearing a bright smile. Considering the direction of the voice and the direction where she had sensed the firing lines, it should be this way. She nodded and raised her sword hilt. Take up your sword. Take up your sword not for your strength, but for what is right. Look upon those like us through the eyes of the weak. Yes, I will. As if possessed, Isabel gripped her sword hilt and assumed a stance. Brilliant blue mana swirled around her body, lighting the dark forest. A refreshing wind raced through the late spring woods. "Don't move." "Oh." Ivan's eyes gleamed as he watched her. The structure and circulation of her mana differed, but her presence somehow reminded him of Maximilian. Perhaps he had more talent for teaching than he had thought. An educator's caliber was determined by their students' achievements. Ivan readily nodded and lowered his gun. Isabel's senses had already fully blossomed. At this level, double shots meant to deceive line-of-fire detection would no longer work on her. She had reached the point of setting foot on the threshold of the so-called battlefield of superhumans, where mana accelerated the nerves and honed the reaction speed of the entire body to its utmost limit. Projectile weapons no longer worked against those who reached this point. Their line-of-fire detection developed to a level close to precognition. Which was why. Ashing. He raised an axe. "I'm really going to kill you." On the train back to Prichinkaya, Ivan looked down at the sleeping Isabel and smiled. Though she was covered in dirt, small cuts, and tattered clothes, she somehow looked more noble than ever. Her golden hair, spread out like a wheat field, glimmered in the moonlight falling through the train window. With soft, sleepy breaths, Isabel had buried her head against his shoulder as she slept, looking like nothing more than a little girl her age. Maximilian. Whenever the train rattled along the tracks, Ivan gently steadied Isabel's swaying head and whispered, "You have an excellent daughter. You have an excellent daughter." Isabel clenched the hand hidden inside her sleeve, forcing her lips not to curl upward. Then she carefully pressed her cheek against his broad shoulder, making sure he would not notice. Clatter, clatter, the train ran along the tracks. The warm air inside the carriage drifted gently around them. Through her slightly opened eyes, she could faintly see the dark interior. Moonlight poured in beyond the window. Far away, the forest where they had trained today stretched across the landscape. He was an idiot who knew nothing of romance or common sense, and a madman who had covered a perfectly decent face with that beard. Still, she could overlook that. After all, he was the benefactor who had saved her life. That was all. It was not some sudden burst of affection or anything. Really, that was all. She could teach him common sense, and someday she could trim his beard. Yes, right. It was more like making a proper person out of him. If not her, who would take in this poor man? So this was the spirit of service befitting a hero, something like that. There was a unit with a long history and proud tradition, one that had once possessed a glorious past. It had been called the 7th Engineer Platoon, 12th Company, 3rd Battalion, under the 5th Dragon General. They cracked their whips to urge the slaves onward, then quietly raised their binoculars. Why were they even fighting? Wasn't it an argument, comrade? Do you set off explosives and fire bullets when you argue, comrade? No, comrade. Because of the target's inexplicable surprise visit and the fierce battle that followed, 3 ambush positions had collapsed along with their foundations. There had been no shoddy construction like this when the great 5th Dragon General was alive. The platoon commander was disappointed. When commanders of any rank were disappointed, they tended to look for the problem within their own unit. And in most cases, that approach worked exactly as intended. The fine military tradition of abuse rolling downhill, shared by every army in the world, existed among demon folk and dwarves alike. Shadowblade's little game is 1 week away, comrades. Rebuild the collapsed positions and make full preparations. Yes, comrade. A dwarf with an ash-gray beard snapped into a salute, then trudged away. Dwarves were masters of civil engineering. Civil engineering included digging underground tunnels. Therefore, by syllogism, the following statement was true. Wherever there was earth, dwarves could burrow in. That was why Ivan called them rats. With 1 week remaining until Enrica's exam, Prichinkaya remained peaceful. Chapter 39. Academy Field Trips Always Get Attacked 3. There was a saying, if you wanted to hide a leaf, hide it in a forest. It was an ancient proverb about concealment techniques. It was not. Therefore, members of the Annihilation Unit infiltrating a forest became masters at setting traps with leaves. The methods varied by season, but Krasilov basically only had summer and winter, which made things much easier. Twang. Eek. The instant Isabelle heard the sharp snap of a severed thread, she covered her head and rolled away. Boom. An explosion went off where she had been standing. Seriously, that could kill someone. Weren't you the one who asked to be trained like it was real combat? There are limits to that. Isabelle sprang to her feet and swung her sword toward the sound. Clang. Control your emotions. You're making me want to kill you, mister. Her overall record was 17 fights, 0 wins, 17 losses. Gritting her teeth, Isabelle swung again. Clang, clang, sparks flew, and an axe blade flashed from the shadows. By now, it had become a routine. After firing a shot, he placed a booby trap along her evasive path. If she avoided that trap, he ambushed her from the direction she had dodged toward. Ivan's patterns were thoroughly vicious. He expertly led even her escape routes into a chain of traps. Every one of them was dangerous enough to kill or grievously wound her if she made a single mistake. After 5 days, Isabelle had reached the point where she could catch the timing of an attack with her eyes closed. Excellent. Ivan grinned and lowered his axe. A cool forest breeze brushed Isabelle's bangs. People do grow tougher the more you beat them. I think your definition of people is a little different from mine. At least you're not one of them. You kept up well. Ivan was not stingy with praise. He had faced the hero party himself. Naturally, that meant his standards had risen absurdly high, but because of that, his standards for handling trainees were extremely low. Moving like the hero was impossible no matter what. Aside from truly powerful people, everyone was more or less the same. It was enough if someone stood out even a little. In the first place, Ivan was more accustomed to training soldiers than heroes. A soldier only needed to perform at an average level. As long as they could carry out an operation without causing problems, that was enough. But not anymore. Ivan raised his axe and took a stance. He had taught Isabelle every basic technique required for ambush response. From here on, it was a matter of senses and practice. Which meant that, with the time remaining, raise your sword. He would teach her the realm of the superhuman. Ivan's eyes deepened. Mana whirled around him, making his beard flutter. The truly strong, those who set foot on the battlefield of superhumans, were of a different class. He would teach her, even if he had to hammer it into her head, about the place Isabelle would one day have to reach. The academy was dangerous. A university did not seem like the sort of place that could be all that dangerous, but an academy was different. An academy was, quite literally, no different from the front lines. That was common sense. Extend your sword. I beg your pardon, yes. Isabelle extended her sword straight ahead. Her form was flawless. From her grip to her footing, the tension in her core, and the balance from her shoulders to her wrists, everything was nearly perfect. She truly was the hero's daughter. Her talent for physical combat had been honed on an instinctive level. So all she needed now was learning and experience. Endure it. Pardon. That's very reassuring. She was about to joke with a smile when... Killing. Ivan's arm blurred, and in an instant her blade split in two. Though he had cleaved through the sword with his axe, she had not even felt the impact. The axe had cut through the blade as easily as tofu. What was that supposed to be? Isabelle let out a hollow laugh. She stared blankly at the broken sword in her hands and snickered. This was really expensive. No, what the hell? Did you see it? See what? My sword becoming something that used to be a sword. Time separation. Ivan spun his axe and settled into his stance. Human auditory nerves react in 0.1 seconds, tactile nerves in 0.25 seconds. It is an area with clear limits to how much one can train. Those were limits imposed by the structure of the human body. Neural response speed depended on electrical signals passing from sensory receptors to the brain, so there were unavoidable physical limits. This pre-modern fantasy world had not developed anatomy to that extent, but remarkably, it did have mana. This all-purpose resource, which could become anything depending on how one used it, could directly interfere with the human nervous system and push transmission speeds to their limit. Put simply, that was time separation. There is a world that opens up when mana strengthens your nerves, Isabel. There is a realm you reach when what you see, feel, and do surpasses their limits. That was the battlefield of superhumans. Very few people could reach it, but it was the final destination one would eventually arrive at with enough talent and experience. It was the first step toward the battles of those who stood in a different class. Anyone who failed to reach it could never rise above being an ordinary soldier. But Isabel was not a supporting character. She was clearly one of the protagonists of this world, so she needed to prepare. The sooner one reached this realm, the better. If Ivan could not protect her forever, then the best thing he could do was push her forward. You can't just tell me to do that out of nowhere. You will. Yes, well, if you teach me, I'll do my best. You just have to go through it until you can. Elik. Ivan raised his axe and gripped it in reverse. He held it by the blade's back rather than the edge, as though it posed no threat at all. His expression was harmless. Survival instinct is the foundation of growth. You say insane things so naturally. Cursing her past self for asking this madman to train her, Isabel raised her broken sword. That was the last thing she saw. Boom. Bella. Huh, yes. Isabel jolted and lifted her head. Isides was looking at her with concern. It was a warm spring day on campus. Isides and Isabel were spending lunch together over packed meals. Ah, thank goodness, it was a dream. It was not. A chill ran down Isabel's spine, and she rubbed her arm before looking up. You've been acting strange lately. Is something going on? Something, haha, I've just been studying for exams. What kind of studying makes you look like that? Is it because you're in the night department? You seem to have a lot more bruises. As the hero's daughter, Isabel received all sorts of special treatment. For example, Till's royal court had assigned a personal priest to her. That was why, even when she came back almost shattered every night, she could attend class looking perfectly fine the next day. But the human body was not built that way. Unfortunately, injuries and fatigue continued to pile up. The dark circles beneath Isabel's eyes were proof enough. And you've been acting suspicious lately. Are you seeing someone? Seeing someone? Who would I be seeing? Perhaps because she had once belonged to Till's court nobility, Isabel's clothes and accessories were all of the finest quality, but still. She seemed to have put in more effort than usual. Isides wondered whether there was a decent boy in the night department, then remembered her uncle and frowned. The night department was a horrific place. Yuri, do you know anything? Like a boy Bella has been close to. Miss Isabel is kind to everyone. Lately, I'm not sure. Everyone has been busy preparing for exams. If I had to pick someone, perhaps Oscar. Oh my goodness, Oscar. Isides grinned and poked Isabel in the side. Is something going on with Oscar? Essie, there are some things people should and should not joke about. Honestly, Oscar is too. How should I put it? He's a little too slick. Why, he's popular. I like someone dependable and quiet. Someone a little bear-like, maybe. Someone reliable. He's too delicate, isn't he? Delicate? Was Oscar like that? Isides tilted her head. She had never paid much attention, but he had trained as a knight since childhood. Leaving the confused Isides behind, Isabel rose and stretched. I'm going to get in some more training. Are you trying to take even my scholarship away from me? Do you expect me to let you stay top of the class forever? Isabel snickered and walked off lightly. Mr. Haha, when do you think you'll ever greet me with a hello? Ivan, holding a pair of pruning shears, turned his head toward Isabel as she ran over from a distance. Let's train again today. The exam is tomorrow. No. Huh. Ivan looked Isabel up and down. The fatigue from 6 days of training was plainly visible. She appeared to have received treatment, but she was far from being in perfect condition. Rest today, you need to prepare for tomorrow. Then, Isabel fidgeted with the ends of her hair, torn by indecision. Her eyes shifted slightly as she bit her lip. Have you eaten, or if you have time today? I'm busy. Elik. Ivan was an efficient man, so he did not repeat himself. He glanced at the dazed Isabel, then strode away. Tomorrow was the field exercise, an exam held outside the university at that. Naturally, unknown enemies would attempt a surprise attack, so he had plenty to prepare in advance. After all, it was common sense that an academy field exercise would be attacked. Ivan was a sensible person. If an attack was expected, then the Annihilation Unit's common sense was to prepare for it by eliminating the targets before they could strike. I think I'm really going to lose my mind. Isabel lowered her head and muttered as she watched Ivan walk away. Unbelievable. From a distance, Yuri and Isides watched the scene while coffee trickled from their mouths. A man, a gardener's. A man, a deranged, axe-wielding, bearded John Wick. Who is that? There's someone like that. Chapter 40, Academy Field Trips Always Get Attacked, 4. Contrary to what many people believed, Ivan was not particularly obsessed with axes. Dmitri, who had once served directly under him, disagreed. Still, Ivan believed axes were tools with a great many advantages. When splitting or cleaving something, their center of balance carried more force than a sword's. The back could be used as a blunt weapon, while the curve of the axe blade could hook and entangle an opponent's weapon like a rake. Even aside from its advantages as a weapon, it had many other uses. Ivan had once organized a list of the axe's various applications. Bottle opener, can opener, door opener, head opener, and useful for opening every other object that could be opened. SSHR ring. There was no great reason Ivan was thinking about that. He was drawing a sword. He did not particularly like swords, but this was necessary. He intended to respond to the field exercise attack with everything he had. The fact that he had demoted his axe to a secondary weapon showed just how serious he was. A bale green. Every time he thought of that arrogant elf, his teeth ground together. Bale Green had shown up with every offensive spell imaginable prepared in advance, then called it a test. Meanwhile, Ivan had come out like he was taking a casual stroll without even bringing most of his weapons. All he had was a pistol and an axe. That was his excuse anyway. Ivan knew it was an excuse, but he had learned an important lesson regardless. Always remain armed in preparation for a hero party-level combatant to appear and become hostile. Ivan was not picky about weapons as long as he could hold them. There were weapons he was more accustomed to, but no weapons he was unskilled with. After all, he had spent 20 years on the front lines. Issued weapons often broke, so soldiers at the front had to make use of whatever they could get their hands on. Ivan fastened daggers at his waist and sleeves, slung a sword diagonally at his side, strapped an axe behind him, and tucked a pistol, magazines, and several explosive rounds inside his coat. Isn't this year's class remarkable, Madame Enrica? Ah, it is. I have high expectations. An examination personally overseen by Madame Enrica, every noble in Prichinkaya wanted to come watch. Are you saying you want to turn the students into a spectacle? Ah, no, I didn't mean it that way. Enrika shook her head with an expressionless face. The person chattering beside her was a second-year night department professor. His name was, she could not remember. Basically, she had lived a long time. She would never admit it. That meant she had met and watched many people leave over the years. This was how long-lived races viewed the world. They did not bother trying to remember people they had no reason to remember. Otherwise, they would spend their entire lives mourning every acquaintance they would eventually have to part with. This person was not worth that effort. Enrika had not bothered memorizing this professor's name. I hear Oscar's talent is especially outstanding. I have great expectations for him. Ah, you're from Tills, aren't you? Yes, you remembered. She vaguely recalled something. He had been from some Royal Guard night order in Tills. Enrika shook her head. Isabel is talented as well. Yuri Frank is an excellent student too. Isabel, certainly. As for Yuri Frank, I did look through that student's file, but well, she is quite capable for a lowborn. Lowborns? Enrika let out a quiet laugh. Yuri was a war orphan, so perhaps one could call her lowborn. Did this sleek-looking bastard know that half the hero party had come from lowborn backgrounds? Maximilian, Einar and herself, Enrika. Still, what could she do? The noble gentleman wanted to think that way. Enrika no longer had the fiery spirit of youth, so she only shrugged. Enrika. At that moment, Ivan came trudging over from the distance. Enrika ignored the chattering professor and raised a hand. Oh, Ivan, what brings you here? May I observe? Today's exam, I don't mind, but why bother? There is something I want to confirm. Confirm. Enrika grinned and moved to stand beside Ivan. The professor standing nearby immediately turned cold. What was with this preferential treatment? In his eyes, the man who had just arrived was nothing more than a shabby gardener. Good to meet you. I am Robert Senard de Mondrang, a full professor in the night department. And your name? Ivan Petrovich. He could tell just from the name. With only Krasilov's distinctive patronymic and no family name, Ivan was clearly a lowborn. Robert's gaze grew colder. He frowned. A commoner should know his place and return to it. There must be plenty of trees at the university that need tending. Why have you come all the way out here? What was he talking about? Ivan tilted his head. It was strange. It had been so long since someone had picked a fight with him like this that he found it difficult to come up with an appropriate response. Normally, in situations like this, Ivan buried an axe in the other person's head. Being looked down on in the military led to all sorts of bothersome problems. But this was a university. What was one supposed to do in society again? Ivan took a moment to sort through his thoughts. Fortunately, he did not need to step in himself. Hey, Professor. Yes, Madam Enrika. Do you want to die? Pardon. Enrika was glaring at Robert with blazing eyes. Ivan is my guest. On a small scale, he is my friend. On a larger one, he is my comrade. How dare you insult my guest in front of me? Is this Till's etiquette? Shut your mouth. I have a good nose, and your stench was already getting on my nerves. 4 years ago, I would have killed you for that alone. The world has gotten so much better. Enrika's killing intent oozed through the air. Ivan reached out a hand to calm this unreasonable, hysterical old relic from a pre-modern age. Enrika, it is fine. No, this bastard is pissing me off. The exam needs to start. The students are waiting. Damn it. Enrika rolled her neck, then turned and walked away. Robert, who had been directly exposed to her killing intent, was still trembling. Ignoring him, Ivan followed Enrika. Students had gathered in a clearing in the forest. The first major examination for the night department's first years, ambush response, had begun. There were 52 first-year students in the night department. Armed with the university's standard-issued equipment, they watched Enrika standing on the platform. Enrica raised one hand and opened it wide. A small orb rested in her palm. This examination is ambush response. Students I personally trained have been scattered throughout this forest. They will be attacking you directly. The students did not stir at Enrica's words. This much was within their expectations. But that would not distinguish you enough. Some students might simply get lucky and never become targets. So, students who defeat the attackers targeting them will receive bonus points. One more thing. She spoke while shaking the orb. Each of you will receive one of these orbs. They are magical artifacts with a simple location tracking spell. If you protect yours until the end and reach the other side of the forest, you pass. If you have more than one orb, you receive additional bonus points. A commotion spread among the students. The best response to an ambush was to form a group. A crowd could eliminate blind spots. But what about under these conditions? The best option would be to form a small group, wait while the attackers and other students tore each other apart, then collect the orbs and escape. Not everyone can pass. The first 5 to leave the forest will receive the highest scores, and points will be deducted depending on when you escape. You have 4 hours. Protect your orbs and cross the forest within that time. Understood. Ivan nodded as he listened to Enrica. It was almost identical to the curriculum used to train new Annihilation Unit recruits. The examination was familiar enough for that reason alone, but it was familiar in another sense as well. It is an ideal environment for hostile external forces to intervene. This forest was part of the Prichinkaya region. A military unit was stationed not far beyond its outer edge as well. In other words, it was supposed to be a completely safe space. That was likely why the university had approved such an extreme examination. But this was an academy field exercise. Therefore, an external attack was certain to occur. So instead of asking why, Ivan considered how. They cannot be lying in wait in the forest. Enrica's subordinates would have searched it already. Then where would the attack begin? Not from the sky. After the elves' air warship incident, Krasilov had become extremely serious about defending its airspace. An attack from the ground was almost impossible. Even if someone found a way to reach the area without alerting the military unit, the counterintelligence command was highly sensitive after the recent train terrorism incident nearby. That meant underground. By process of elimination, underground was the only place the attackers could emerge from. One had to be certain an attack would happen to reach that conclusion, but Ivan was a sensible man, so he did not doubt it. Those collectivist bastards. If the attackers were coming through underground tunnels, only dwarves came to mind. Those communist dwarves. It was almost impossible to prepare for an underground attack they planned in advance. There was no predicting where they would emerge. Still, their tactical objective made deduction possible. If dwarves attacked, and the Demonfolk army went out of its way to target an academy's first-year midterm examination, then the targets were obvious. Isabel or Oscar. The children of Hero Party members were themselves targets of terrible hatred for the Demonfolk army. The Hero Party had slaughtered most of the 7 dragon generals and killed the Demon King. The members themselves had now settled into different parts of society and were difficult to strike directly, but their children were another matter. To the Demonfolk, seeing the people who had driven their entire race into the abyss have children and raise them happily was enough to make their vision go red. From Ivan's perspective, this situation was extremely clear. Once the motive, method, and target of the terrorism had all been identified, it was no longer terrorism. It was just a rampage. From afar, Ivan watched Isabel holding an orb. She was grinning to herself, apparently lost in thought. Click. Ivan rested a hand on the sword slung at his waist. He had even brought out a sword to deal with dwarves. Dwarves were troublesome to handle with an axe. In other words, his preparations were complete. Oh, mister, seriously. Isabel smiled as she looked at Ivan standing at the edge of the platform. He was oddly reassuring, standing there proudly with a sword worn diagonally at his side, like a knight despite how poorly it suited him. Ivan was a gardener. Strictly speaking, he was a state secret agent, but on the surface, he was a gardener. If Ivan had gone out of his way, really gone out of his way, to observe this examination, what other reason could there be? He worries too much, really. Isabel forced herself to control her expression and looked away. That deeply thoughtful mister was worried about her, and he probably wanted to see for himself the results of the training he had given her. Fine then, she would show him. Isabel loosened her shoulders and gripped her sword hilt tightly. She would show him the results of those terrible past few days, take first place with pride, and boast about it. Then, after naturally thanking him for helping with her training, they could have a meal, at least coffee, or maybe even see a play. Krasilov was renowned for its culture and arts, after all. For a moment, Isabel imagined Ivan watching an opera. She burst out laughing at how horribly unsuitable it was. At that moment, Ivan was an extremely efficient man, so he was preparing to shave some dwarves. Chapter 41, Academy Field Trips Always Get Attacked 5. Miss Isabel, are you really going alone? Yes, don't worry. There's something I need to prove, hee. Approved. You'd better brace yourselves. Miss Yuri could fail in the blink of an eye, too. With a frightening smile, Isabel ran deeper into the forest. She had effectively made the first move. Most of the students were still standing in the clearing, watching one another warily, so Isabel's actions drew every eye. She had run into the forest alone as soon as the test began. That was impossible unless she had something to rely on. Unknown attackers might be waiting in the forest, and she would have to stay alert for students from her own department as well. After sizing each other up for a while, the students formed small groups and slowly headed deeper into the woods. Ivan, who had been watching from above, began walking as well. Ivan, where are you going? There's something I need to see for myself. How suspicious. Who is it? Which rascal caught our little Ivan's attention? Enrica snickered and shrugged. Ivan turned away without answering, but as he was about to leave, Enrica spoke again. Don't interfere with the kids' test. I'm sure they'll manage, but you're overarmed. I'm preparing for the unexpected. When you say that in Prichinkaya, it sounds like there's about to be a coup. Relax those shoulders, disciple. That's paranoia. Maybe. Ivan had no intention of trying to persuade this stubborn old relic from a pre-modern age. There were 3 academy events most likely to be attacked: the entrance ceremony, field exercises, and festivals. The reason they could create an exam curriculum that practically begged terrorists to attack, then remain so carefree about it, was because they lacked common sense. Ivan was a very practical person, so he only attempted things that were possible. Teaching common sense to an old man who had lived past a century was not within his range of possibilities. Without another word, Ivan leaped into a tree and vanished beyond the forest. Lately, he's gotten kind of irritating. Enrica seethed as she mulled over the expression Ivan had worn. What does that man actually do? Isabel muttered as she ran through the woods. Everything Ivan had taught her in class was unfolding vividly before her eyes. There are no straight lines in nature. Anything that glints in a straight line at the angle of daylight is a trap. It was true. Isabel was already dismantling her 6th booby trap as she ran without slowing down. There was one more lesson. Give a well-trained agent enough time, and a trap will never exist alone. So imagine it. After you avoid a trap, where will it force you to go? Trap guidance. Along the cleanest route for avoiding an ambush trap, there would always be a second trap. That lesson had been right as well. These agents, Enrica's disciples, seemed well-trained even by Ivan's standards. Every time she dismantled a trap and mapped out an escape route in her head, there was always a second trap waiting exactly where she expected. How long had she been running when she heard rustling near her ear? Is someone there? A student. Isabel crouched in the bushes and quietly gripped her sword hilt. Soon, a student emerged with another rustle. What was the name again? Elaine. He was probably a new student from Tills, like her. And he had a fairly solid network of acquaintances. Yet he had appeared alone. No way. Isabel smiled coldly and looked around. Sure enough, shadows swayed far behind Elaine. They seemed to be hiding behind trees, but such clumsy concealment was worse than not hiding at all. It only made people more suspicious. Isabel almost laughed. Seeing something like that reminded her just how impressive Ivan was. This was why she couldn't date younger guys. The thought made her flinch. Date? What was she talking about? It's just gratitude, that's all. At the very least, confessions were supposed to be received, not made. No matter how much the world had progressed, history had proven that for ages. According to Till's court etiquette, there was only one case where the woman's side confessed first, when the woman's father made the approach to arrange a political marriage. Unfortunately, Isabel had no father. Maximilian had already been missing for 4 years. Therefore, Isabel had no choice but to follow Till's history and tradition. If Ivan confessed first, she would think about it. She was even willing to consider it favorably. Confess first? No, that's not happening. Even if it's him, I'm way too good for him. I'm the hero's daughter, a noble, pretty, and young. Normally, Isides or Yuri would have stopped Isabel when she started fawning over herself. But unfortunately, no one was beside her now. Hey, looks like no one is here. That's strange, I definitely heard something. As Elaine grumbled, a group of students emerged from behind the trees. Familiar faces, Elaine's group. 5 of them, too many to handle head-on without getting hurt. Still gripping her sword hilt, Isabel quietly climbed into a tree. Ambush response training was, in other words, ambush training. To respond to ambushes, one first had to master how to carry them out. Which meant Isabel, who had received hands-on combat training from Krasilov's finest field agent, possessed skills that first-year university students could not handle. One first. Isabel covered the mouth of the student at the very back and immediately held her sword to his neck. MMPH, MMPH. SHH, this is sharp. Miss Isabel. Hey, keep quiet, or you might get hurt. She took the bead from the unnamed classmate's person and struck the back of his neck. Lurked. Oh, that's how he knocked people unconscious. Ambush, we're under attack, she took my bead. Ah, that's cheating. If you've been eliminated, stay quiet. Isabel grumbled and raised her sword. The classmate she had struck writhed in pain, but the other 4 were now rushing toward her. Isabel, you ran off alone, yet you struck first. Are you brave or just stupid? Oh, Elaine, have you decided we can speak casually now? Isabel grinned as she raised her sword. Well, 4 were better than 5. She decided to think positively. She had never liked how every one of them forced a bright smile whenever they looked at her, either. More importantly, what is that stance? Their posture as they rushed in, the momentum of their charge, even their sloppy movements that did not work together at all. Every part of it was laughable. Compared to the academy entrance train, where she had needed to face terrorists with her life on the line, and Ivan, who had attacked her like it was real combat for the past week. This was boring. Isabel smirked, seriously. Whenever she thought about it, all she could think of was that man. This was getting bad. Would 5 beads be enough to take first place? I really want to come in first this time. Smiling broadly, Isabel charged at them. 2 hours had passed since the test began. By then, half the students had received failing grades and were being escorted out of the forest. The number of students each of Enrica's disciples had to oversee had fallen, and their attacks were growing fiercer. Rumbled. The ground began to tremble from deep underground. Elik. Yuri lost her balance and fell while running. She immediately got back up, gripping her sword hilt as she watched her surroundings. But nobody was there. She could sense no sign of an ambush. What was that? Rumbles. The tremors grew stronger, heavier and heavier, until the trees throughout the forest swayed and shed their leaves with a rustle. Enrika frowned and leaped into a tree. And what is this? Rumbles. The instant the ground shook, Ivan kicked off a tree and jumped. He sprang to the top of the tallest tree and scanned the area. The entire vast forest was shaking. Where are you? The sudden earthquake did not surprise Ivan. An attack was a certainty, so he was not so fragile that he would be startled by every event that unfolded according to common sense. What was the target? Ivan searched his surroundings with cold eyes. The range was too broad. He already knew Isabel and Oscar's positions, but the direction of the quake was not limited to where they were. The entire forest was trembling. Hi, this. Ivan soon chuckled. A familiar pattern had caught his eye. It was dwarves, after all, just as expected. Ivan quickly surveyed the forest. If one did not panic at a sudden earthquake, if one observed the entire battlefield from a broad perspective, certain things became visible. An earthquake was ultimately a wave. The point closest to the epicenter would shake the most violently. Therefore, if he inferred from that, the shaking trees themselves became excellent markers. If he could determine the degree of each tremor, he could locate the epicenter. As he had once reflected, a forest was ultimately like a chaotic maze. Trees that had grown at random and fully grown trees tangled together into a complex organism. If he was not deceived by that form, if he could analyze each shaking tree as an independent object. A spiderweb. A long epicentral line extended outward in a circle, like a spiderweb. A spiderweb pattern ambush, the signature attack method of the 5th Dragon General's Webmaker Engineer Corps. It had been a long time. Ivan felt almost nostalgic. It was a highly orthodox ambush, and it reminded him of the old Tunnel War. The scale was far smaller than back then, but still. Crash. With a roar like a landslide, the entire forest collapsed. Trees tangled together as they fell, the earth overturned, and deep burrows were revealed. Everything above was swept down amid the earth and sand. Dust and shattered wood burst upward with a heavy crash. From within the clouded battlefield, Ivan heard the screams of many students. Leave the student rescue to Enrika. Enrika would understand the situation the moment she saw it. Dwarven attacks would be familiar to her too. Most students also carried tracking magical artifacts. That meant rescuing the students in time should be possible. It was a field exercise and an ambush response test that closely resembled real combat. Priests would be standing by. Even if there were serious injuries, they could be treated. Ivan immediately jumped down from the tree. Is Oscar closer? If either Isabel or Oscar was their target, he would go to the closer one first. Mapping out his route in his mind, Ivan threw himself into a gap in the deep burrow whose bottom could not be seen. The battlefield was close, the target was certain, and he was sufficiently armed. An Annihilation Unit officer needed no greater premise than that. Chapter 42, Academy Field Trips Always Get Attacked 6. Oscar stood with his back against the wall, his sword planted in the ground. This is unbelievable. He roughly wiped away the blood running down his forehead and looked around. He could see nothing. Forests were naturally dark. The forests of Prichinkaya were especially grim, dark enough that sunlight barely reached the ground even at noon. So it was understandable that, buried beneath dirt and rubble under that forest, finding a light source would be difficult. That much he could understand. But why is there a cave beneath a forest? What kind of insane country is this? Oscar gave a hollow laugh and picked up his sword. One of his legs had broken from the impact. He could probably manage to walk while leaning on the wall, but even that would not be easy. Should I wait for help? He was a student. Naturally, rescue personnel would follow after an accident this serious during a class. Besides, he had 3 beads in his pocket. He had heard that each was a magical artifact with a tracking function. So unless something went wrong, standing still here would be the safest option, but did those 2 make it out? That was the problem. Having 3 beads meant he had taken the beads of at least 2 people. He had defeated 2 classmates and taken their beads. It could not be helped since this was a test, but now that things had turned out this way, it made him uneasy. He had effectively taken their tracking devices. If they were buried beneath this rubble, they would not be rescued. Oscar let out a breath. The pain rising from his broken leg was terrible. Still, I have to save them. He wiped away the blood and opened his eyes. His green eyes gleamed in the darkness. He had to save them. Because they were his classmates, because he was a good person, because he was the son of Gilsver, a hero party knight. No. Because he was a knight. A knight of Tills did not abandon the weak in the face of hardship. He remembered what his father, the Defender Duke, had taught him since childhood. Help me, is anyone there? Help us, we're trapped under here. How noisy, Ivan clicked his tongue as he walked through the tunnel. Inside a tunnel, where visibility was severely limited, losing one sense naturally sharpened the others. That was why one should not shout in a tunnel, all the more so if it was a battlefield. Not only would it make an excellent directional marker for enemies beyond the tunnel, but screams scattering in every direction would echo off the tunnel walls and ruin one's sense of direction. Getting lost would increase the fear. Humans were not made to live in darkness. Untrained people panicked in situations like that. They screamed again, lost their sense of direction again, and the vicious cycle continued. Click. Ivan drew his pistol as he listened to the screams. He closed his eyes and moved forward. One step, then another. Never rushing, but never moving leisurely either. His strides were precise, as though measured with a ruler, straight ahead. He counted every step he had taken. His stride was exactly 86 centimeters. By counting his steps, he could draw his route from the entry point onto a map in his mind. An Annihilation Unit officer had to master field triangulation along with map reading. Oscar's last confirmed position, Isabel's position, and the point where Ivan had jumped down. By plotting those 3 points without error, he could always walk with certainty even through tunnels stretching out like a maze. Help me. The screams were close. He raised his pistol and moved forward, aiming around waist height. That was roughly head level, considering the average height of dwarves. Of course, aiming for a dwarf's head with a pistol would not kill it. They were damn tough. Who's there? Over here, we're over here. What's your name? Petrick, is that important right now? Of course it was important. Ivan snorted at the voice from the end of the tunnel. The awkward speech pattern belonged to a dwarf. They were roaming the tunnels looking for their target. He could sense the dwarves moving away again after hearing the stranded student's voice. Right, not every student was a target. You're lucky. Petrick had survived because he gave his name first. The dwarves in the tunnels were probably looking for Oscar or Isabel. Enrica was in this area. They could not afford to drag things out for long. Vampires had excellent night vision, so fighting Enrica in a tunnel would be the worst kind of suicide. Those 2 students would not be killed by the dwarves, at least. Where are you going? Where are you? Help me. SHH, quiet. Ivan had already reached the screaming student and clamped a hand over their mouth. A choked gasp, damp sweat, tears, and other bodily fluids pressed against his palm. Ivan gently patted the student's shoulder and whispered, "The ones who just asked your name are the ones who dug these tunnels." MMPH. Yes, you nearly died, so stay quiet. Pa, W, who are you, mister? Rescue team, now quiet, do you have a bead? Oscar took it. Of course it would not be that easy. Ivan clicked his tongue and asked, Is Oscar nearby? Yes, we lost to Oscar, and then the ground collapsed almost right away. Can you walk? Why, yes. Take this. Ivan took a bead from his belt and handed it to the student. Walk 10 meters in that direction, at least that far. You should see the sky. Climb up there and wait for rescue. Enrica will find you soon. Thank you. Quiet, the enemy is still nearby. Ivan patted the student's shoulder a few times and moved on. What's your name? Petrick, is that important right now? Good, a rescuer. That was a relief, he could get out with them. Fortunately, both of them seemed to be alive. That was one worry off his mind. Oscar sighed and staggered forward. He was about to call out for help, then suddenly shut his mouth. Something was strange. He asked their names, then everything went quiet. There was no reason to whisper. If there were other students nearby, the rescue team should be shouting louder to let them know help had arrived. Which meant the sudden silence was strange. Oscar's instinct sounded an alarm. Is there anyone else, any other survivors? Oscar swallowed and listened. The voices of those two students had abruptly cut off after that man shouted. One possibility came to mind. What if it was not normal for there to be a cave like this beneath the Prichinkaya forest? Now that he thought about it, the walls were far too smooth for a cave. If this was not natural, if someone had dug out these tunnels and prepared a trap, then that man loudly shouting, as if he were rescuing students, was an enemy. Oscar gritted his teeth. Fighting an unknown enemy in deep darkness where he could not see an inch ahead was foolish. Even more so with one broken leg. It would be better to just wait. He had a tracking magical artifact in his pocket, after all. With Enrica here, a rescue team would arrive soon. He only needed to wait until then. Oscar clenched his sword. Me, helpmate. What's the name of the student over there? A shout rang out again from deep within the cave. Another survivor was screaming. This was driving him mad. Oscar forced himself to his feet. He let out a long sigh, squeezed his eyes shut, and swallowed several moments of hesitation. Then he opened his eyes and shouted. Oscar, son of Gilsver, defender Duke of Tills, is here. Damn it, was it not obvious? Anyone thorough enough to set a trap like this would naturally be after a high-value target. And the highest-value target in this Prichinkaya forest was him. Isabel was here too, of course, but it was hard to say she was worth more than he was. Her father was missing, while his own father was still a Duke of Tills. Naturally, if they were kidnappers, taking a duke's son would be better. Even if they were not kidnappers, the same was true. His father had made far more enemies than Maximilian, the hero, ever had. That meant there was a very high chance he was their target. The fact that they had been going around asking students names had been suspicious from the start. Found you. A low voice echoed through the darkness. Oscar gritted his teeth and raised his sword. Was this really the right thing to do? Well, who would know if he risked his life doing something like this? Who would acknowledge it? I will. Goodwill should be a light for oneself alone. The highest virtue of goodwill was self-sacrifice, regardless of recognition from others. A knight of Tills never abandoned the weak in the face of hardship. Oscar ground his teeth and held his sword upright. Gilsver raised his son well. Ivan smirked as he watched. He slowly moved forward and raised his pistol. One step at a time, never rushing but never leisurely either. He matched each precise stride and counted every step. He held the pistol, his sights aimed around waist height. Listening for the heavy footsteps, calculating their stride to infer the enemy's height, then adjusting his sights. Waiting for the footsteps within hearing range to enter effective firing range. He determined Oscar's position and avoided his line of fire, directly ahead. Aim, hold his breath, and fire. Bang. Chapter 43, Academy Field Trips Always Get Attacked, 7. He spread mana through every corner of his nervous system. He held his breath, regulating the sensation of mana flowing through his veins. A creak. Senses he normally could not perceive awakened as time fractured around him. His index finger tightened on the trigger, and he could even hear the faint friction of the spring twisting inside the gun. This was the battlefield of superhumans. Bang! He fired and opened his eyes at the same time. Flame burst from the muzzle, illuminating the dark tunnel for an instant. That was why he had heightened his senses, to keep the sudden flash from blinding his fully dark-adapted eyes. The stimulation made his eyes ache sharply, but that was fine. He was used to this much. The silhouettes of 3 people lingered on Ivan's retinas like afterimages. A gun, there's someone else. Damn it, where were they hiding? The figure leaning against the wall was Oscar. The 2 small figures slowly approaching from farther down the tunnel were dwarves. At the moment of the shot, Ivan had seen sparks fly near one dwarf's head. They were wearing standard dwarf infantry gear. Ivan shifted his aim and rushed forward. He's coming, get ready. The dwarf at the front shrieked. Judging from the afterimage still lingering in Ivan's vision, the lead dwarf was armed with a 2-handed axe. Standard dwarf infantry gear was absurdly thick plate armor that covered the entire body like a golem. Bizarre equipment, so sturdy that most attacks would not even leave a crack. Aside from a few weak points at the eye holes and joints, it was almost impervious to outside attacks. That's why I use a sword. That was why he could not use an axe. No matter how hard he hacked at them, it would not even leave a dent. During the war, these bastards had survived even when buried beneath mountains. Their armor had held against the crushing weight of enormous boulders. A martial art had been developed to deal with creatures like them. Scrape. Ha, human, you won't get through. The blade scraped across the plate armor's surface, sending up sparks. As the sword bounced away, a long whistle cut through the air. Whoosh! Ivan sensed its direction and speed at once, then ducked. A massive axe blade sliced through the air directly overhead. He let it pass, raised his left hand, and fired again. Bang! This time, he fired at the other dwarf behind the first. Sparks burst from the muzzle, and the dwarf came into view once more. Their stance, balance, the armor's weak points, their crooked smile, even the long ash-gray beard hanging beneath their chin. Ivan held his sword straight and struck down quickly. Clang! You bastard! The dwarf roared. The blow had struck a joint precisely, with a level of accuracy that should have been impossible in the darkness. Still, this was not enough. Thinking so, the dwarf swung the axe again. Whoosh! Ivan dodged again, then scraped at the same spot. It was a mechanical repetition of the same process. The armor's vulnerable joints were reinforced with chain mail and gambeson. That gave them enough protection against blades on its own, but not enough to withstand the sword strikes of a superhuman. So scrape again. That technique, were you on the battlefield 10 years ago? Is that all you think it was? The reply slipped out before he could stop it. Ivan snorted. Kim Seonwoo inside him was screaming that it had been 20 years. Feelings aside, his hands kept doing what they needed to do. Bang! He fired again, securing a moment of sight. Then he stepped back to avoid the dwarf approaching from behind, swung his sword, and scraped through the chain mail. The one who had first devised this technique was Colonel Petrovich himself. At the time, he had been a captain. The technique was called dwarf flayer. Grrrag. Scrape clang. At last, the dwarf's shoulder guard tore away. As the impact sent the blade flying upward, Ivan naturally released the hilt and reached for his waist. He drew a dagger from its sheath and drove it into the dwarf's exposed bare shoulder in a single breath. Stab. Gaza. A shoulder wound was fatal to a warrior. It was no different from losing one arm. The dwarf wielding the two-handed axe visibly slowed. But there were two enemies. The other dwarf warrior finally closed in and swung their weapon. Stab. Whoosh. Ivan dodged the weapon again and raised the pistol in his left hand. This time, he took careful aim, steadied his breathing, and fired. Bang. Gaza. One shot struck the dagger's hilt lodged in the dwarf's shoulder. The dagger flew away into the darkness of the tunnel. The dwarf's shoulder was violently torn apart, and they collapsed with a scream. Ivan spun around and repositioned himself, just as he released the pistol and drew another dagger from his waist. Shiing. The sword he had thrown into the air finally began to fall. He caught the hilt cleanly in midair and swung it again. Scrape. He drove Dwarf Flayer into the newly appeared dwarf once more. In that moment, as he mapped out his breathing and time itself, he thrust in the blade, twisted it, and peeled away the armor layer by layer. With the precision of a surgeon performing an operation, exact and methodical, stitch by stitch, he fought in pitch-black darkness where he could not see an inch ahead against two dwarves with dark vision. Both hands moved at once as he dismantled their armor, drove daggers into exposed flesh, threw his sword into the air, fired his pistol, caught the falling sword again, and swung it. What is this? Oscar gaped and swallowed a groan. Only moments ago, he had vowed to stake his life on one final fight and die without shame as a knight. Then a monster of a man had appeared before his eyes and was slaughtering unknown enemies. The sounds are almost overlapping. This was beyond common sense. The sounds of the sword swings were nearly overlapping, which meant the interval between each strike was unbelievably tight. How could anyone move like that? Oscar let out a hollow laugh. If that man was an attacker, then there was nothing to do but die. The battle ended in an instant. The unknown man who had rushed in the moment the first shot rang out, returned with the thick scent of blood before Oscar could even take 2 breaths. Can you see anything? Humans did not have dark vision. Only races such as dwarves and demonfolk possessed it, so the question was also asking whether Oscar was human. You don't need to see to fight. Is your leg injured? Yes, shamefully, it broke when I was caught in the collapsing earth. You have a bead, right? Yes. Then stay right here, quietly. The man turned and walked away. Oscar quickly raised his head. Wait just a moment. May I at least know your name? Ivan Petrovich. Where are you going? If there's anything I can do, I'll help. Students should focus on their studies. Oscar heard the man snort in the darkness. The footsteps that had been leaving returned, one step at a time, and a hand rested atop Oscar's head. I never liked your father, but it seems he succeeded in raising his son. Oscar, son of Gilles Ver, your actions were admirable. You know my father's. If that bastard hasn't forgot me yet, we're friends. The man turned and left again. This time, he did not look back. Toward somewhere beyond the tunnel, step by step, his steady footsteps gradually faded away. Isabelle sat still in the darkness. Fortunately, she had fallen without suffering any serious injuries, but she was not foolish enough to move carelessly somewhere she could not see. The test will be cancelled, right? I'm not going to fail because of this, am I? That was all she worried about. It felt as though 4 hours had already passed, though she could not even guess how much time had truly gone by. Step, step. Isabelle's head snapped up. She heard footsteps. Had the rescue team finally arrived, Isabelle jumped to her feet and shouted, Over here, there's someone here. What's your name? Isabelle, wait, are you only rescuing people based on their names? Found her, target secured, call the captain. Target, captain. Isabelle's thoughts spun, and realization struck her. The suddenly collapsing ground, the flood of dirt and rubble, and a cave where she could not see an inch ahead. Then there was Target and Captain. Could this be? Seriously, I'm so sick of this. Again, another terrorist attack had happened in this forest, and this one was targeting her. How many people had been caught up in it? How many had died in the process? Isabel ground her teeth. If they had found their target, and they had only appeared long after she fell into the trap, then this clearly was not an incident involving only one or two people. Soon, heavy footsteps echoed throughout the cave. Step, step, step. A group was approaching her silently, without even murmuring among themselves. Trained soldiers. They must also have dark vision or a comparable spell cast on them. They would need at least that much to move through a dark cave in a group. Isabel held her sword upright. Her eyes burned with anger. She had had enough of people sacrificing themselves in her place. She was sick of living, burdened by guilt toward those who had sacrificed themselves. So, to release that aimless anger, she drew in a deep breath. I am Isabel, daughter of Maximilian and Marie, a knight of Tills. State your names. You certainly have spirit. A heavy voice came from far away. 3rd Battalion directly under the 5th Dragon General, Webmaker Engineer Corps. I am Senior Captain Stuck. In terms you would understand, I would be a commander of 1,000. The moment Isabel heard that, she thought of Aphilos, the demon folk centurion Ivan had taken in. That fight had been a battle to the death. Aphilos had been a centurion, so if demon folk ranks were determined by strength. Stuck is stronger than that one was. Isabel pressed her lips together. A commander of 1,000 would not be exactly 10 times stronger than a centurion, but the difference in martial strength would surely be that great. And Stuck was not alone. A whole group was approaching as well. Her vision was also severely restricted. No, not merely restricted. She could not see anything at all. Am I really going to die like this? She was not afraid. The moment she took up a sword, she had known death could come at any time. She thought of her father. Maximilian would not have shown fear even in a situation like this. So she could not show fear before death, at least not before the demon folk. She was a knight of Tills. She was also the hero's daughter. Among the countless benefits she had enjoyed, there had never been a right to feel fear. There was only duty, the duty to remain composed even before death. Come then, I, Isabel of Tills, will die standing today. Comrade, how old did you say that one is? Yes, Comrade Captain, that brat turned 20 this year. We will revise the plan, kill her without fail. We cannot leave trouble behind. Any demon folk officer of a commander of 1,000's rank remembered the hero party. Even if they had never encountered them personally, the hero was the embodiment of death to the demon folk. If you met them, you died. If you got close, you died. If you heard rumors of them and did not flee, you died. They were a natural disaster. Worse, a disaster that could not be predicted. The hero party's movements had been among the Allied kingdoms' highest-level secrets, so the hero party had always ambushed enemy lines. No matter how many tracking parties were sent after them, none ever returned. They had been utterly thorough in concealing their location. The hero party, which had ruled as the demon folk's terror, had finally slain the demon king. Then the war had ended. Unfortunately for the demon folk, they had never had the chance to overcome their trauma of the hero. So that young brat was displaying courage no one of that age should possess. She had to die. They would take her head back with them. Their comrades in the homeland needed to know that even the symbol of their fear could not escape death. Go ahead and kill me. A knight of Tills does not fall alone. Isabel wanted to run. She wanted to collapse where she stood. She was only a girl who had just turned 20. But she could not. Not when she remembered the countless people who had died in that train terrorist attack, and her classmates who had been caught up in this attack now. She had no right to despair before the death approaching her. She did have one regret, though. She had never gotten to go on a date with that older man. Now that she thought about it, the feeling she had whenever she thought of him was probably more than simple fondness. That was why she regretted it. She could have expressed herself a little more. Tusk, tusk, tusk. A steady sound came from beyond the cave. Tusk, tusk, a short noise made by rubbing a tongue against the front teeth. What was that sound? Stuck's eyes narrowed. It echoed through the tense silence before battle. It felt strangely familiar. Stuck had heard it somewhere before. Regular tongue clicking, echolocation. The instant the memory surfaced, several assumptions followed in quick succession. There is only one human group trained well enough to use echolocation in battle. That group was secretly cultivated by the Krasilov monarchy during the last war. And this is Krasilov. Stuck recoiled in shock and gripped the weapon tightly. If the hero party was the embodiment of the fear of death, then that group was the embodiment of the terror of night, the ones who had made even demon folk with dark vision fear the darkness. They were the assassins Shadowblade, and Rika had trained with everything she had. For them, questions of when, where, and how were meaningless. They literally completed their objectives anytime, anywhere, by any means, then vanished like shadows in the dead of night. The Annihilation Unit, those cursed bastards still exist. Comrades, raise your weapons, stay alert. Tusk, tusk, tusk. The steady sound echoed through the cave, then abruptly stopped. Silence settled heavily over the surroundings. The dwarves, who looked ready to charge at any moment, formed a shield formation and crouched down tightly where they stood. Isabelle swallowed and looked around. She could not see anything, but she could tell the enemies were acting strangely. The Annihilation Unit, what is that? She had never heard the name before, yet it seemed famous to them. Only moments ago they had been as calm as if they were taking a neighborhood stroll, but their demeanor had frozen in an instant. Then, click, with the heavy sound of metal parts grinding together. Bang! There was light. Chapter 44, Academy Field Trips Always Get Attacked, 8. Dwarves had dark vision. They had originally been a race that lived holed up underground, so it was hardly strange. It did not mean they could see through darkness as clearly as broad daylight, but they could still make out objects relatively well in the dark. That was why Stuck could see the man approaching. A large dwarf. Stuck was confused. Isabelle. Mister, how did you get in here? Are you hurt? Ivan walked over and stopped beside Isabelle. He clicked his tongue, then placed a hand on her shoulder. No, I'm fine. That's good, then stay right here and don't move. Protecting important personnel was part of the Annihilation Unit's basic training course, but that did not mean he could guarantee perfect safety in the dark. Before a fierce battle, it was important to know the protected person's location at all times. Ivan was an exceptionally efficient man, of course, so he did not consider how those words might sound. I've seen this before. It's one of those things that happens all the time in romance novels. Isabelle's head spun. The tension suddenly drained from her, and she let out a breath. Her legs trembled. Fear came crashing down on her late. Maybe it was the suspension bridge effect, but she could not help relying on a man who had appeared in the face of death. And then there were the words, "Stay right there." Like a knight from some tale telling her to wait until he returned from slaying an ancient dragon. This is a confession. Oh, honestly, what a problem. Well, what can I do? I shouldn't accept right away, so, yeah, I'll ask if he has time this weekend first, as a reward. Isabelle was confused. A pistol in his left hand, a longsword in his right. 5 daggers hung from his waist, and an axe was slung across his back. After quickly checking his weapons, Ivan began walking forward. They were afraid. Ivan drew a quiet breath. There were several signs common to all living creatures. Hormonal mechanisms were one of them. Physical enhancement through mana and the extreme increase in nervous system efficiency brought about a number of chain reactions. One of them was heightened sensory perception. Take the sense of smell. It allowed one to catch even the faintest scent drifting through the air. That meant one could detect even the volatile body odor produced as secreted sweat evaporated. In the realm of superhumans, it was an extremely important indicator. It allowed them to read their opponent's emotions. This primitive pre-modern society did not yet have a word for hormones, but people were built the same way. Their body odor changed subtly with their emotions. It became a physical indicator of emotions such as killing intent, fear, and affection. Cortisol was secreted when living creatures felt fear. That distinctive scent seeped thickly from among the dwarves. "Are you afraid?" "Bullshit." Istuk clenched his teeth. The bastard was alone. War was ultimately a fight of morale. Once they were overwhelmed in spirit, they could hardly fight at all. Instinctively, Istuk had classified this fight with Ivan as a war. Ignoring that fact, Istuk raised an axe. "Annihilation unit, you cursed bastards. I'll kill you and honor the souls of my comrades who went on before me." They all said that. Istuk needed a moment to understand those words. They all said that. A chill ran down Istuk's spine. It was a calm confession that Ivan had heard those words many times and killed every person who had said them. Istuk raised his axe with a grim expression. At Istuk's movement, everyone in the shield formation raised their weapons at once. Clack, clack. The heavy scrape of metal echoed through the tunnel. Ah, how nostalgic. Memories of the previous battlefield, where he had faced dwarf shield formations in tunnels. It had been during the Mine War. Ivan raised his sword as he thought of it. A narrow indoor passage with limited visibility, dwarves filling the whole corridor. A horrific formation that axes and bullets could not penetrate. Back then, he had not been alone. Other unit members had always been by his side to support him. They were gone now. A deep sense of loss settled over Ivan as he tightened his grip on his sword. Still, these were not the army from those days. At most, there were around 30 of them. Even counting generously, there could not be more than 50, a small infantry force. And he was no longer Captain Ivan Petrovich from those days. 10 years had passed since the Mine War. Ivan had gained 10 years' worth of experience. Bang! It began with a shot. Its purpose was to threaten them and secure his field of vision at the same time. In his slowed perception of time, where space seemed to tilt and fragment, Ivan sprinted forward. A stationary dwarf shield formation was like a turtle. Sturdy, dull, and slow. That was why speed had to be the foundation of his tactics. "He's coming." A frightened voice echoed through the tunnel. It was familiar. Dwarves usually belonged to the Demonfolk Army's rear infiltration teams, and operations like that provided the ideal environment for the Annihilation Unit. That was why the Annihilation Unit had always been named as the individual unit that killed the most dwarves during the war. Clang! His welcome was a sword strike. The direct downward blow was a feint. Before the dwarf at the very front could even react, Ivan lightly struck their shoulder plate. That dwarf's weapon immediately thrust toward him. Ivan turned his body aside, dodging it by listening only to the sound of air being torn apart. He shut his eyes and counted the seconds. Ivan knew his exact number of steps. One stride was 86 centimeters. Isabel was 5 steps behind him. The formation's leader was 7 steps away. The formation was 13 steps wide. The area in which he could move was 17 steps. A clang! Weapons poured toward him in an instant. Ivan dodged them as he slipped inside, then struck once. Clang, screech, the sound of his longsword driving beneath the elbow of the frontmost dwarf. Clack, clack, the scraping noise of the heavily armored dwarves moving together. Behind his closed eyes, the images of his enemies that had been imprinted on his retinas when he fired distorted. He mapped and analyzed each surrounding sound. constantly correcting their positions and stances in real time. "You monster!" He heard that just as he flayed one dwarf and cut off an arm. A monster? Ridiculous. Ivan knew what real monsters looked like in battle. Crack! Ignoring the horrific scream of the dwarf whose arm he had cut off, Ivan spun and moved 2.5 steps sideways. One dwarf was just raising an axe to bring it down. Ivan drove a dagger beneath the gap at the back of that dwarf's neck, then took another step and a half to the right. Crack! The next dwarf thrust forward with a warhammer. Ivan let the heavy sound of it splitting the air pass beside his head, lowered his stance, and drove in his longsword. Crack! The already chipped longsword broke. He had expected it. From the moment the fight began, he could feel the blade wearing away through his fingertips. So he did not panic. Ivan was used to that level of durability. He dropped his weapon. No, he let it go. Ivan ducked his head and moved 2 steps sideways. An axe lay precisely at his feet. It was the weapon dropped by the first dwarf whose arm he had cut off. The moment Ivan picked it up, he twisted his waist to evade the next attack and raised his left hand. Aim, steady his breathing, fire. Bang! Gaia! The broken longsword had sunk its teeth into a gap in one dwarf's armor, a perfect pinpoint shot. Like hammering a chisel, it blew open the dwarf's chest. Ivan threw the pistol into the air and ran forward. He caught the discarded warhammer in his left hand and turned. One hand rose above him, the other stretched to the side. Then both came down in a crossing blow. Boom! The dropped axe embedded itself in one dwarf's helmet, and the hammer, swung with perfect precision, smashed into the same dwarf's head. The strength drained from that dwarf's body, and as the dwarf staggered and fell, Ivan threw the hammer and caught his pistol from the air. Without aiming, he fired straight ahead at the commander 5 steps away. Bang! This time, he opened his eyes. The state of the battle entered his sight once more. As the pistol's muzzle flash faded, he closed his eyes again and drew the altered shield formation in his mind. The noise of the battlefield, the enemy's body odor, their positions engraved beneath his retinas. The sensation of wind brushing against both cheeks. The battlefield of superhumans, between one breath and the next. Ah, how nostalgic. Ivan recalled it once again as he ran. The human body was frail. Even a dagger less than 3 inches long could incapacitate someone. Close-quarters combat was always a crossroads between life and death, fought with one's life on the line. In the midst of it, in a clearly disadvantageous situation, at the center of enemy lines. He had forgotten this sensation of charging toward the heart of the enemy. In the 4 years since his last battle, he had not faced anything that could truly be called combat. That was why Ivan felt something like nostalgia on this familiar battlefield. Ivan was an extremely objective man, so he thought there was something wrong with him. The feeling stood out even more in ordinary life. Among people who laughed and chatted like everyone else, he even felt isolated. But here, in this moment where lives flickered out, he could be someone needed. He still lived in war. He hated the battlefield, longed for ordinary life, and yearned for home. Breathing in the scent of his missed comrades, Ivan counted his steps. 1 more step. The formation's head was 86 centimeters ahead. What was a stuck supposed to feel in the face of a madman who faintly smiled as he slaughtered a stuck's comrades? With every breath, another comrade fell. Stop him, kill him, no, don't my arm, ah. Their screams could not even become full words. Only death cries rang out across that battlefield, while the Annihilation Unit's madman continued his work in silence. Broken armor flew over their heads. Torn limbs and droplets of blood scattered through the air. It was a storm, a disaster that no individual could resist. It swept through them, wielding weapons, gripping them, and charging onward. At last, even when he abruptly arrived before a stuck's eyes, his breathing had not changed from the beginning. I am a stuck, senior captain of the 3rd Battalion, the Webmaker Engineer Corps directly under the 5th Dragon General. What is your name? Ivan Petrovich. Istok nodded. He had heard Ivan was dead. Right, so that was it. Ivan was alive. If so, Istok could understand why Ivan had entered this forest at precisely the right moment. That beard, were you copying us? Ivan's face twisted for the first time. Ivan was an exceptionally cool-headed man, but he would never overlook an insult to the late king. Instead of answering, he swung the axe held by an unnamed soldier. You can move now. I think my legs gave out. Isabel laughed as she heard Ivan's footsteps approach. It was a battle whose intensity she could clearly feel from the sound alone. Even though she had only stood still right behind him, it felt as though the heat of battle had reached her. Honestly, it had been overwhelming. She stretched both arms out and said, "Carry me." If her legs had given out, it was more efficient to carry her than wait for her to walk. Ivan was an efficient man, so he silently offered his back. Soon, warm hands wrapped around the back of his neck. Are you hurt? No. You worked hard. Yes. Today's a little difficult, but could I buy you dinner tomorrow evening? Ivan was currently an undercover agent of Counterintelligence Command. He was a man of austere principles, so he would never improperly accept gifts or anything of value from the person he was protecting. No. Elik. Chapter 45, Academy Field Trips Always Get Attacked 9. The field exercise for St. Yansk University's night department had been attacked by demon folk terrorists. When that report reached Counterintelligence Command, Dmitri burst out laughing and said, "Dock that bastard's pay." Yes, Lieutenant Colonel. Counterintelligence Command had also been keeping a close eye on the university event. Naturally, security measures at the exercise site had been prepared to the point of perfection. The Crown Prince faction, they had gone quiet after the last incident. Foreign anti-government groups, what could those crippled idiots do with all their limbs cut off? And demon folk, there was no way they had enough forces left to deploy an operation all the way out here, near Prichinkaya. After weighing the objective evidence and making reasonable deductions, Dmitri had concluded that St. Yansk University faced no threat. What moron would plant a terrorist organization in the capital just to ruin a university event? They would blow up the royal palace instead. And an exercise personally led by Enrika and her students? Ha ha, idiots. Were people like that really collecting a salary on time every month? As a result, when the third informant told him the same thing, Dmitri ran a weary hand over his face and let out a hollow laugh. Is dock my pay? Yes, Lieutenant Colonel. This was insane. He grabbed his coat and left the command headquarters. He needed to see his senior, who had already gone to the scene and must have known something. Hey, Essie. Yes, that's right. I haven't even started talking yet. This is the 4th time I've heard that story. Cities stared at Isabel with a grave expression. When news of the field exercise attack spread throughout the university, she had rushed over to find her longtime friend, who was practically her only friend. Yet when she arrived at Isabel's house, there was no sign of the victim caught up in the attack. Instead, Isabel was smashing apart a training dummy with a new wooden sword beside 5 or 6 broken ones. The dummy had an unusually detailed beard, and Isabel's strike shattered it so thoroughly that it rolled across the ground. Still, listen to me, I'm really confused. I feel like I'm going out of my mind. So, this is about a friend. Cities barely stopped herself from blurting out the cold fact, "You don't have any friends besides me." She was such a kind and considerate music department student. Say there's a man who appears out of nowhere whenever my friend is in danger and saves her. He looks after her in all sorts of ways, meets her privately, and even shares secrets with her. That's a very specific hypothetical. Then doesn't that mean he likes my friend? What other reason could there be? For political and economic reasons, Maximilian was effectively no different from someone in a vegetative state, much like how even South Korea would effectively declare a missing person dead after 4 years. So Isabelle came from an unofficial single-parent household. Her mother had been a commoner, which meant that aside from the favor granted by the Tills court, she had no particular social or economic backing. If Yuri, a real orphan, heard that, she would have clutched her chest in resentment. Still, Isabelle truly believed it. That is true, isn't it? If Yuri, who was genuinely poor, heard that, she would have clutched her chest in resentment. From Isidis's perspective, though, Isabelle belonged to an economically vulnerable class. Isabelle owned a 2-story house with a yard. Isidis was a princess of a kingdom. She was great King Einar's eldest daughter and his most cherished child. She was rich enough that even if she smashed a thief over the head with an instrument worth the price of a house, it would barely count as a loss. That was why their conversation reached such a strange agreement. Honestly, Isabelle didn't have anything worth stealing. Didn't that mean he had to be trying to woo her? Once they reached that conclusion, Isabelle thumped her chest in frustration. Then why does he say no every time I ask him to eat with me? This is about a friend, right? No, listen. She's 10 years younger, pretty, kind, good at schoolwork, good at practical work, and even knows how to take care of herself. If he likes a girl like that, why would he push her away? That friend must cherish herself an awful lot. When people reached a conclusion they could not understand, they started interpreting the situation in the direction they wanted to believe. That was how frightening confirmation bias could be. Isidis eventually nodded. I'll look into it. My uncle said he was close to that man. You never know. He might be some terrible womanizer who goes around seducing everyone he meets. Was Ivan really that kind of person? Isabelle thoughtfully recalled his face. A womanizer? Someone who charmed women everywhere he went. If she covered the lower half of his face, perhaps. Could be? Yes, it did seem possible. Isabelle fell into confusion. Sadly, Yuri, who could have stopped them properly, was lying in the theology department's hospital ward. There was nobody there to explain that mad axe-wielding John Wick would kill 10 more people before spending time meeting a woman. Ivan's days were busy. He ran the orphanage, went to the university to tend the roadside trees, guarded the hero party's children, organized the day's reports and the orphanage's account books, and only then had time to rest. His rest usually consisted of maintaining weapons. He sharpened his axe until it could silently shave fuzz, disassembled and cleaned his firearms, rubbed oil into them, then leaned back on the sofa and closed his eyes for a moment. That was Ivan's day. The important point was that it had now become the past tense. For several days since the field exercise attack, Enrica had occupied his precious home and held out there. Enrica, go home now. What are you talking about? I promised, didn't I? Sentry duty, Are you abandoning your sentry duty? No sense of comradeship. Don't you just not want to go to work? Your teacher is sad. Young Ivan used to believe everything I told him. Give me back my Ivan. Ever since the field exercise attack, Enrica had shut herself in the orphanage director's office and refused to come out. After all, she was the person responsible for getting over 50 noble children caught in a terrorist attack, so people had been grinding their teeth and searching for her everywhere. This is unfair. How was I supposed to know? If there's a bastard who expected dwarves to suddenly come swarming in, we should catch that person and torture them. They're a spy. I see. Ivan, who had suddenly become a Demonfolk spy, nodded without comment. That's what I'm saying, and everyone's just trying to shove the responsibility onto me because they don't want it themselves. They haven't grown up. That was not something an adult who did not want responsibility should say. Ivan thought that even if he lived for more than a century, he never wanted to grow old like that. So, what if I say that I feel deeply responsible and resign? The more I think about it, the more I feel I've worked too hard. Maybe it's time I got some rest. Ahem. Should I travel somewhere? How about the sea? I don't like mountains. Why does that sound as if I'm going with you? Because you are. Ivan was a practical man, so he had no intention of indulging the antics of an old woman from a century ago. Taking Enrica's teacup away, he said, "The department cannot hold you particularly responsible anyway. This was, in the literal sense, an accident." All right. Yes, to begin with, responsibility lies with counterintelligence command. Isn't preventing hostile forces from infiltrating and advance their job? You're not wrong. Enrica clapped her hands and stood. There was no way she had failed to realize something so simple, so apparently she had only wanted comfort. Ivan knew how to respect his elders. Unlike this uncivilized world, South Korea had established ethics, morality, social norms, and Confucian views on respecting seniority. This was debatable. He was such a polite man. So go home now, I have a lot to do too. Oh, is that so? I'm terribly, truly sorry for taking up our busy students' time. Naturally. St. Basilicia Orphanage was Ivan's masterpiece, built by pouring in every connection and asset he had cultivated throughout his life. Ivan had no plans to turn the place into a nursing home for a vampire old woman, so he kicked Enrica, who wore the expression of someone wounded by the world, out of the director's office. Oh, right, I wasn't joking about going to the sea. Since things have turned out this way, I thought we could try another field trip. The royal government has been quietly testing the waters, you know. The royal government? That's right. Krasilov has a weak tourism industry, doesn't it? University students all come from grand noble families, and they will each hold important positions later. Maybe they want to advertise in advance. It's practically a national project. They would be better off canceling it. Ivan understood the intention, but it was an extremely foolish choice. Academy group tour always ran into terrible crises. If they went to the sea, strange creatures like fishfolk or krakens might appear out of nowhere with no narrative justification. Still, Ivan was a practical man. Since he did not want to be treated like a demonfolk spy or a prophet, he had enough sense not to force his common sense on others. After casually seeing Enrica off, he sat down and let out a deep sigh. At last I can rest. For peace of mind, he took out his axe and began lovingly wiping it down with an oil-soaked cloth. While Ivan enjoyed a quiet moment with his beloved axe, Isides secretly met with her uncle, who was volunteering at the orphanage, to gather intelligence. He shared a room with Professor Enrica for 3 days. Isides did not have the confidence to pass on this shocking information to her longtime friend. Professor Enrica was her father's friend and a member of the hero party. Isides remembered what she was like. At the university, Enrica acted demurely like a professor, but her true nature was that of a vampire. During her active days, there had been too many soldiers who fell for her to count across an entire front. A ravishing beauty with bewitching magical power, Isides had secretly admired Enrica in those days. To be honest, the moment she was compared to Enrica, Isabel had far too little chance. Aside from being younger, how could she defeat a hero party legend? Isides sniffled as she thought about her friend's tragic love. Her pure heart came crashing down amid the ugly dating games of adults. It was not. Bella must never find out. Isides was not bold enough to calmly reveal that the person who had actively seduced her friend, he had not, was a terrible womanizer who regularly had physical relations with a university professor. He did not, and it was a misunderstanding. Clutching Kekenkeng I, Isides's 1-month-old violin tightly in her hands, she made a vow. She would deal with that man herself. A warrior of drone, did not hesitate to stain their hands with blood for friends and brothers. And she was the daughter of great King Einar, Drone's greatest warrior. Swearing on her father's honor, she firmly resolved to become a righteous warrior who would punish that wicked villain. Chapter 46, Stalker vs. Stalker 1. As Ivan had reflected before, every country in the Allied kingdoms worked hard, in its own way, to cultivate an intelligence organization. Among the 12 nations of the Allied kingdoms, 4 were considered major powers: Drone, Kalyan, Tils, and Krasilov. Their methods were somewhat more specialized than those of the other kingdoms. For instance, Drone's intelligence organization was made up of worshippers of the 4 elements. Water, which always knew the answer. Magical fire, which made people confess the truth when burned. Mystical wind, which made people reveal their past when hung from a pole. Silent earth, which buried and concealed every truth. Gather the love of all 4 elements, and you had a drone-style intelligence organization. In practice, it just meant dragging someone in and beating them up. The elves of the Kalyan archipelago, on the other hand, preferred a far more refined approach. As leaders in mind sorcery, their espionage methods were exceptionally sophisticated and considerate. Their specialty was friendly intelligence gathering, actively making use of becoming friends, brainwashing, and playing pranks, memory manipulation. Tils, the kingdom of knights, simply asked honestly whenever they wanted to know something. A remarkably righteous practice, aside from the fact that refusing to answer was considered an insult and led to a trial by duel. The annihilation unit Ivan had belonged to, its predecessor, Enrika's children, and their successor, the Krasilov Counterintelligence Command, all preferred astonishingly modern intelligence work. Observation, evidence collection, signals intelligence, technical intelligence, terrain analysis, human intelligence networks. In other words, they conducted the orthodox sort of intelligence work that the other great powers called dull. Ate a sandwich for lunch again today. Chicken breast filling. Sauce presumed to be mustard. Nutritional imbalance is a concern. No vegetables except tomato. Recommend a more vegetable-focused diet. Responsible for the safety and health of the hero party's children. Ivan wrote down this crucial intelligence in his notebook and lowered his binoculars. Ep 10, Stalker vs. Stalker. The unprecedented incident in which every first-year night department student had been confined to a hospital room brought unexpected consequences. This isn't real. Exam period was extended by a week. If only 1 or 2 examinees had been absent, they would have failed or taken a make-up exam. But once nearly every student in the department became seriously injured, the department declared a 1-week closure. Practical exams were one thing, but written exams were another matter. The night department jock types, attempting to study for an exam for the first time in their lives, ground their teeth and raged. Their targets were mostly the theology department, magic department, art department, and music department. Most of all, they targeted the music department students. Why are you the only ones? We're in the same arts college. Why are you the only ones so happy? I can't believe it this is in trialic can't burial widow, night, sneed to study for 10 exams. For the record, the music department also studied written material. History of musical movements, formal analysis, counterpoint harmony. In fact, it had more written subjects than the night department. Of course, such facts meant nothing to sword-bearing brutes. Those music department bastards. They suddenly started belting out unaccompanied vocals among themselves in the eastern courtyard. It was vocal department practical training. They walked across campus, randomly plunking away at instruments. It was orchestral music department ensemble practice. While respectable working people struggled and sweated to make a living each day, those bastards could just sit in a marketplace and sing to earn money. Busking was extremely difficult. You stink of sweat. You should do something called showering before you come into a restaurant, sir. It means pouring water over your body, lathering up thoroughly with soap, scrubbing every nook and cranny, then rinsing it all off with water. You crazy bitches. Scenes like that could easily be found throughout the university campus at the time. Furious night department students and music department students laughing at them. Whoever had decided to group the night department and music college under the same arts college was unknown, but may they be cursed. E-Cities was singing a song of sorrow in that chaotic age. Next, crazy bitch, crazy bitch. The outdoor gymnasium on the arts college campus. Holding K Kankang upside down, E-Cities stared ominously at its warped fingerboard. Behind her stood her classmates. Before her stood night department students who had lost their will to fight. At her feet lay 5 corpses with part of their heads smashed open. They were not corpses. All of this was the result of the strongest music department student in history rising up for justice. K Kankang I had sacrificed itself for a friend. K Kankang I had met an untimely end. And here, K Kankang I was meeting its heroic end for her honor. As had been reflected before, an instrument was a musician's life. With the heart of someone wielding her own life, E-Cities was punishing the insolent invaders who had set foot at the music department's front gate. 5 night department students have already gotten beaten up by a first-year music department student. Have you seen it, you ignorant fools? Music developed to its extreme can no longer be distinguished from martial force. Go back and tell everyone. From now on, the music department shall reign over every department in the arts college. There was no reason for upperclassmen to join a game between first years. The upperclassmen of the night department were eating popcorn while watching their first years get beaten until they cried, while the upperclassmen of the music department had no confidence they could beat a night department first year to begin with. Thus, the naturally formed, sparring match was turning into a festival for the arts college's first-year students. For reference, the night department was still in exam period. The traitors at the top of their departments, Yuri, Isabel, Oscar, and the rest, had shamefully ignored this secret history to devote themselves to studying for their exams. That left the students only one option. Someone who had never studied, yet crushed every student in the department through practical skill alone, the heavenly demon. Bring him, bring our big brother here. Big brother, yes, if big brother shows up, you're finished. Speaking like a third-rate street thug, one first year ran off somewhere. Soon, a burly middle-aged man appeared from who knew where. It was Mord, the strongest first year in the night department's history. No, I need to prepare for my next exam. Don't lie to us, big brother. The department's honor is rolling around in the dirt right now. Does some stupid exam matter at a time like this? What the hell are these bastards talking about? Hadn't they been angry because they were the only ones in exam period? Yet, if exams did not matter now, what had they been angry about in the first place? This wise drone Huskarl realized the truth in an instant. They just wanted to run away from their exams and play. When he came to his senses and looked ahead, he saw E-Cities gripping a half-broken violin. How many months did you use this one, Essie? 1 month, uncles. Good work, at least it lasted more than 3 weeks. Mord readily nodded, then turned around. I concede, I lost. The music department is too strong, as expected of Brother Einar's daughter. My goodness, blood ties matter more than school ties, big brother. What about the night department's honor? For the record, Essie and I aren't blood relatives. We're from the same region. Drone, I'll never forget this. Stop saying stupid things and go study for your exams, you idiots. From today on, you're not my big brother anymore. Only after a noble child from Tills sobbed and ran toward the department's main building did that day's commotion come to an end. Ivan silently watched the scene from behind a tree, then took out his pen and revised his notes. E-cities, percussion instruments suit her better than string instruments. Oh no, this isn't the time for this. E-cities jolted in surprise. She had become so absorbed in the commotion that she had forgotten her duty. Of course, her duty was to be a student. But E-cities Einarstadter, first-year student in the orchestral music department, and E-cities, Isabel's friend, had to be entirely different people. This was a time that required not an ordinary music department student, but a warrior armed with righteousness and chivalry. Besides, Kay Kankang had consumed a suitable amount of blood. E-cities steeled herself and set off. Somewhere on this campus hid a vile criminal. She would uncover that person's intentions and punish their sins. Her father would surely support her righteous martial strength as well. To emphasize this once again, Ivan was a completely harmless faculty member with an ordinary appearance. He had been a master of concealment, infiltration, and special operations from the beginning. If he wanted to pretend to be ordinary, he could become more ordinary than anyone else. Still, he had no need for such advanced infiltration techniques. Basically, he had an unremarkable appearance that was easy to forget after passing by. Ilika. A magic department student shrieked and fled out of Ivan's sight. Ivan was hanging one-handed from the top of a tree, concealed in the shadows, so he ought to praise the student's keen eyesight for finding him. Of course, Ivan had memorized the personal details of everyone on campus, so he recognized the fleeing young man as the student who had once thrown away a cigarette butt. The student to whom Ivan had provided a smoking cessation clinic. A shy student. Such youthful innocence was fitting for a university student. Ivan nodded expressionlessly and shifted his gaze. Elfihara. Balegreen's daughter. The top first-year student in the magic department, a genius who had set the department's all-time highest score in the entrance practical evaluation. Narrowing his eyes as he watched Elfihara, Ivan raised his notebook. Apart from a few followers, has no smooth peer relationships, takes after her father. He spent some time writing a profile containing nothing but sincere observations, without the slightest ill intent. Ahem. Ivan felt someone watching him and turned his head. Isabella wasn't the only one. Isabel, and perhaps even Enrica, might not have been that man's only prey. The terror of that predator, observing someone from afar and searching for their weakness, weighed heavily on her. The infamous figure who had sent 50-night department first years to the theology department's intensive care ward. The mad cigarette collector. The nightmare behind the tree. The bearded monster. The handsome-eyed middle-aged man. That last one was Isabel's opinion. Each time E-cities gathered another rumor about the gardener, she came closer to a dreadful truth. Hidden in the bushes, she watched Ivan. The strange man hanging from a tree, staring at someone from the magic department as he wrote notes. A stalker. She had become a stalker, stalking the academy stalker. Chapter 47, Stalker vs. Stalker 2. Ivan did not put much effort into hiding himself. He knew that this attitude often produced better results. A university was fundamentally an open space. No one stopped people from coming and going as long as they did not enter a classroom. Students were also indifferent to others. Like most people, no student paid attention to every little movement made by a member of staff. To students, faculty members were nothing more than figures that disappeared at the edge of their vision. Ivan had already concluded that walking around normally in ordinary clothes did more to maintain his cover than forcing himself to hide. There was one problem, though. If someone began paying attention to him, the entire strategy he had built to protect his cover would collapse. And at that very moment, one student was watching Ivan's every move. What is she doing? Ivan frowned at the persistent, irritating gaze following him. What was her problem? Pretending to tie his shoelace, He bent down and casually looked behind him. Cities was glaring at him with blazing eyes. Is that camouflage? Holding a branch covered in leaves over her face, she crept through the bushes. The people of Drone were large. The men were powerfully built, while the women tended to be enormous in a somewhat different sense. Cities, who had inherited Drone's finest bloodline, possessed certain devastating assets despite her small animal appearance. That meant a branch-like that was useless for hiding her considerable height and something even larger. Ivan stared at her with a look of brief disbelief, then took out a memo pad. Cities, possible cheating in the process of earning academic credits, markedly deficient cognitive ability. Ivan was an honest person, so he did not hesitate to write down the facts. He closed the memo pad and resumed walking. He headed toward the main building of the night department. A familiar spell was stimulating his senses. The counterintelligence command was calling for him. Cities crept along, her lips dry with tension. Her concealment was perfect. Not one of her uncles had ever noticed her when she snuck around. Huskarls tended to be tolerant of their niece's pranks. So she watched Ivan with confidence. He was a strange man. Whenever he abruptly disappeared from sight and startled her, she would find him up in a tree, surveying the area. The Department of Magic, the Night Department, and, surprisingly, even the Department of Philosophy. Ivan moved around tirelessly, glaring at someone wherever he went. Then he would suddenly frown, race off like a ghost, and throw himself into bushes where cigarette smoke was rising. One moment he would stride into a department building, then he would vanish like a phantom. Gardener. Never seen him tending a garden. Is there even a place on campus that could be called a garden? Don't know, his job, he keeps watching people. Never rests. Why? Is he acting on someone's orders, or is this a hobby? She filled her notebook with notes, growing increasingly confused. That diligent stalker never rested or ate, endlessly circling the campus. What in the world had made that man the way he was? At this point, her curiosity was beginning to outweigh her fear. Cities chewed on a sandwich as she searched for Ivan. He had vanished from sight again. He seemed to have entered the night department building, but when she rounded the corner, he had disappeared like smoke. MMPH, where did he go? After wiping mustard from the corner of her mouth, she trudged onward. For some reason, Cities is trying to watch me. Not that she had a chance. It was somewhat annoying, but he had not grown so dull that an amateur like her could catch his tail. Ivan thought this as he walked into a corridor under a recognition suppression spell. Dmitri. Have you been well, senior? Not a single student was walking through the department building's corridor. That was because of the counterintelligence command's recognition suppression spell. Dmitri stood halfway down the corridor, holding a yellow document envelope as he looked out the window. You showed up the moment we put up the spell, senior. I always think this, but you're really incredible. What brings you to the university, Dmitri? Well, there is one thing I wanted to ask and one thing I need to report. Yes. Dmitri took out a file and handed it over. We caught a lead on the bombing at the entrance ceremony. Then shouldn't you resolve it? There is a bit of a problem. The Krasilov Counterintelligence Command was competent. In fact, it was the most competent organization in all of Krasilov's administration. Krasilov, or rather, this uncivilized pre-modern society, was riddled with corruption. A civil servant who had never taken a bribe was like a unicorn or dragon. That meant they did exist. Even so, the Counterintelligence Command was almost absurdly incorruptible. It had to be, with Princess Elizaveta as its head. So if the Counterintelligence Command had tracked down the terrorists, it was strange for the matter to reach Ivan. Frowning, Ivan tore open the envelope. Drones. Yes, Drone. Drone, the land of warriors, Einar's homeland. A country that had ordered a bombing in the heart of Krasilov. Ivan flipped through the documents, deep in thought. When we dismantled the Manhwa bombs used back then, we found that most of their components came from Drone. Drone ordered a Manhwa bombing. Do you think that makes any sense? Common sense says that's impossible. Ahem. Drone warriors were widely known as the sort who would harvest an enemy's skull with an axe instead of spending time on bombings. Which meant that, viewed from the other direction, they were the people least likely to be suspected when a bombing occurred. The counterintelligence command's common sense had to be the exact opposite of civilian common sense. If there were people no one would suspect, then those were the people they had to suspect most. So we investigated further. Please read from page 11. It seems Einar did not finish the job properly. Yes, it does not sound like Great King Einar, does it? Showing mercy to an enemy. After the Demon King died and before Einar returned home, Drone had not been a single country. It had been an age of warring states, with countless warlords known as Jarls vying for power. With even the Demon King's threat gone, they had run wild like colts with their reins cut loose. During that time, Einar founded a country with 2 axes. That was why he was called the Great King. Einar brought peace to his homeland and gave its people a national identity as one united race. Or so everyone believed. One of the 5 Jarls who submitted to Einar is the culprit. Has this information reached Einar? The minister is considering it now. If Einar finds out, there will be bloodshed. Yes, and since our borders meet, we will certainly be affected as well. And as you know, Crown Prince Alexander's whereabouts are currently unknown. The military's movements are suspicious too. Ivan turned to the end of the file, poured mana into the magic circle on its final page, and dusted off his hands. The confidential documents burst into flames and scattered as ash in an instant. We know who ordered the bombing, but we still cannot catch the people who were preparing it. Still, their target is obvious. E-cities. Yes, Great King Einar's most cherished daughter. If she dies or is injured, Great King Einar will start a war immediately, given his temperament. Responsibility will fall on Her Highness the Princess, since she is the minister of the Counterintelligence Command. Then the military will support the Crown Prince. The military needed war to survive. On the other hand, a country without the threat of war had no choice but to reduce its forces. Only 4 years had passed since the war against the Demonfolk. The country was rebuilding, and the royal household was putting funds needed to maintain the legions into reconstruction costs. So if there was anyone who wanted war most right now, it was the military. And the Crown Prince, who wanted to bring down the minister of the royal household, Princess Elizaveta. The terrorists will definitely target E-cities again, Senior. Tell Her Highness the Princess. Ivan glanced down the empty corridor and turned away. Tell her I will do what needs to be done. Thank you for your dedication, little Ivan. It's nothing. Ivan gave a short shake of his head and left. Dmitri watched his back, then flicked his hand. The recognition suppression magic circle installed at the end of the corridor crumbled away, and students began entering the hallway again. Once the students returned, there was no trace of Dmitri anywhere in the corridor. Ivan was a very logical man, so he devised his operation through simple reasoning. 1, someone was targeting E-cities. 2, for some unknown reason, E-cities was trying to watch him. Combining the information that his protection target was in danger with the astonishing fact that she was following him led to a simple and clear solution. QAD. He only needed to remain steadily within E-cities' sight so she could watch him more easily. There was no reason to hide when the person he was supposed to watch and protect was kindly following him of her own accord. By simply staying out in the open, he could keep E-cities within his field of vision. At the same time, if he lingered near E-cities, he would surely catch the tail of the unknown terrorists. As he had reflected before, a well-trained agent never moved with only one objective in mind, laying more than one aim behind a single move. That was the way of the annihilation unit. What the hell is this? Cities spilled coffee down herself as she stared blankly behind a roadside tree. Essie, what's wrong? Is Bella nearby? No, Mrs. Bell said she was having lunch separately because of class today. Why? Then, meet. Cities looked at the gardener glaring at her from behind the tree, her face close to tears. Am I the target? What do you mean? No, it's nothing. Miss Yuri, I'll get going first. Sorry. No, I needed to go to my next class too. See you tomorrow. Yes. Cities staggered away. Standing at the entrance to the main building of the Department of Orchestral Studies, she turned back with trembling eyes. At exactly the same distance as before. He was glaring at her. Cities suddenly wanted to cry. Chapter 48, Stalker vs. Stalker 3. Oh my, Miss Einerstadter, did you get a new violin? Ah, yes. My goodness, isn't that a Frauschlitz line? Something this expensive. No, wasn't your last violin expensive too? Yes, my uncle bought it for me. I'm so jealous. Their eyes were full of envy, and beneath that, contempt. It was a familiar, sad look to Cities. As though they had already forgotten how she had sacrificed K-Kanking I to hold back the night department freshmen. That was how Cities of the orchestral department was always treated. Perhaps it was only natural. Drone was a powerful nation in the Allied kingdoms, but it had not earned that status through culture and the arts. A land of uncivilized barbarians with nothing but strength. That was all the country was considered to be. And then she had enrolled in the orchestral department with talent that was not particularly outstanding. Despite that, the instrument she carried was always top of the line, and she had a habit of breaking even those. She was not good with words, and the strange man she called Uncle had enrolled as a freshman and kept coming to see her. Cities had always been a beloved girl. Her father was the king, and one of the strongest people on the entire continent. This environment was far too harsh for her. Sniff, hic. During her next class, she shut herself inside the empty ensemble room and sobbed. No one had passed along the notice that the lecture building had changed, so she sat there alone, trembling as she cried. Her hand, which had drawn the bow across K-Kanking a few times, fell limply. Dad, Uncle. Holding K-Kankang tightly as she sniffled, she placed it in its case with trembling hands and lifted it. This was one of those moments when she wanted to give up. In truth, every moment had been like that, every moment she had played an instrument or sung. To drone citizens, the violin was an unfamiliar foreign instrument, a fragile thing that cost an absurd amount to obtain properly, yet broke easily. Drone was a dry land. Even brief exposure to the outside air could warp its fingerboard and body, ending its life as an instrument. Tuning it every day made no difference. String instruments were luxuries that required the delicate care of skilled hands. The Huskarls thought the king's daughter was indulging in extravagance, while the teachers they had managed to find were ignorant people, no better or worse than wandering minstrels. So she had finally obtained sheet music and taught herself for a long time. How happy she had been when she was later accepted into St. Yansk University's world-renowned orchestral department. I sniff. Cities gently stroked the bag slung over her shoulder. All her life, she had always wanted to give up. She had thought it might not be so bad to let go of everything and live quietly as a princess. But living as the king's daughter meant being displayed like an expensive object, preserved in stillness. She would weave cloth to increase her value, sing to refine her voice, and occasionally learn martial arts. Then she would marry the warrior most suited to continue the king's bloodline. That would have been her fate. She did not want to live that way. She wanted to learn an instrument. She wanted to learn music. More than anything, she wanted to play the violin. It had begun 10 years ago, with a conversation by a campfire. With a story she had heard from a man, whose face had now grown hazy in her memory. Einar was a logical man. It was drone logic, admittedly, but he was still an excellent father who thought rationally. Therefore, he brought his wife and children with him to the battlefield. There were several reasons for this. First, his children had to breathe the air of the battlefield for themselves. Second, the drone jarls could not be trusted. The latter reason was more important. Einar was a great warrior, a man who had already had no equal within drone at the time. If he returned safely after the war, any one of the jarls could very well take his wife and children hostage. That was why Isides knew war, and why she knew the hero party from those days. She remembered the backs of heroes who always returned wounded. They came back with their limbs broken, sometimes missing limbs entirely or crushed beyond recognition. They would wipe away the blood, bandage their wounds, then sit exhausted before the campfire and share drinks. So in those days, she had asked the man who was always hurt the worst outside the party this question. "Why don't you run away, uncle?" Ahem. He was at least 15 years younger than her father, though still at least 10 years older than her. Except for the saintess, he was the youngest person in the party, so Isides often spoke to this taciturn man. The man watched the campfire for a moment, then smiled faintly. "Where would I run? The world is turning into hell." "But wouldn't that still be better than going to fight? You go somewhere you could die every day, every time." This isn't something a child needs to be taught so early. Sometimes he used words she could not understand. They seemed so cool that Isides secretly admired him. Children always thought difficult words sounded impressive. "Isides, there is only one reason your father and I wield axes, why Maximilian and Gilles wield swords, why the Saintess somehow keeps us alive, and why Enrica risks her life to infiltrate enemy lines." "What is it?" "Because we want to be the last." The man held his axe blade up to the campfire and inspected it. The edge was chipped badly enough to be dangerous, nearly ready to break. "Because we want this life, where we kill an enemy's day just to survive another day with a weapon in hand, to end with us. Because we want you and your siblings, the many children who come after us, and their children to hold plows instead of weapons." The war could not go on any longer. The Allied kingdoms could no longer endure it. No war should last longer than a generation. Even if they won after that, it would not be a true victory. Their generation was the final line at which people could still have lives, at which a nation could still function as a nation. With that meaning in his heart, the man quietly set down his axe. "So don't become like your father." Then what should I do? I'm good with an axe." "I know. Once you grow a little more, you'll be formidable. Still, if possible, try holding something other than an axe." "I'm not very good at sewing." "You don't have to sew." The man looked at Isides with troubled eyes. He was not good with words, so he was not confident he could explain this at a child's level. After rubbing his chin for a moment, he spoke. "If you must hold something, an instrument would be better." "An instrument?" "Weapons kill people, but instruments save them. Good music could cross borders, cultures, and languages, becoming a bridge that connected people to one another. If an age of peace came, instruments would become one of the things most needed." Isides stared at the man blankly. Ash-gray hair, piercing blue eyes, and neatly shaped eyes quietly watching the campfire. The young girl admired this steadfast man. "What instrument do you like best, uncle?" "Well, I don't really know the instruments of this world." He rubbed his chin awkwardly. It was a habit he had whenever he was lost in thought. But there seemed to be one instrument they had in common. The man tilted his head as he thought. He had spent 10 years rolling around battlefields since becoming a conscript, so he had not encountered instruments often. Probably the instrument he had seen when our great king held a celebration. He remembered that this world had the same instrument with the same name. Was it a violin? A violin. E-Cities repeated the name over and over, committing it to memory. 10 years passed after that. During that time, she had gone from being the daughter of a great warrior to the daughter of a great king. The world had changed into one where the great king no longer needed to rule his kingdom with an axe. It was now an age that needed eloquence more than axes, written treaties more than eloquence, and gold most of all. Just as her uncle had said, a world had arrived that no longer needed weapons. E-Cities picked up the violin. She persisted despite her parents' worries and her other uncle's criticism. She pressed the fingerboard until her hands blistered and drew the bow until her wrists nearly gave out. She wanted to one day visit the uncle who had ultimately fallen in battle and leave behind the most perfect requiem for him. She had heard that his remains were buried at Prichinkaya National Cemetery in Krasilov. And Krasilov had the continent's finest music department. Her admission to St. Yansk University was practically fate. So she would not give up, never, never. E-Cities wiped away her tears and left the main building of the orchestral department. She had effectively skipped class without permission today, but there was plenty of room to practice at home. She would never give up. An instrument is a bridge connecting people. Never. Mord. What? You don't need to keep coming here anymore. What? Ivan spoke quietly as he looked at the countless pieces of laundry Mord had mangled. While you volunteered at my orphanage, the orphanage's financial losses rose substantially. Herg. Did you know that laundry means washing clothes, not tearing fabric to shreds? Herg. Mord bit his lip and avoided Ivan's gaze. Still, he had something to say in his defense. I've never done laundry in my life. Even someone who had never done laundry in their life should have been able to wash children's underwear after 2 months. Zerg. Ignoring the wounded Mord, Ivan started walking. He was abandoning his plan to keep this fellow close and track the movements of whatever spies drone had sent. Now that he had learned one of the spies sent by drone was after E-Cities' life, there was no reason to hold Mord back. Mord was an idiot, but he was also one of great King Einar's trusted retainers, someone who genuinely cared for E-Cities. For E-Cities' safety, Mord needed to return to his duties. He had not enrolled in the university to attend classes in the night department, after all. His role was to guard E-Cities. And if Mord is by E-Cities' side, someone will surely approach him. As long as Mord protected E-Cities, she would be safe. To separate him from E-Cities, someone from drone would try to contact Mord. Ivan would watch Mord, find whoever did, and follow that person's trail to eliminate the people at the top. Ivan watched the middle-aged man leave the orphanage with a sorrowful expression for a long while, then turned away. Chapter 49, Stalker vs. Stalker 4. The sword came down, scattering moonlight. Its force was fierce, its form flawless. Excellent. Ivan nodded, deflected the blade with the axe, and caught it. Clang. Caught on the axe's edge, the sword went wildly off course before clattering away. Ivan picked up the blade embedded in the ground and inspected it. How is it? This will do. Hee, what did I tell you? I'm a quick learner when it comes to this stuff. I see. Ivan nodded and tossed the sword. Isabel snatched the spinning sword neatly out of the air, then grinned. How good am I, in your opinion? Compared to my father at my age, I mean. Compared to Maximilian, no one on the continent would measure up. Ivan snorted at Isabel's bold question. He walked over to the pouting girl, draped a towel around her sweat-soaked neck, and pressed down on her head. Do not bury yourself in the shadows of those who walked before you. Oh, that sounds cool. Did you come up with it, mister? Number and Rika said it to me. She had said it to the little Ivan, who had buried himself in the shadow of the late king. It was natural to admire someone. The world was vast, and there were many exceptional people in it. But trying to imitate each of them only led to a clumsy imitation. Enrica had told Ivan those words, and Ivan now told them to Isabel. Do not bury yourself in the shadows of those who walked before you. Step forward on your own path. It is a good saying, but it doesn't really fit Professor Enrica's image. Enrica was a serious person back then. What about you? Did you only say things like, I see, no, and I'm busy, even back then? Back then. Ivan stroked his chin for a moment. I was not much different. How boring, good grief. Did your emotions die along with everything else in the war? What even lives inside your heart? Let me guess. Axes, healing potions. Don't be ridiculous. Ivan snorted, ruffled Isabel's hair once, and stood. Since the terrorism incident during practical training, Ivan had been holding training sessions with Isabel every night. Though he should have considered the order of events more carefully. Strictly speaking, Isabel had grabbed Ivan and asked him to train her. It was special training to reach the realm of the superhuman. All right, let's do the next step. Hurry up. Very well. Isabel sat cross-legged on the grass. She slowly exhaled, then quietly closed her eyes. Put your hand on me already. You no longer need that. Come on, I'm still not used to it. The realm of the superhuman began with reinforcing the nervous system by circulating mana. To help her develop the sensation of infusing mana into the neural networks throughout her body, Ivan had initially placed a hand on her back and helped guide her mana. He poured his own mana into her to open the path, guiding it so she could grasp the feeling more easily. Of course, that was only the most basic foundation. Even after getting a feel for it, operating it independently was another matter. And even if one succeeded in reinforcing the body, moving in step with that speed was yet another matter. HNGH. Close your mouth and focus on the sensation. But, HNGH, it's warm. As Ivan fed mana into her, Isabel went limp and let out a sigh. Yuri's been busy lately, and Essie's busy too. Even when I wanted to rest, I had no friends to hang out with. This is not rest time. It is too, this is rest time. Isabel narrowed her eyes as she looked up at Ivan. She gave him a teasing look and smiled mischievously. So, are you working with me right now? I am teaching you. I'm just going to call it resting. It's time to play with you, mister. I may need to reconsider the intensity of your training. Ivan was somewhat shocked. He had excellent self-awareness, so he could confidently say that his training regimen remained strict, ruthless, and demanding. This counted as playing. Was this what it meant to be Maximilian's daughter? Ivan nodded briefly. Watching him, Isabel wore the expression of someone looking at something profoundly pathetic, then sighed. She stretched and rose to her feet. That's enough, and GH, I learned a lot today too. Oh, right, mister, you're still working as a secret agent, right? I heard something strange recently. Something strange? Yeah, I was going to tell you. You know, Diane apparently saw some weird guy in front of our house a few days ago. A weird guy? Yeah, he was standing in the corner by the wall, staring at our house for a while. Diane wondered what he was doing and chased after him, but lost him. Ivan frowned. Diane was the bodyguard Knight Tills had assigned to her. For a bodyguard like Diane to lose sight of someone directly in front of them, this was no student or civilian. They weren't your colleagues, were they? No. The counterintelligence command did not work that way. I will look into it. Do not concern yourself with it. If someone's watching the house I live in, it's not like I can help being concerned. That is for me to concern myself with. Students should focus on their studies. He really slipped those in sometimes. Isabel glared at Ivan's back as he strode away for a while, then let out a soft sigh. It was not easy, really. She snorted and hugged the towel around her neck tightly. Someone was watching Isabel. Naturally, it was not the counterintelligence command. Not only did the counterintelligence command not operate that way, but Isabel and the hero party's children fell within Ivan's jurisdiction. Dmitri would never do anything to provoke him. Ivan walked through the night streets, lost in thought. Someone or some group is watching the hero party's children. One of Drone's 5 Jarls had attempted a bombing at the academy. Could those two incidents be connected? The latter had clearly targeted Isides' life. If Isides died or was injured, Great King Einar would move. Einar and his brothers were currently Drone's strongest force. If they moved, Drone itself would be practically left undefended. That was what one of the Jarls wanted. They likely intended to exploit Einar's absence and overthrow the kingdom. And Isabel is involved in that. Perhaps he was overreacting. They could be two entirely separate incidents. Still, Ivan felt something was off. His instincts had been honed through more than 20 years of war. As long as Mord is there, Isides is safe at night. Mord had finished volunteering at the orphanage and returned to being Isides' personal bodyguard knight. As long as he was there, even if something happened, he could more than buy enough time for Ivan to arrive. That was why Ivan had been watching the situation somewhat calmly after dark. I will watch Isides during the day and Isabel at night. Ivan organized his schedule and headed for the director's office. He had never expected this to be easy. He needed to find a culprit the counterintelligence command had failed to catch for 2 months. Of course, the counterintelligence command could not devote all its attention to this matter alone. Even so, it was no easy task for an individual to accomplish what a national agency's investigative force could not. But as always, could it be done or could it not? That question did not matter. For the Annihilation Unit, only one proposition was true. Did it need to be done or did it not? If it needed to be done, they did not hesitate. They simply did it. Ivan dismantled the booby traps placed around the director's office one by one, returned to his desk, and turned on the mana lamp. Until late at night, the sounds of reports being organized and ledgers being examined did not cease from the director's office. Isides crossed the campus toward the bench. The bench beside the night department's outdoor training hall was their hideout, where she, Isabel, and Yuri always ate lunch together. Today had been exhausting too. Classes were difficult, her classmates were cold, the world was harsh. Clutching her lunch bag tightly, Isides approached the bench, then froze on the spot. "Oh, Essie, you're early today." "Oh, what is this?" "Oh, say hello, we're going to have lunch together for a while from today on. You've never met him before, right? It's Mr." Isabel cheerfully grinned and patted his back several times. "It is seriously so hard to get him to eat with us even once, but I ran into him today and asked him to join us, and he agreed right away. Honestly, what wind blew him here for him to grace us with his precious presence?" Isabel chattered excitedly, but Isides could not hear a word of it. She stared blankly at Ivan, then turned to Yuri, who sat beside him. "What is going on? I would like to know too." Were stalkers not usually passive, but malicious people who lurked at a distance, indulging their creepy desires while watching from afar? Why was he being so bold? Isides cautiously sat on the bench and took out her lunch. Then she glared at Ivan, who silently opened his lunchbox beside Isabel. Bella liked him that much, and he was trying to seduce another girl. And his method of seduction was surveillance. That was seriously the worst. After enduring Isides' stare for some time, Ivan suddenly looked up. Their eyes met for a moment, and just as Isides grew frightened and lowered her gaze, something landed on top of her lunchbox, where her precious chicken sandwich rested. What's this? What is it?" "Vegetables." Ivan took food from his lunchbox and served Isabel and Yuri different meals. You usually eat only carbohydrates and protein, bread and meat. That kind of diet can easily become nutritionally unbalanced. Make sure to eat vegetables, fruit, and nuts as well. Ivan was a thoughtful and considerate person, so he explained it in a way even children in this pre-modern society could easily understand. He ran an orphanage, and an orphanage was, literally, a place that took in children who had lost their parents, fed them, taught them, and raised them. Planning meals, managing schedules for rest and study, and developing each child's talents, interests, and qualities to the fullest were Ivan's actual profession. Feeling a certain sense of satisfaction, Ivan handed lunchboxes to Yuri and Isabel as well. Wow, amazing. Thank you, mister. If I'd known, I would have prepared something too. I'm really good at cooking, you know. What do you think about girls who cook well, mister? I think they cook well. I seriously want to kill you. Unlike the lively Isabel, Isides looked at Ivan with frightened eyes. He had been watching even what we ate every day. Chapter 50, Stalker vs. Stalker 5. Contrary to what many people believed, Ivan was an exceptionally sensible man. Just as it was common sense for terrorism to occur during an academy entrance ceremony, this world was full of obvious truths and uncivilized pre-modern citizens who refused to believe them. Ivan did not blame them, though. He was an educated modern man with an open mind. Instead, he took an axe and a handgun with him. In most cases, action was more helpful than persuasion when it came to resolving a situation. That was how Ivan became entangled in the Prichinkaya bombing incident. It began, as usual, with him following Isides. Ivan had been trailing her as always. His stealth was perfect, the target was safe, and no other threats were nearby, so it was another ordinary day. Ahem. She eats cookies often. Ivan decided that he would set aside time to explain the usual problems caused by the fats, carbohydrates, and sugars in chocolate cookies. Isides already had excessive fat around certain areas. That would not be a problem if she became a bard, but if she ever had to wield a weapon in the future, it would put her at a serious disadvantage. He should prepare dried carrot chips as a replacement snack. Ivan nodded to himself and continued following Isides. After doing so for a while, Ivan suddenly felt someone's gaze and turned his head. Mister, what are you doing? Work. Isabel had appeared, glaring at him with somehow murderous eyes. Her gaze slowly shifted, and she spotted Isides in the distance directly ahead of Ivan. Isabel frowned. For some incomprehensible reason, something seemed to have upset her. There was no need to worry, though. Ivan ran an orphanage. That meant he was an expert at soothing children whose moods had soured for no apparent reason. Besides, he had never done anything that would upset Isabel. Why are you watching Essie? What? Essie, you're peeking at Essie right now. You're mistaken. He had not peeked at anyone. He was carrying out protection duty proudly and confidently. The only thing he had not expected was for Isabel, who should have been in class at this hour, to appear on campus. What about class? I saw you outside the window, mister. No, is my class important right now? Of course it is. Students should not skip class. If she were one of his orphans, he would have dragged her into the lecture hall by force. Had Isabel forgotten that her home country was fully funding her tuition? Ivan clicked his tongue. If you're not on a full scholarship, you need to focus on class. St. Yansk University is expensive. That's true, but still. Are you going to keep changing the subject? I asked why you were peeking at Essie. That is not something you need to concern yourself with. Why? Isabel looked deeply hurt. It was incomprehensible. Why would she be hurt when he had simply told her not to concern herself with his protection duty and focus on her studies? Still, Ivan was a kind person, so he knew how to look after the heart of an adolescent child. He did not. What a confused adolescent child needed most when troubled by an inexplicable problem was time alone. That was obviously not true. As a considerate adult, Ivan decided not to nag her about returning to class. He nodded and stepped back. "No, where are you going? Explain yourself, explain it before you go. At least make an excuse. Ah." Leaving the panicked Isabel behind, Ivan vanished in an instant. Isabel could not even think to chase him. She stared blankly at his retreating back, then let out a hollow laugh. Do I really need to tie him up somewhere? Tie him up and teach him how to talk to people. She had spotted him outside the classroom window during class, so she had slipped out for a moment. Then there he was, trailing after Isides as she walked by and scribbling something in a notebook. Knowing that man's personality, she could believe he was doing something important, but still. He's following my friend around when I've been coming on this strong. Isabel gave a soft laugh and scrubbed her face with both hands several times. Fine. She had a goal now. The realm of superhumans? Right. That meant she had to reach that realm before she could even trade blades with that lunatic. She would get there as quickly as possible, somehow become strong enough to beat that man, grab him, subdue him, and tie him up. Then, slowly, thoroughly, she would teach him the common sense of the world, one thing at a time. Volunteer work. Yes, she would think of it as volunteer work. If not her, who would take in that poor elderly man living alone? He was not. Isides was wandering around again today, unable to find the ensemble practice room. Orchestral ensemble class, which included a group performance assessment, was the most dreadful class for her. No one was ever willing to include her in their group. So she trudged along in sorrow. The ensemble room, missing one member, is room 154. Ivan suddenly appeared beside her and approached. "Elik, your class is Ensemble Practicum 1. If you miss much more of it, won't your attendance become a problem?" How do you know that? This is not the time to worry about that. Ivan took a suspicious notebook from inside his coat and spoke quietly. Your midterm grades were D in Ensemble Practicum, C in Harmony, B+ in sight singing and ear training, C in chamber music, D in string ensemble, and B+ in counterpoint. Your theory grades are generally better than your practical grades. Still, having an average GPA in the mid-twos is a problem. Why did you apply to the music department? Ivan looked at Isides with deep-set eyes. She had never imagined hearing such words from the man she had thought was only a stalker. Isides swallowed and lowered her head. Why? Because she wanted to. Because she wanted to hold an instrument instead of a weapon. Isides fidgeted with her fingertips as she chose her words. Instruments they are bridges that connect people. Excellent. Ivan smiled gently. Isides's eyes widened at the unexpected smile. She stared blankly at Ivan's face, then flinched and hesitated. That low, husky voice, those neat eyes that curved softly. It was familiar. Without realizing it, she raised her hand. She spread her palm wide slowly. She covered that thick, attention-grabbing beard with her palm, leaving only his nose bridge and eyes visible through the gap. Isides's trembling eyes met Ivan's deep gaze. Could it be? No, but Uncle died. Take care of your health. Ivan was an efficient person, so he did not waste time entertaining Isides's strange thoughts. What the little girl was thinking was a secondary matter. Did he not have something more important to do? She needed to stop missing classes if she wanted to make up for those disastrous grades. Ivan led Isides to the ensemble rooms in the main building of the orchestral department. Then he gave a lunchbox to Isides, who was still muttering blankly to herself. It was a snack box filled with dried carrot chips. Take care of your health. Einar will care more about your health than your studies. Still, students cannot neglect class. You are late, go in. Ivan put the stammering Isides into the string ensemble room, then checked his watch. By the time the ensemble class ended, Mord's lecture would be over as well. Then, he would no longer need to protect cities. He would be busy. Ivan gave a small laugh and started walking. He only needed to protect Isabel during the night, then he could go home from work. It was another ordinary day. On the third day of those ordinary days, the peaceful routine of a bodyguard who protected cities during the day and patrolled near Isabel's home at night came to an end when the Prichinkaya Central Bank, Satara Amphitheater, St. Yansk University, St. Charita Cathedral, and the North Prachenko Central Police Bureau exploded at the same time. That night, Prichinkaya burned white. Ivan walked slowly, conscious of the handgun inside his coat. It was the third night of patrolling in front of Isabel's home. After circling her house 3 times, he realized he had encountered the same passerby for the third time. Each time, the person had been at a different point, but at a similar distance from Isabel's house. Their center of gravity is shifted right-handed with a handgun at the left hip. The chest is bulging, so they are wearing a ballistic plate. Ivan passed casually by the passerby and shifted his gaze. Wearing a ballistic plate means they do not have line-of-fire detection. This one is a low-level operative. The suspicious man scanned the area, then melted back into the darkness of the street. Ivan counted slowly to 10, then quietly closed his eyes. Following an alert target directly from behind was amateur work. A trained agent would never conduct surveillance that way. Mana circulated through Ivan's body. Slowly, it felt as though chains were wrapping around his bundles of nerves and pulling them taut. When he opened his eyes again, he stepped into a perception of time where falling leaves drifted slowly through the air. SSSHHH. He inhaled slowly and deeply. His activated senses began separating the scents in the air. They said a rat could identify every animal on an entire mountain from the winds sweeping down its slopes. That was how an animal's sense of smell worked. It was a sense far beyond the density of human olfactory epithelial cells. But a superhuman could come infinitely close to that level. It was the ability to forcibly activate the sense organs themselves, then parse each awakened neural pathway in split-second intervals. Not every superhuman could make use of such senses. This was not a matter of talent, but training. Most people who awakened a superhuman's senses devoted their training entirely to combat ability. Ivan was different. He had specialized in this sort of field more than combat itself. No, to be more precise. He had honed his ability in this area beyond that of any other superhuman. Tracking and assassinating targets, small unit combat, seizing objective positions, and disrupting enemy reconnaissance. Even among the group called the Allied Kingdom's finest reconnaissance unit, among the carefully selected elite, he had stood head and shoulders above the rest. Ivan slowly exhaled the breath he had drawn in and began walking. Countless scents flowed along the city wind that slipped between the buildings. Extremely developed senses caused synesthesia. Ivan walked through the darkness, looking at the vividly shining threads of scent. Slowly, without rushing. Straight toward his prey. Within Prichinkaya, anyone he had encountered at least once could never escape his senses. Ivan walked on. Like a snake lying in wait in the darkness, patient until his target crawled into the heart of his territory. Chapter 51, Stalker vs. Stalker 6. Weapons systems like guns and bombs, collectively called ordnance, were held in great contempt in this pre-modern fantasy world. They were so-called weapons of the poor. It was true. In a world with mana and line-of-fire detection, ranged projectile weapons were never made from quality materials or by the hands of master craftsmen. Even if they were made, people of middling skill would shoot them at others of similar ability. Most shots would miss, and there was no romance, no chivalry, no justice. Just blood splattered everywhere. That was why one could gauge an opponent's ability just by seeing them carry a gun. If they used explosives, that was practically all there was to say. The materials needed to make enough high-quality monobombs to burn down a building were managed as strategic national resources. Preparing that much was nearly impossible. At most, they would cause minor casualties. There was no need to be afraid. There might be dozens of casualties, but that also meant the human assets they had planted after going through all that trouble would be spent for such a paltry return. Still, even a kitchen knife could hurt someone if it pierced their body. Ordnance might not work against superhumans, but to civilians, it was no different from a reaper. These convenient tools of murder, which planted death with a pull of the trigger, had a way of giving their holders courage and exhilaration from nowhere. Who? Why are you back already? You were supposed to stay at your post. Fuck, how was I supposed to do that when that knight kept walking around? If I'd lingered any longer, I might have gotten stabbed like last time. You cowardly bastard. That knight can't go far while guarding the brat in that house anyway. You just had to run well enough. Then you should have done it. You haven't seen that bastard use a sword right in front of you. The man grumbled as he trembled. His assignment was to watch the house where Isabel, the hero's daughter, was staying. No matter how talented she was only a child. There should have been nothing difficult about following or spying on her. Things changed when there was a guardian, though. It was an even bigger problem if the bodyguard was a well-trained knight. Bullets were useless against knights. That was common sense. Trying to crawl into their range with nothing, but a gun was no different from sticking one's head into a lion's jaws. So the operation date is almost here. Why haven't we heard anything from above? I really can't keep doing this. It's already been a week. Sir Dianar is supposed to arrive in Prichinkaya today or tomorrow. Then, well, it'll probably start by the day after tomorrow. I've heard that man's name so many times. Is he really coming? They say he's almost here. Border inspections have gotten tight lately, so apparently he walked here. From drone all the way here. The men whispered as they moved through the alley. Whatever happened with Isabel's whereabouts, it did not matter unless she suddenly moved that very day. She only needed to be there on the day of the operation. I see, Dianar Eriksson. The two men, walking through the deserted alley, stopped rigidly. Their gazes met. "Ye been tailed?" "No, I've been extremely careful." "Then what the fuck is that?" The men communicated with their eyes, then broke into a run. Who their opponent was did not matter. Only two things mattered. That person knew the name Dianar Eriksson, and they had gotten close enough to overhear the men's conversation without being noticed beforehand. That meant the mysterious man was strong. The tactics of the week were always the same at times like this. Fuck. Boom. The man in front took a small bead from his pocket, threw it aside, and ran for the mouth of the alley. The bead exploded, filling the alley with dense smoke. A cheap smoke bomb with no poison in it. Ivan smirked and began walking after the fleeing men. He did not hurry. He knew that a strong person who caught up despite the difference in speed, slowly closing in without even running, inspired greater fear than one who sprinted after their prey. Interrogation was a delicate art. Shouting, torturing, and threatening someone without thought were bad moves that mudded the intelligence. Obtaining accurate information had to begin by breaking down the foundations of the other person's mind. Ivan walked through the smoke and continued in the direction the men had fled. SSS. Who? He drew in a deep breath and remembered the past. Isides stared blankly at the night sky from her bedroom terrace. But Uncle's dead. Even her father had paid his respects when her uncle died. The situation had been suspicious at the time, so her father could not attend the funeral himself, but after returning, he had spent a long time drinking in gloom. She raised a hand hesitantly, holding it roughly at mouth level. But still. Without the beard, he did seem somewhat similar. Then again, she had been too scared to look at him properly, so perhaps he was completely different. Blue eyes that burned like flames. Neatly shaped eyes, sharp eyebrows, and a straight nose. Yes, perhaps they did look alike. Or maybe. E-Cities shook her head hard. It was a terrible thought. Uncle Ivan had died as a great warrior. She had heard that he slaughtered the 7 dragon generals, perished alongside them, and saved at least a few members of his unit through his sacrifice. That was an amazing feat. Even the hero party had needed to face the 7 dragon generals together back then. Confusing such a noble man with someone else just because they looked alike was no different from insulting him. Besides, Uncle Ivan would never try to satisfy his sexual preferences by seducing Isabel, sleeping with Professor Enrica, and stalking university students at the same time. Of course he would not. E-Cities felt guilty for having compared Uncle Ivan to such a lowly man, so she bowed her head with a solemn expression. Drone followed the god of light, the shared religion of the allied kingdoms, but its traditional customs had mixed in and warped its view of the afterlife in a strange way. They believed that great warriors continued their eternal struggle beside the god of light after death. The enemy of light was always darkness, so warriors raised their swords against the darkness at night on the god's behalf. The traces of that struggle were the stars. The countless stars in the sky were warriors who had departed to join the god. Thinking that Ivan's star must be somewhere among them, E-Cities bowed politely and whispered, "Uncle, I miss you, more than usual lately. You told me to learn an instrument, so I picked one up. It isn't easy, but I'm working hard. I've made lots of friends too. I'm doing well." The stars did not appear during the day, so he would not know what happened then. "So please watch over me. When I graduate, once I've become good enough, I'll play an epic for you before your gravestone, about how the world remained this beautiful because your sacrifice was not in vain." She clutched Kankang and sniffled, her eyes brimming with tears. She did not dare play at night. She could not let her uncle hear her immature and crude performance. So E-Cities firmly wiped away her tears and stood. After the confusing events of the day, she would not be falling asleep early anyway. She had no classes tomorrow, so she decided to take a walk that night. "Uncle Mord, let's go out for a bit." "Where?" "Just out." "Well, sure." Mord, who had been maintaining weapons downstairs, shrugged and stood. The two headed into Prichinkaya's summer night streets in light clothes. Great King Einar had countless sworn brothers, Huskarls, the king's confidants. They were killing machines who willingly obeyed their king out of loyalty, friendship, love, not in any strange sense, and other bright, happy emotions like hope. These lively slaughterers usually stayed in the king's palace. They held festivals every night, consumed meat and liquor, and devoted their lives to fighting among themselves. From Ivan's perspective, they were organized criminals. They were organized and violent, so it was not an inaccurate description. Even thugs had rules, though. They had only one law: obey the boss. As long as someone kept them supplied with meat and liquor and maintained martial strength they could respect, there was no more loyal or formidable fighting force on the continent. That was why Huskarls almost never betrayed their king. The important part was that they almost never did. The word almost implied that it had happened somewhere in history. And as history proved, what happened once could happen twice. Was betrayal by someone you trusted not always the most painful kind? A spring for citizens. Why, yeah, that's all, I don't know anything else. Damn it, so stop that. The healing potion. Don't give me that shit. How is that a healing potion? Ivan looked down at the poor man, delirious with pain, then straightened up. Even that small movement made the man flinch and curl into himself with a shriek. Spring for citizens, that's quite poetic for the name of a rebel group. Ivan gave a bitter smile. Though it did not suit this uncivilized pre-modern society, the group the man belonged to had the character of a multinational human rights organization. At least, that was how it appeared on the surface. One military commander and one sword must not rule over the overwhelming majority of the people. Was that not the slogan of a democratic revolution? Ivan knew it was nothing more than sweet propaganda. Unlike Earth, this world had mana. This all-purpose resource could be shaped into whatever one needed. It could strengthen an individual's martial power until they could split mountains and cut through the sky, or enhance a person's hearing, smell, and sight to the level of a beast. It was a special resource that, when woven into magic, could destroy fortresses and massacre legions. Overwhelming power that one individual could achieve through talent and effort alone made democracy meaningless. Ivan could be even more certain of that because he had lived in a democratic society. Contrary to what many people believed, rights did not arise from duties alone. They were built upon a social system that could win those rights and sustain them. That social system was naturally maintained through force, overwhelming force, the driving power that allowed a state to impose duties on individuals. As long as mana existed, people could not be equal. It was sad, but true, even more so in a world with demonfolk, elves, and dwarves. So this was vicious propaganda, meant to deceive the masses with pleasant words. And there was one more thing. An international organization in a world where the only means of communication are telegrams and letters. Even in a world where telephones and video calls were commonplace, founding an international organization was extremely difficult. An international organization in pre-modern times was even less plausible. Naturally, that meant someone powerful enough to maintain an organization on that scale was backing it. Was that not ironic? An organization created by someone in power, yet democratic in nature. At a glance, it might seem like a beautiful revolution from above, but the world was not a fairy tale dreamland. Everyone in power acted rationally for their own ambitions. Alexander, I don't know where he is or what he's doing, but he certainly knows how to use his head. Ivan chuckled and shook his head. Targeting the hero party's children was part of the propaganda too. Their slogan was the salvation of the masses, ruled by a small number of powerful people. The hero party was, without question, the symbol of old order power that represented those few strong individuals. Their personal power could surpass that of a nation. Therefore, if the reason they targeted the hero party's children was to terrorize inherited individual power, it made sense. It was an achievement they could show directly to the masses they intended to deceive. Ivan nodded as the events of the past finally began to make sense. The field exercise attack was not a coincidence either. He narrowed his eyes as he remembered the defeated demonfolk remnants, who had understood the location and nature of the field exercise with startling accuracy, and tried to assassinate the hero party's children. Someone in the Krasilov royal court, military, or administration had sold the information. And this was only a preview of the countless attacks to come. An organization of this scale would not be discouraged by only one or two failures. Alexander. Ivan smiled bitterly. What was that cheerful young royal thinking now, and what was he trying to set in motion? What did he want? What benefit could come from dismantling the monarchy, collapsing the allied kingdoms, and stripping the nobility of its authority and public support? And why was Bale Green pursuing Alexander? Where had Maximilian disappeared too? Thoughts piled up layer by layer. Ivan sighed. The simplest way to untie a complicated knot was to cut the knot itself. Ivan picked up his axe and rested it on his shoulder. Where do I need to go to contact Diana Eriksson? Chapter 52, Stalker vs. Stalker 7. From Ivan's perspective, this society might have looked like a horribly primitive pre-modern age, but that was a baseless slander. Naturally, the people of this world were capable. The incapable simply could not survive. Capability could not always be directed toward good, so most competent elites and members of the upper class built their corruption with remarkable care. This was why the counterintelligence command believed people were inherently evil. As everyone knew, the corruption of capable people was more deadly than that of fools. Even more so when it developed from personal enrichment into a challenge against the social system itself. That described the ambitious people who had decided to side with the demon folk and play in deeper waters. What should we do with these ones? Why are you asking something like that? Don't act like an amateur. Handle it like professionals. Dmitri shrugged and turned away. The tails of his long coat billowed behind him. The moment he turned his back, crack, crack, 2 dry gunshots rang out. With the gunshots as accompaniment, Dmitri lit his cigarette. He inhaled, then exhaled. The burning tip glowed red in the dark room. God, I'm sick of these bastards. The more sophisticated a social system became, the deeper ambitious people buried their ambitions in the shadows. In this world, all the ambitious people who had survived were exceptionally capable. As stated before, the incompetent ones who revealed their ambitions during the war had all been weeded out. It was practically a world-scale eugenic experiment. By the traditional rules of syllogism, it went like this. 1. Every rebel, terrorist, or anti-establishment figure active today was skilled at something. 2. Yet the Allied kingdoms' social system remained firm. 3. Therefore, every counterintelligence operative who caught those capable rebels was even more capable. Only 4 years had passed since the war ended. The political foundations of every kingdom had been damaged to the point where they could not withstand another war. On top of that, most of the working population had been lost. They had mainly disappeared into the bellies of demon folk. The situation was almost like how the common people's rights rose after the Black Death. The difference was that the nobles exploiting them were overwhelmingly powerful, literally powerful enough to wield magic. Conflict between the people and their exploiters was inevitable. All it would take was someone fanning the flames for it to blaze out of control. When a major event occurred within society, the culprit was usually the one who stood to gain the most from it. If one were to narrow down the people who would benefit most if a country went up in flames, the list would include demon folk under the colonial administration, neighboring countries, domestic rebels, royals pushed out of the line of succession, and ideologues obsessed with the people. Dmitri breathed out with a sigh mixed into the cigarette smoke. There were so many of them. Their schemes extended across every field, at home and abroad, and Krasilov was already on the verge of civil war. The Krasilov Counterintelligence Command would have to stay up all night again. It was another tiresome summer night, no different from any other year. At least, it was until Prichinkaya began to burn. Ivan was a man who loved peace, so he preferred to solve most problems through conversation. The minor issue was that most people in this primitive era locked their hearts away and refused to talk. Still, Ivan was a resourceful modern man, and he solved that problem with ease. Locks were made of wood, and all wood broke beneath an axe. Therefore, among his axes, many uses, including bottle opener, can opener, head opener, and so on. Ivan was currently using it as a door opener to throw open the lock on the other person's heart. I'll tell you everything. Stop. SHH, we haven't even started yet. I said I'll talk. Ivan shook his head at the amateur political activist. Information given before someone's heart had been fully opened was highly likely to contain lies. To improve the reliability of the information, a more open heart was needed. If one physically opened the place where the heart was located, the psychological heart usually opened as well. Iga. I'll treat you now. Just kill me. Don't say something so sad. Ivan gently whispered as he took out a healing potion and stitched the wide-open heart back together. Simple, repeated torture was a bad move that reduced the quality of information. Information was easily distorted, and depending on the circumstances, people often came to believe entirely different memories were the truth and spoke accordingly. To thoroughly break down psychological barriers, Ivan had to briefly abandon his modern intellect and equip himself with the savagery appropriate to this era. After a short counseling session involving warm consideration, meaning he avoided cutting vital organs, and delicate treatment, meaning he spared no healing potions, the fifth spy Ivan had met finally began to spill the truth through unfocused eyes. Lord Dianar, has already arrived. In Prichinkaya, the signal for the operation won't come from us. Lord Dianar himself will. That bastard's already active. Why, yes, the contact intermediary is just a front. We too are waiting for the Lord's operation. What is Dianar after? Is kidnapping Isides the end goal? No. The spy, who had been known to act as Dianar's contact intermediary, stared blankly at the sky with vacant eyes before suddenly tapping the floor. As though that alone was an answer. When Ivan raised an eyebrow, the man coughed up blood and barely continued. Here. And here. Prichinkaya, long live the revolution, return the sword of the people to the people. In the kingdom of heaven, only God stands above the people. Cough, ah. He was broken. Ivan clicked his tongue and stood. If Dianar, who was supposedly arriving tomorrow or the day after, had already infiltrated the city, would he delay his operation after Ivan had cut down his attendants? No, once exposed, the bastard had nowhere left to go. If he returned to Drone, he would be greeted by Einar's angry axe blade. Prichinkaya was a vast metropolis. Finding a foreign spy who had entered the country illegally, one Ivan had never even seen before, was harder than finding Mr. Kim in Seoul. But if you wanted to find a snake, you had to beat the bushes. Once Dianar noticed that his base had been exposed, and several of his attendants and agents had been left alive after clearly being tortured, he would be extremely anxious. Isides should be home by now. Considering what it meant for Prichinkaya itself to be the target, Ivan set off. He intended to secure Isides' safety first, then, if possible, stop Dianar before he ambushed her and questioned him. Ivan was very curious about the psychological foundation behind Dianar's delusion that attacking the child of a hero party member could somehow become a way to conquer Prichinkaya. Isides and Mord walked quietly through the nighttime streets. Wow, I really can't get used to this. You too, right, uncle? How can there be so few people on the streets? This is what happens when a country is incompetent, Essie. Do you understand now what a great ruler your father is? Ah yes, well, I suppose he is. Krasilov had endured the previous war as a unified monarchy. Naturally, it had declared nationwide martial law and maintained a wartime posture for more than a decade. Even though peace had returned, a militaristic nation like that would not change in only 4 years. Drone was different. During the war, Drone had maintained a loose confederation, with more than a dozen jarls each governing their own state. These tribal states had no centralized authority. Naturally, individual citizens' rights were much more developed than in other countries. Even one warrior sprawled on the street could, if you followed connections 7 times over, turn out to be the cousin-in-law of someone who called a jarl brother. That was what a clan society meant. The part that ought to frighten people was the fact that warriors were sprawled all over the streets. Still, that was why public safety could develop in a more modern direction. Unlike civilized societies, in tribal societies, rude people's heads got split open with axes. Everyone had manners, so why would the streets at night be frightening? Good heavens, the man next door got robbed. Surprisingly, the robber was likely the man 2 doors down. It was a closed society. The next day, that robber neighbor would lose his head or wrist. After living in a society like that, Prichinkaya's streets at night felt bleak and harsh. Even after nearly 3 months in the city, Cities still found it difficult to adjust to this environment. "Ah, uncle, have you been to that shop? Their waffles are really good." Ordinarily, a waffle shop near a university was not somewhere one went alone. It was the merciless realm of the popular crowd. As a result, Cities had never tried the waffles there. She had often stared blankly at the people eating them before going home, though. As they passed the closed waffle shop, Cities introduced nearby restaurants, by which she meant places that looked tasty, to her uncle in a voice full of regret. "Ah, right, the waffles with strawberries on top are good there." What Cities had overlooked was that Mord was incredibly popular. The night department was fundamentally a department for men who followed the law of the strong. No one could dislike a brawny drone man who called himself a man among men. On top of that, Mord was broad-minded, rich, since he was spending great King Einar's activity funds, and generally kind. Cities, who had been looked down on for exactly the opposite reasons, finally looked at Mord with a deeply wounded expression. Traitor. The world was full of traitors. Having realized that cruel truth, the 20-year-old university student lowered her head and muttered quietly, "Let's just go home, this isn't fun anymore. Should we pick up something to eat on the way?" No. They had only just turned back toward home when an unexpected but welcome person appeared before them. "It's been a while, brother. How did you get here? Other than His Majesty's secret orders, would I have any reason to come here?" "Uncle." "Oh, Essie, have you been well? You've only been gone 3 months, but it already feels like 10 years. It really makes a difference whether our little niece is at the palace or not." "Hee, uncle, you've been well too, right?" The person standing beneath the mana lamps was a huge man with wild, unruly hair swept back from his face. Einar's huskarl, Dianar Eriksson. Chapter 53, Stalker vs. Stalker 8. Drip tap. Summer rain began to fall, rain that thickened the darkness of night and cooled the hot air. Ivan stood in the rain and watched the dark house. The rain and the dark had lowered visibility quite a bit, but he was certain. There was no sign of anyone inside. He remembered Dianar. In truth, he had memorized most of the people closest to each nation's rulers. He had even met quite a few of Einar's old huskarls in person. Several huskarls, Mord among them, were figures the allied kingdoms had kept a close eye on as well. The reserve, promising candidates expected to fill vacancies in the hero party. Reserves had been prepared for every role, Ivan himself included. Among them, Dianar was one of the strongest contenders to succeed Einar. Has he already played his hand? Ivan considered it for a moment, then shook his head. Probably not. Even the low-ranking agents assigned by the counterintelligence command to the Prichinkaya guests, Cities included, still meant they were under protection. The surveillance was not especially heavy, but it was there. And the counterintelligence command was currently pointing to drone rebels as the most likely suspects behind the recent terrorism. No matter how perfectly Dianar had slipped into the country, the moment he showed up beside Cities, he would be caught in the net. Which meant, if the house was empty now, Cities had willingly gone somewhere with Mord. He could not guess why, but still, if they had merely gone out for a walk at night. That makes it less safe, not more. Ivan turned at once and ran. The rain was getting heavier. Enrica wiped the blood from her knife onto her sleeve and frowned. "I told you to stay behind me." "But master, shouldn't I be doing something too?" "Watch well and learn well, that's your job." In the darkness, scarlet eyes blazed, the pupils of a vampire driven wild by the smell of blood. The Prichinkaya underground waterways. This city, older than the history of this nation itself, had waterways first built ages ago, then expanded into a tangled labyrinth. Small shadows burst through the gaps one after another. GRRRK. Under the dim light of the waterways, pale gray skin came into view. Cave goblins, minor type. Enrica frowned and muttered. I should have expected this the moment dwarves showed up on the outskirts. Dwarves infiltrated by digging underground passages. Their main purpose was rear infiltration and disruption behind enemy lines. As long as there was earth, there was nowhere dwarves could not infiltrate. That was the common saying. Of course, once supply lines and maintenance costs were considered, that was not always strictly true, but still. And once dwarves had infiltrated an area even once, it was only right to assume they had already laid their own roots beneath it. This should never have been dismissed as nothing more than terrorism by a few scattered dwarven remnants. This country had gone soft in only 4 years of peace. No, that was not quite right. She herself had done the same. It simply meant humanity was already forgetting war. People instinctively tried to avoid painful memories. That was the domain of instinct. The war had been something close to a historical trauma, and humanity was overwriting that history with pleasant memories as quickly as it could. Civilization was being rebuilt at astonishing speed thanks to that, so it was not entirely a bad thing. Even so, she should not have allowed it. Not her. The woman once called the ruler of the Prichinkaya underground waterways, once the thief of the hero party, and before even that. The one who had personally butchered an elder and become the ruler of Prichinkaya's vampires. Lucia, watch closely. Enrica gripped 2 daggers in reverse and whispered. GRRK, GRRK. Distorted cries echoed through the entire waterway. The cave goblins were a slave race used by dwarves, and if goblins had surfaced on the front line, that meant a dwarven special operations unit was hiding somewhere in that darkness. This ends here. Not a single demon folk will dare trespass into the city above. Enrica drew one breath, then shot forward like lightning. Through the countless crimson eyes flashing in the dark. Through that mass of demon folk standing like a forest and writhing like insects. GRR. Isgrok. The goblins charging toward her froze in place. Then came the sound of something being sliced clean to the bone. Quajajijik. The heads of the goblin horde, filling the front, exploded all at once. The lightning that had flashed alone through frozen time finally returned to the world's flow. A delicate painter's single stroke. Death woven from light ran on in one seamless line, then slipped back into the scabbard. As blood poured down like rain, Enrica walked out through it and rolled her shoulders. This is the battlefield of the hero party. I'd need to be able to see something first to watch properly. If you couldn't see it, then feel it. One day, you'll reach it too. Enrica gave her disciple's shoulder a couple of pats, then started walking again. Rumbled. The street rattled. At this time, roads paved for carriage traffic were made from trimmed brick blocks. Those bricks were grinding against one another, trembling in place. Cracks ran across the road and the outer walls of the buildings alike. An earthquake? No, that was not it. This was excavation noise. Ivan frowned and kicked off the ground. Attack. He kicked off one wall, hurled himself across to the opposite side, kicked off that wall, then threw himself back again. Then once more. By the time the movement ended, he was hanging from the rooftop railing of the tallest building. Rumbled. Dust rose clearly despite the rain. Buildings shook, the ground warped, and the roads writhed like snakes. Excavation noise, main force, an assault on a major city. Dwarves. How? During the last war with the demon folk, the dwarves' excavation main force had been crushed so thoroughly it bordered on annihilation. They had been one of the demon folk's most dangerous legions. Wyvern assault battalions in the skies, dwarven scout units underground. Forces that dragged the entire scale of warfare onto a different plane. As a result, not a single earthweb excavator should have survived. Ivan clearly remembered the mission in which the last excavator had been destroyed. And yet, an operation on this scale, An assault large enough to cover an entire city required an earthweb excavator. That was impossible. First, the technology to manufacture dwarven excavators had already been lost. Second, there was no way that many attackers could tunnel in through the ground without anyone noticing. The counterintelligence command was not incompetent. And beyond that, Krasilov was not even a frontline state. How many countries and cities would they have to cross to reach Krasilov? There was no reason to attack this city in the first place. No. There was one reason, the hero party. Ivan nodded, so there was a reason after all. But that still did not answer the question of how. Other countries were one thing. They were pre-modern. If the dwarves avoided legion garrisons and major city centers, slipped carefully through the wilds, then honestly, maybe they could have gotten through unnoticed. No matter how capable an intelligence service might be, how were they supposed to catch moles digging tunnels underground? But home soil was different. Krasilov had no excuse not to know. A dwarven terrorist attack had happened right beside the capital only a few days ago. After seeing signs like that, there was no way the military, especially the Capital Royal Guard Division, had failed to try a ley line probe. The military knew about this. It had to. The central bank, the amphitheater, St. Yansk University, St. Charita Cathedral, North Prachenko Central Police Bureau. Ivan rapidly scanned the affected parts of the city. If there were tunnels underground, and if an excavation relic was active beneath the earth. Then, by backtracking from the quake's epicenters, the traces surfacing above ground, and the strength pattern of the tremors spreading like a spiderweb, he could identify the source. Which meant those 5 locations were the centers of this terrorist attack. And probably all of them were decoys. The real focus was the hero party's children. Lucia with Enrica excluded. Isabel and Oscar, same district, hold for now. Elfihara, excluded given the elven residential quarter. Andy cities. The other children of the hero party all had, by circumstance and by where they lived, some way to stall for time, whether dwarves came crashing in or rebels struck. That brief stretch of time should be enough for the counterintelligence command to react. Which meant Cities was the one in the greatest danger right now. Attack! Ivan kicked off the wall and dropped down. He did not know Cities' scent, but assuming Mord was with her, he remembered Mord's scent. He had fought that bastard more than once, both of them shedding blood and sweat. To begin with, drone men barely washed. The falling rain might cost him time, but it would not scatter his senses. Why, brother, why? Have you ever stopped to think that something was strange? Dianar smiled, Cities unconscious over his shoulder. Mord lay on the ground with a sword driven into his stomach like a nail. Gasping, he reached out. His dropped axe was out of reach. Even so, he did not stop. He had to protect his niece. Because she was his brother's daughter. And because he was his brother's younger brother. That alone was reason enough. That was a Huskarl's duty. His trembling hand clawed toward the axe lying far away as he gasped for air. If the right of countless kings and rulers of the world to govern others is divine authority granted by the Heavenly Father, then why is the rule of those who hold that authority so different from the heaven described in Scripture? What are you? A joke. Dianar looked down at Mord's vacant face and gave a short laugh. Those who could neither understand nor even think to understand were nothing more than cattle and sheep. Fools who would not refuse the slaughterhouse so long as they were fed, even under the shepherd's whip. What other reason would there be? My father was a jarl, so why should I not be one as well? My brother would never forgive you. He won't, good, I have no intention of forgiving him either. Dianar shrugged, Cities still on his back, and stepped out toward the mouth of the alley. Rumbled. The quake went on. Mord felt the blood cooling in the rain and lamented. He had failed to protect Cities. He had allowed an ambush and was dying without even managing a proper fight. He would not be worthy to join heaven's eternal struggle. He would fall to the bottom of hell and go on living there, so this was, yes, a fitting punishment. Don't tense up. A low voice came from above his head. Mord lifted his dimming gaze and saw, beneath the dark night sky, the face of a man soaked by rain. My last words. Say that when you're dying. The man reached out and gripped the sword embedded in Mord's stomach. KRRK. With a sickening sound, the blade came free. Blood gushed out, red spilled through the puddles. The man looked down at Mord's wound and set a hand against it. This is going to hurt. Ivan's. Yeah. My niece. I'll protect her. Ivan uncapped a healing potion. Even while the potion was poured directly into the wound in his abdomen, Mord endured it all without letting out a single scream, his eyes red and bloodshot. By the time the emergency treatment was finished, Mord was completely spent. In a cracked voice, he muttered quietly, "I believe you." Ivan dragged the unconscious Mord beneath an eave where the rain could not reach, then took off his coat and draped it over him. As long as the mana in his body remained intact, a superhuman whose wound had been sealed and who had received enough healing potion would not die of hypothermia. Ivan peeled the scrap of cloth from Mord's clenched fist. He must have grabbed it by accident during Dianar's attack. That was fortunate. SSSSHHHP. He remembered the scent. Ivan closed his eyes, let out a deep breath, then turned and sprinted into the darkness of the city. Rumbles. The quake was still continuing. Today I will empty the throne of Krasilov. Prepare. Yes, Your Excellency, no. Dmitri bowed deeply toward the terrace, where the rain was blowing in. 3 times he struck his forehead against the floor in prostration, then corrected his own slip. Your Majesty, I receive your command. Wet silver hair shone brilliantly beneath the terrace lights. Chapter 54, Stalker vs. Stalker 9. One common misconception was that rain weakened sense. Raising even one dog would be enough to correct that minor misunderstanding. Rain dulled the sense of smell, not body odor, and a summer shower was nowhere near enough to damage a superhuman's senses. Naturally, getting wet intensified body odor. It would happen if distilled water were dripped onto a laboratory mouse in a sterile room, so it went without saying that it would be worse in this pre-modern world of hygiene. On top of that, the person Ivan was tracking was a man from Drone who had run on foot for days and nights before arriving in the city. Leaving aside Drone's particular disregard for public health, foreigners were always easier to identify by scent. The Foreign Ministry residence. Ivan stared down the trail of body odor and muttered in disbelief. There were 3 places illegal immigrants should never visit, even by Earth standards. A rural employment office offering suspiciously high wages. A regional factory, farm, or any other workplace with an oddly large number of people from their homeland, especially if the job involved a field. And finally, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. As with all such lists, the final item was the most important. The first 2 only ended with you being exploited nearly to death, but the final option treated the actual enforcement as official business. In South Korea, illegal immigrants were neatly sent back home. Generous Krasilov would offer 2 choices in this case. 1, go home and be killed by your king. 2, follow their laws and be killed by them. Put more nobly, they offered the remarkable options of repatriation and citizenship. In this world, dead citizens were still citizens. They still had to pay taxes. Krasilov's Foreign Affairs Office was a massive ministry, combining South Korea's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the military that answered directly to the crown and belonged to neither the palace administration nor the military administration, and a police force for foreign nobles. This world had no laws based on personal nationality. What was more, the foreign minister was Crown Prince Alexander, eldest son of the current king, Kirill II. This is too sloppy. Ivan frowned. By all reasonable judgment, Crown Prince Alexander was the cause of the mess currently unfolding in the capital. That bizarre missing royal, whose location was unknown, must have colluded with the capital Royal Guard Command to smuggle dwarves into the country. The targets were probably the children of the hero party, which meant the goal was discord or chaos throughout the allied kingdoms. He had made several strategic plays with a single move. Alexander had to be an exceptionally skilled chess player, which made this situation strange. Even in South Korea, a foreign minister's life would not be safe if he sheltered foreign terrorist infiltrators in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. In Krasilov, it would be guaranteed. The man would die. Ivan rolled his shoulders once, then tied a rope to his axe. It had been a while since he had infiltrated a central government ministry. Not that he had never done it. During his active service, he had carried out almost every special operation with infiltration in its codename. The Demon King's castle was the exception. At that moment, Prichinkaya was suffering from righteous civic activists plotting bombings, national separatists kidnapping VIPs, and armed communist bandits waging guerrilla warfare. They were literally communist bandits. They were dwarves, after all. Two groups should have been the first to suppress this chaos before it spread: the Capital Royal Guard Division and the Counterintelligence Command. The Capital Royal Guard Division appeared to be under Alexander's influence, considering it had permitted the armed communist bandits' attack. Which left Ivan with one thought. What on earth was the Counterintelligence Command doing? There was a reason that reasonable question could not be answered immediately. Almost all counterintelligence command agents had split into two groups and were carrying out affairs of state at different locations. This is treason. Treason. Dmitri and the counterintelligence command agents were currently occupying the commander's office of the Royal Guard Division. He sat with his legs crossed in the commander's plush chair, a high-quality cigar from the desk drawer between his lips. Esgrape. The adjutant standing beside him quickly cut the end of the cigar and lit it with mana at their fingertips. The tobacco glowed with a hiss, and thick smoke scented with almonds and vanilla drifted into the air. Do you even know what treason means? You people, what you're doing. No, treason is a charge handed down to defeated failures. An attempt is a revolution. If it fails, it is treason. If it succeeds. He took a deep drag, then slowly exhaled. The lieutenant colonel's vivid blue eyes gleamed through the smoke. It is a royal decree. How dare you, rebel bastards? You dare speak of rebellion in front of us. You are quite brave, Brigadier General. Dmitri gave a short laugh and crooked a finger. The adjutant placed a heavy pistol in his hand. Holding the pistol, Dmitri tapped the table. 2 reports and 1 copied manuscript lay on it. This is the survey report your people prepared after the dwarf terrorist attack on the outskirts of Prichinkaya. This is the perimeter watch log you wrote over the past month. And this. He picked up the manuscript with a faint smile. This is something we obtained by accident, a copy of confidential telegram records. How did you? When something is labeled confidential, it is our job to wonder what it contains. Dmitri smiled and flipped through the copied telegrams. The recipient is Crown Prince Alexander. As for the main report, plans for construction work and field exercises were prepared to conceal the excavation noise of a dwarf engineer battalion heading underground toward the capital. How thorough. It's a frame-up, Did you mean adventure? That great adventure of bringing demonfolk into Prichinkaya. You have a far greater sense of adventure than expected. You should not have become a soldier. Dmitri quietly looked down at the blood-soaked brigadier general, who was kneeling on the floor and sobbing. With his cigar still in his mouth, Dmitri asked casually, Where is the real Crown Prince Alexander right now? The real? What are you talking about? His Highness the Crown Prince is naturally at the Western Palace. We should take a lesson from you in cutting loose ends. How did you carry out such a complicated plan without exposing even one location? Dmitri rose with a bitter smile. Slowly, he raised the pistol and aimed it at the Brigadier General. Before carrying out your sentence, I have one question. Spare me, I know nothing. It's a frame-up, a frame-up. Let me see Her Highness the Princess. Ah, no, let me see your Majesty. Where does your loyalty lie? What are you saying? Naturally with this country. With the great Krasilov royal family. Click. Bang. Dense smoke, entirely different from cigar smoke, scattered from the muzzle. The Brigadier General's mouth closed. Dmitri handed the gun to his adjutant, put on gloves, and turned away. Record this. By royal decree, the death sentence of the traitorous faction that plotted to throw the nation into disorder has been carried out. Yes, Lieutenant Colonel. What about the fake Crown Prince? Teams 2 and 5 have successfully subdued the Western Palace. And Team 3. 15 minutes ago, they successfully protected the former sovereign from a terrorist attack by the traitors. Good, the explosives in the city. Team 4 has confirmed every placement site and the amount planted. Lieutenant Colonel, shall we issue the order to disarm them? No, that will not do. Dmitri opened the commander's office door and spoke softly. There must be fireworks for an accession ceremony. If those fools want to blow up Prichinkaya, let them. Then the people at the blast sites. Evacuate the civilians. There is no need for pointless bloodshed. The explosion matters, not the damage. The foreigners were the criminals who planted the bombs. The person who hired them to blow up Prichinkaya was Crown Prince Alexander. The Crown Prince had intended to seize the throne amid the chaos in Prichinkaya. That attempt had been successfully stopped. Afterward, the Crown Prince had vanished without a trace, and the king, shocked by his son's rebellion, had transferred power. Since all of that was based on fact, the counterintelligence command only needed to announce it to the citizens and the international community. What about the children of the hero party? That was Senior's job from the start. Do not interfere. Colonel Petrovich hates people intruding on his area of work. There was only one missing piece in this affair. A woodcutter. The finest field agent produced by the Annihilation Unit during the war, Ivan Petrovich, would set it in place. That settled everything. Dmitri smiled faintly, his heart lighter. Isides barely opened her eyes, trembling as pain pulsed through her head. The dark interior was bleak, like a prison. No, it was an actual prison. What was this? Why had she been captured? A prison? What crime had she committed? Isides, who could look to the heavens without a speck of shame, felt wronged. You're awake, Essie. Be Bella, and Mr. Oscar is here too. She spotted the two of them in a corner of the cell and broke into a bright smile. Of course. You came to rescue me. No, we were captured too. Isabel and Oscar answered with helpless smiles. So the Tills lot had been captured too. Ivan clicked his tongue as he looked down at the injured, unconscious Diane. Diane had been found in an interrogation room on the second floor of the Foreign Ministry residence. Unlike Mord, Diane had not suffered a fatal injury. That was fortunate. It meant there were no traitors in Tills. If Tills had been involved in this affair, Diane would never have been taken alive. To silence them, they would have had to kill them. Ivan clicked his tongue again and opened the interrogation room door. The counterintelligence command needed training. How could they call themselves a domestic intelligence organization when there were this many holes in their protection of state guests? Ivan was deeply disappointed. Back when he was active, something like this could never have happened. As countless training plans for the counterintelligence command crossed his mind, he walked onward. Squelch, squelch. The corridor of the Foreign Ministry residence was lit by broken, flickering mana lamps. Blood and rainwater pooled across the floor, making a wet sound beneath every step. Along the shortest route to the top floor, the remains of every armed person who had tried to stop Ivan flickered red beneath the lights. Without even breathing hard, Ivan silently walked down the corridor. Chapter 55, Stalker vs. Stalker 10. The diplomatic residence was neither the Demon King's castle nor the monarch's residence where the 7 dragon generals lived, so it had an ordinary layout, much like most government offices. In other words, it was several floors of sterile white corridors lined with offices. That was somewhat unusual. A residence was supposed to be a building for living in, not administration. Still, one had to remember that Krasilov's foreign minister was the crown prince. The crown prince of a nation was hardly going to live in a diplomatic residence. As a result, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs used the diplomatic residence as a multi-purpose office building. It was a royal favor of sorts. If anyone wanted to sleep, they could sleep comfortably at the office. A benefit fit for royalty. This is. Ivan frowned as he made his way through the 3rd floor of the residence. He had reached the middle of the 5-story building without seeing a single office worker. Every person who came at him had been an armed soldier. The low-grade sort that barely rose above mercenaries. This feels like a Chapter 1 stage. At that point, Ivan realized his mistake. If the hero party's children were the protagonists, then of course enemies, challenges, quests, and other hostile forces would appear as they progressed through the story. That explained the strange sense of clumsiness and incompetence he had felt. Q. Why did they kidnap the hero party's children instead of killing them on the spot? A. Because the players had to choose their characters and clear the stage. Q. Why were there only low-level mercenaries swarming through the diplomatic residence? A. Because the ordinary monsters in Chapter 1 could not be excessively strong. Q. What in the world was the counterintelligence command doing while the hero party's children were kidnapped one by one? A. Because that was how arcade games worked. Damn. Ivan let out a brief realization and a brief sigh at the same time. Then didn't that mean he shouldn't kill them all? He blankly looked back. The sterile white corridor now looked as though someone had scattered buckets of red paint everywhere. The perfectly functional diplomatic residence had instantly and successfully changed its business model into a thriving meat processing plant, one unconcerned with sanitation. Ivan let out a deep sigh at the sight. If he made a somewhat bold assumption, this episode had probably been a growth event for the hero party's children, the protagonists. The canon route among them was likely Isides' growth. Wasn't the entire intended purpose for her to overcome the kidnapping of the uncle she trusted, her Huskarl, and resolve the situation herself? Ivan rubbed his chin and thought for a moment before shaking his head. There was no way to know yet. Once something began rolling, it had to reach its destination before it could be completed. Getting off halfway because it did not seem right would accomplish exactly nothing. He shook off his thoughts and climbed the stairs with his axe in hand. The 4th floor of the diplomatic residence. The unlit corridor was quiet, with no sign of anyone. Ivan walked through the corridor, where the only sound was rain striking the windows, and slowly tightened his grip on the axe. His hearing gradually sharpened, accompanied by the familiar ringing in his ears. We were captured too. The whispers belonged to the hero party's children. They came from the office directly ahead, 1 floor above. The moment he pinpointed their location, Ivan moved. Whether it was a stage, an episode, or a chapter, whatever this arrangement had been made for, the practical approach was to save them first and think about it afterward. Considering how Isabel's tutorial difficulty had sharply increased after Isides' tutorial, this event would affect the next one as well. The events followed the logic of games. yet changed organically according to the political situation and the balance of power. That subtle difference between game and reality was making Ivan's head hurt. Pezing. Then, from far away, came the sound of a thread snapping. The instant Ivan registered it, he bent at the waist. His line of fire detection flared violently. Willem. Qualing. A great sword flew into the spot where Ivan had been standing and buried itself in the floor. Ivan sprang back to open the distance, raising his axe. The attack came almost at the same moment he detected the line of fire. An ordinary superhuman would have died if they had not already been prepared. That meant this was an attack from a superhuman. Battles between superhumans were always like this. The superhuman battlefield entered through sensory activation was not a technique that slowed time. It accelerated the nerves, allowing one to perceive time in fractions smaller than a second. That meant one could not respond if caught by a superhuman ambush before the nervous acceleration took effect. In a superhuman's world, the logic of striking first despite moving later meant nothing. Whoever attacked first had the absolute advantage. What developed to solve that problem was intuition, an instinct for ambushes, one step beyond line-of-fire detection. If line-of-fire detection distinguished ordinary people from superhumans, intuition was the measure that distinguished one superhuman from another. You dodged that. Just from that, Dianar could tell what level Ivan had reached. Huh, my people sweated blood all over the place trying to scatter someone who could do that. Dianar Eriksson. So it seems you've met me before. I'm good at remembering faces, but I can't guess who you are. You don't need to know. Ivan raised his axe. Plink, plunk. The rhythm of raindrops hitting the window had already slowed. It did not mean the summer rain had weakened. Time itself had stretched. The conversation continued normally, because the two people facing each other shared the same flow of time. This wasn't what Maximilian intended, was it? No, maybe even this was that bastard's intention. You're a quiet one. Fine, talking isn't what we need right now. Dianar chuckled and flicked his fingers. Pigging, the greatsword embedded in the wall spun around at the sound of a snapping thread and flew into his grasp. He clenched the greatsword in one hand and let the other hang at his side. Then Dianar raised the blade upright. Come, I'll see what you can do. I'll show you what hero reserve means. Funny. Ivan gave a faint laugh. The classification known as the hero reserve had, strictly speaking, been a concept created by Colonel Ivan Petrovich himself. Ivan smiled at the strange feeling that stirred within him. Back then, there had been no hierarchy in the hero party. Regardless of age, race, or position, they had all risked their lives to defeat the Demon King. Those classified under the name Hero Reserve were different. If they could have stood alongside the hero party, they would not have been in the Hero Reserve. They would have climbed the Demon King's castle together as active members. Among those strong people classified as reserves, people who held an unrivaled position between the strong and superhumans, there was clearly a hierarchy. Ivan was more than willing to teach Dianar what form it took. He was a very polite man, after all, so he decided to personally correct his junior's arrogance. As the only senior among those bearing the name Hero Reserve, who had traveled alongside the hero party. Kindly. Pizzing. With the sound of a snapping thread, wooum, the greatsword came straight down toward his head. It was a fierce, powerful blow. The force of its vertical descent carried enough momentum to shatter boulders and smash down castle gates. Ivan knocked aside the blade, tightly woven with mana, and twisted his body. Qualing. The sword that skimmed past him slammed into the corridor. The floor collapsed with a massive crack. Ivan kicked off the crumbling foothold and leaped. I got you. Dianar grinned savagely and flicked his empty hand. Pitting, a strand of thread glittered in the air, in the darkness, with a sharp sound. This one was a technician. Rather than overpowering opponents with crushing force like Einar, he was the kind of warrior who controlled the entire battle through technique. His large build and wild appearance made it easy to misunderstand, but his fighting style was closer to Baelgreen's. He controlled space with mana threads, spun a web, and mixed in greatsword attacks. There had been demon folk who fought like that. In dark, cramped indoor spaces, booby traps alone were a tremendous threat. Line of fire detection and intuition both reacted to attacks with intent behind them. A trap sitting in one place could only be handled through prior knowledge and quick thinking. That was why the hero party needed a thief. Someone had to be well-versed in that sort of knowledge. Malicious traps lurking in the dark. Powerful attacks striking through the gaps between them. Normally, it was a difficult pattern to overcome. It certainly had some difficulty to it. Ivan faintly smiled as he turned, deflected the attack, and thought about it. Kids would be hard-pressed to take this on. If this was a stage for the hero party's children, and this man was the boss, then the stage's purpose was probably to force them into learning the realm of superhumans. It was the sort of fight that said, if you didn't know, you got hit. A remarkably malicious design. But that was only when viewed from a child's level. The hero party needed a thief precisely to deal with this sort of trap and enemy. Which also meant that, while the hero party was active, they had encountered countless enemies like this. Ivan had served as the hero party's scout, advancing through enemy territory in step with Enrica. Killing. The axe glowed blue in the darkness. Islash. The threads caught on its blade snapped and fell away. Wilm. He heard the vicious rush of the greatsword charging through that opening. The instant he heard it, he calculated the distance and speed. The instant that calculation ended, he turned his body and moved forward instead. One step farther forward, cutting into the distance between them. Ha, that spot is already mine. I know. Mana threads could be used as sensory organs in themselves. They were, literally, a structure like a spider web. They restricted movement, twisted the direction of attacks, created openings, then drove the greatsword through those openings. Ivan already knew this method. And since he was an efficient man, he did not struggle twice with something he had already experienced. Kaling. How? Because I'm from the Hero Reserve. How could someone from the Hero Reserve be surprised by this much? Ivan's axe smashed the greatsword away, and the severed threads fluttered, revealing their outlines. Dianar staggered back and hurriedly reached out. SSSRRK, mana threads entwined around the deflected greatsword as it flew back toward him. A crunch. It did not reach him. The greatsword floating in the air went into Ivan's grasp. You bastard. Without answering, Ivan turned and drove the greatsword straight into Dianar's abdomen, then twisted away from the threads coiling toward him. Islash. At the same time, he swung his axe. The gleaming blade cut through the air, drawing a smooth circle as it descended toward the floor. It severed everything caught in its path. Threads, flesh, and fragments of bones split apart in a single stroke. Blood splashed across the pure white wall. Ga-oog, aeg. Screaming, save your breath. Ivan approached Dianar, who had fallen to his knees while clutching his severed arm, and placed a foot on his chest. Bang, he forced Dianar onto his back, stepped over him, and raised his axe. You have much to answer for. It would be a waste to spend your breath screaming. He did not have many breaths left. Ivan expected him to answer slowly and conserve every last one. Ivan's eyes burned a vivid blue beneath the shadows of the unlit corridor. Chapter 56, Stalker vs. Stalker, 11. First, we stop the bleeding. When people lose a limb, they are usually rendered helpless. Really, calling it incapacitation is generous. It is an injury severe enough to kill them. Considering that the refined method of suicide in this era involved filling a bathtub with scented candles and slitting one's wrists. It should be easy to imagine how serious it was to go beyond cutting a wrist with a kitchen knife and hack through an arm with an axe. That was why even one of the 4 emperors, who had ruled the seas of the world on distant Earth, had been unable to project any real force after losing an arm. All he could do was howl like a child and glare at Big Moray. So, stop the bleeding before the victim died. Click. Ivan expertly removed the cap from a healing potion with one hand. The viscous, red liquid rippled ominously. With delicate hands, he opened the wound and slowly poured the healing potion over the bleeding stump. Naturally, a scream echoed through the corridor. Ugwayag. Now, I told you to save your breath. Ivan was a civilized man, so he offered the advice politely. Dianar was no child, but this junior of his seemed remarkably prone to dramatics. Tell me what you heard from Alexander. What did he want? A man of drone does not yield to torture. Torture, this is medicine. Ivan shook his head at the absurd accusation and put the cap back on the healing potion. Then he raised the axe in his other hand and laid it against the stump. GHK. The bleeding has mostly stopped. Good. He nodded coldly and began to press the axe forward. Thanks to the remarkable effects of the healing potion, the stump had been cauterized, literally seared shut across the entire wound. The axe blade dug half an inch into it again, drawing fresh blood. That was treatment, this is torture. Why, you bastard? Let's see. Ivan checked the remaining potion and gave it a brief shake. The still full bottle sloshed heavily. I can probably do this 5 more times, so I'll keep it brief and question you 5 more times. Kill me. I intend to. Dianar Eriksson, what happens to you will be handled according to orders, but the process is up to my discretion. Answer me. What did Alexander hope to gain from this mess? Where was Alexander now? How many of them were there, and from where had they infiltrated this country? One at a time, slowly and without rushing. Ivan possessed modern ethical sensibilities, so he did not enjoy torture. It would be fair to say he despised it. At the same time, he had lived in this era for 30 years, and he had spent nearly all that life as a soldier on the battlefield. Regrettably, for the efficiency of carrying out his orders, he had no choice but to sacrifice some measure of ethics. Kim Seonwoo had agreed with that decision as well, so Ivan raised the axe blade without hesitation. He cut, then healed. Screams echoed through the corridor. It was a rainy summer night in an unlit hall. Superhumans had sharp vision, so this darkness could hardly be called dark to them. Even in extreme pain, Dianar could see Ivan's face. If Ivan had smiled or shown anger, if he had revealed any emotion at all, there might have been something human about him. But the Ivan Dianar saw was as indifferent as a woodcutter swinging an axe into a tree, as a fisherman hauling in a net, as a farmer cutting grain with a sickle. There was work to do, and he had the means to do it, so he did it. That was all the emotion in the mechanical act repeating before him. By the time Dianar's blood and sweat had evaporated, leaving behind the scent of terror. By the time Ivan had finished the second round of treatment, Dianar had become the kind and sincere speaker of a civilized society, explaining everything he knew to Ivan with remarkable fluency and clarity. Healing potions only treated external injuries. Everyone who had tried using them on internal injuries had died. Still, kind medical care itself could bring the added effects of psychological counseling and psychiatric treatment. Satisfied to see this age-old truth proven once again, Ivan listened closely to Dianar's logical statement. Leaving behind a junior who would have been a troublesome opponent if his skill had matched his spirit and initiative, Ivan climbed the stairs. He had used up every healing potion. He would not need one again tonight, but it was still regrettable to lose an essential weapon he always carried. Ivan was a careful man, So to confirm that Dianar's first statement had been truthful, he had repeated the same questions several times to improve the clarity of the testimony. Dianar had finally breathed his last during the process. Fortunately, his testimony had proven truthful from the beginning, so Ivan could at least pray for his soul. Step, step. The heavy footsteps rang through the empty corridor. No hostile presence remained, so Ivan deliberately made his steps louder. Once he rescued the people who had been kidnapped, the mission would be over. That was fortunate. Since he had handled the stage that they should have overcome themselves, Ivan felt obliged to personally train Isides, Isabel, and Oscar. As always, there was never enough time. Ivan gave a quiet snort as he walked over and grasped the handle of the first office door in the corridor. He let go and stepped back. There was no presence, yet he could sense mana. It came from the office at the end of the corridor. It was not the mana of an artifact or a magitech device. It was mana emitted by a living being, mana like that of a mage preparing a spell, but he could not sense the presence of any living creature. He took a deep breath and circulated mana through his body. His nerves accelerated, and the sound of raindrops slowed. Even after focusing his hearing, the only sound in this corridor was the strained breathing of students inside the office directly ahead. A mage preparing magic while simultaneously concealing their presence so completely that even he could not notice it. That was not strange, it was impossible. Even Bale Green could not do that. Magic was not a simple discipline that could be practiced while controlling one's breathing and heartbeat. A mage capable of that would be practically equal to the Demon King. It made no sense for the Demon King, who had died 4 years ago, to suddenly return and hide in the foreign ministry residence in Prichinkaya. Ivan gave a faint laugh and nodded. A hidden piece, right? There had to be something like that. Whether it was a special item or a story hook, a main story stage naturally needed something hidden that could not be discovered through ordinary progress. Once he saw it that way, it felt perfectly natural. Only someone capable of sensing traces of mana would notice this blatant clue and follow it. Otherwise, the hero party's children, having successfully escaped, would naturally sprint full speed toward the first floor. Imagine that kind of stage. They avoided Dianar's pursuit, defeated the mercenaries blocking their way, and barely reached the first floor. If the chapter was designed so they would fight Dianar and then successfully retreat to the safety of the city, there was no reason at all to search the deepest office on the 5th floor, where they had been imprisoned. So, a hidden piece, an Easter egg of sorts. Once he thought of it that way, everything became obvious. Ivan strode to the last office and grasped the handle. Foreign Minister's office. Crown Prince Alexander, the foreign minister, could not possibly have handled his work here. Therefore, Ivan inferred that there would be information about Alexander inside, or at least something equivalent. Click. He turned the handle and opened the door. Ivan immediately threw his axe at the face visible through the open doorway. Wuang. The axe passed through the face, smashed the chair with a crash, then tore into the bookshelf on the opposite wall and embedded itself there. The man whose face the axe had passed through gave Ivan a faint smile and spoke. I think this is the first time I've seen that expression on your face. Alexander. It has been nearly 10 years since we last spoke. Come in, Ivan Petrovich. The tall young man with short silver hair smiled brightly and gestured toward him. Spirit projection. A long-range spirit projection at that, one too distant to trace. Ivan ground his teeth and stood across from him, glaring crookedly. 4 years ago, the order detailing the Annihilation Unit's final mission had borne 2 seals. The Royal Seal of Krasilev, and the seal of the Commander-in-Chief of the Northwestern Front, who had commanded the military in the King's Place at the time. The seal of Alexander Kirillovich Krasilev. You must have many questions, but answer this one first. And what? If the Lord loves us, Why is the world still so full of evil, even now that the Demon King is dead? It had been 10 years since he had faced this young man in person, and 4 years since they had communicated in writing. With the same face he had worn 10 years ago, Alexander began trying to enlighten the masses. Ivan crushed the axe handle in his grip and ground his teeth. Chapter 57, Stalker vs. Stalker, 12. It hardly needed saying, but Ivan was a rational man. That meant he was not the sort of reckless, hot-tempered man who threw an axe just because a long-range projection spell was spouting bullshit. It was a shame. Ivan was confident he could bury his axe in Alexander's head another 5 times before he even finished a single breath. Is that a question you need me to answer? So Ivan decided to keep the conversation going. Who knew, if he played along with that lunatic, perhaps Alexander would willingly confess where he was and what he was doing. No, that was unlikely. Still, Ivan had a duty, as Elizaveta's agent, to remember this conversation, continue it, and report it. Duty. Yes, that was all. He should think of nothing but that. Anger could wait. Mourning for those who were gone could wait as well. Until after he laid the Crown Prince's severed head before a headstone in the Counterintelligence Command Cemetery. So for now, he would think only of his duty. Ivan loosened his grip on the axe and waited for the Crown Prince to speak. Was that a strange question? You met the hero yourself, didn't you? Why him? Was the hero human? More than anyone else? Ivan answered in a cold, flat voice. Alexander smiled brightly at that. Yes, that's right. More human than anyone. A man who was human through and through. He appeared in a dark world amid a brutal war when the human race stood on the verge of extinction, saved humanity, then departed. A lantern shining in the darkest night. Ivan had watched the hero from close by. He knew the hero held no religious beliefs. Yet the hero clearly knew how to use divine power spells. Magic and swordsmanship, too, he was a master of them all. He was like the sum of every possibility humanity possessed. His character was no exception. His existence was proof of the Lord's existence. Who would dare deny it? The Lord loved us, so he sent his Son down into the harsh darkness of this world. Ivan came from a world without gods, or at least one where gods remained silent. He was therefore deeply skeptical about their existence. This world was different. Gods were real, and they made their existence known to their followers through miracles. From that perspective, the hero's existence alone was a miracle. He had been a creation shaped to save a world rushing toward its end. His soul had come from an earth like Ivan's, yet even so, his powerful body and talent could reasonably be called divine blessings. That was why every human in this world willingly praised the hero. The Lord loved humanity, so he had sent his representative. Ivan could not deny it, but he still felt strangely bitter. The hero had called himself nothing more than a representative, someone anyone could have become, who had simply stepped forward in everyone's place. Unlike the public praise he received, the hero had wanted to remain wholly an individual. If, as the old men of the church say, we were made in the image of the Lord and the Lord loves us, then answer me this. Why has our world fallen into such ruin? Why must we live hungry, envious, fighting, and robbing each other? Set aside the name of the human race, and its way of life, its cycle, was no different from that of beasts. It was a question Earth had already debated to death. Ivan had not studied theology, nor had he held any particular religious beliefs on Earth, but it was not difficult for him to answer. Yet this world, as he had to remind himself once more, truly held personal gods who directly revealed their existence. Ivan did not answer Alexander's question. In truth, Alexander had not asked it because he wanted an answer. Did your godless world have religion? It must have. The essential element of religion is not God, but humanity. The object of faith is unimportant. The existence of people willing to submit is the foundation of religion. So this bastard knew. He had even known Ivan was a transmigrator. But that was something even the hero party and Elizaveta did not know. When Ivan's eyebrow twitched, Alexander gave a quiet snort. So I came to think this. If the Lord truly loves humanity, then the reason humans are not good must be that our Lord is not good. I searched through old documents and dug through so-called impious records the church had declared forbidden, then came to understand Ivan Petrovich. So you're sulking because it turned out your God isn't good. Ha ha, no, I envied you, all of you. How beautiful must religion be in a world without gods? How pure must the faith created by people who have never faced the reality of a God be? In a world where such faith is ordinary, how beautiful is it that people do good? Isn't that proof that human nature is good? You're making me want to show you our world. If possible, Ivan wanted to drop him in the Middle East. He could all too easily picture Islamic extremists, burning children and Christian fundamentalists, throwing bombs into the homes of ethnic minorities. It was a trivial piece of intellectual musing with no reason to discuss it in the first place. The kind of adolescent concern that would shock only children who had spent their entire lives safely tucked away in the deepest royal palace. Ivan shook his head. His subordinates had died over something so pathetic. The Lord those old church dogs speak of supposedly symbolizes light. They say the Lord drives away darkness and brings light to humanity. Then what is darkness? What is it that even the great Lord must spend half of every day submerged in? That was a natural phenomenon caused by the planet's rotation, kid. Ivan did not bother saying it. He waited. He expected the self-absorbed villain to make the kind of mistake people like that always made, to let something slip about his identity and location. If light has divine power, then isn't it self-evident that night has divine power as well? What if the devils in Holy Scripture are fragments of beings that once existed? And what if they are connected to you people, the taken? What? We do not know the Lord's name. A unique being has no need for a proper name. But what if even God was once called by a name? What if there was an age when giants with divine power walked the earth? What if, after the struggles of that age, we called the victor the Lord and forgot the superstitions, religions, and myths of ancient times? The right to turn the final page of truth, the right to look upon the hands above this game board. Ivan remembered what Baal Green had told him. Gods above the game board, giants from ancient religions. Was this a constellation story? Ivan let out a groan. If fragments of beings from the past were connected to the taken, in other words, transmigrators. Wasn't it obvious? Damn it. The cause of transmigration was probably ancient evil gods or something like that. Then again, who besides gods could travel between worlds? The saintess had said something similar. Transmigrators could easily be found in the church's old records. Ivan shook his complicated thoughts away. At last, he knew the cause of those damned 30 years. Some had returned, some had disappeared, and some had died. Enrica had said that. If so, it meant those who turned the final page of the story could return. Ivan did not know his own story, but he still felt relieved. He could go back. That was enough. Stop. And what? I understand. Ivan raised his axe and looked at Alexander. A long-range spirit projection could not be struck directly, but it was possible to attack the device that generated the spell. The spell was dangerous because it allowed conversation, in other words interaction, with the spirit body. He would have to analyze it after neutralizing it completely. If it entered the counterintelligence command, classified information could leak. How typical. You sought wisdom from ancient evil gods, prattle on as if you've learned the truth of the world, form an evil organization, and scheme from the shadows. I understand perfectly. Hey, I told you to stop. Ivan was a rational man, so he had neither the intention nor the time to indulge any more nonsense. He had listened to all the long-winded bullshit, learned what information he could, and even concluded that he would not be able to discover this bastard's location at this point in the episode. Perhaps this hidden room Easter egg had been the sort of character variation episode where the protagonist stumbled across it by accident and fell into corruption. Ivan had no idea what kind of idiot would hear a story like that and become corrupted, but this primitive pre-modern world was full of edgy little brats. That was probably why this Crown Prince fellow had formed an organization. Strengthening a protagonist through the concept of corruption was an extremely common episode. Venom was popular for a reason. Painting something black automatically made it cool. That was simply one of the truths of the world. But Ivan was not a middle schooler going through puberty. He found nothing appealing about things that were black and grotesquely twisted. What he found appealing was a quiet director's office, a soft sofa, and kimchi stew. I have only one thing to say to you. And what is it? Stay alive. Ivan glared straight at Alexander and growled. You'd better stay alive until I come find you. Ivan Petrovich, you're only a puppet, the hands above those strings. Crunch. Ivan smashed the small mana device producing the projection spell, then dusted off his hands. Predictable to the very end. Ivan tucked his axe into his belt, turned around, and left. Kayag. Just kill me, ag. Grrrk, gook. Wows, what on earth? What on earth is happening? E-Cities swallowed and looked at Isabel and Oscar. They were pale with tension. Screams, screams, and nothing but screams. Screams echoing throughout the entire building, along with the deafening crash of furniture being shattered and smashed apart. Then, soon after, step, step. Heavy footsteps. Gulp. Other than the sound of them swallowing dryly, the three could not make a sound. They stared at the door with wide, tense eyes. After a moment, the footsteps came again. They approached the door, and someone grabbed the handle. Click. The locked handle turned several times. Bang. An axe blade split the door apart. A long silhouette stretched through the dim room beneath the faint light. A horrible stench of blood drifted in. Spare. Stay still. The shadow walked toward E-Cities. With a small squeak, E-Cities curled up and wrapped her arms around herself. Then click, her hands were suddenly free. The axe had split the chain, binding her hands right down the middle. Can you stand? Why, yes, and no, my legs went weak. Wait here. The man turned around and left. Soon, click, click. With the sound of metal splitting, the other two were freed from their chains as well. Isabel's excited voice rang beside E-Cities' tense ears. Mister, is that you? Oh my God, mister, you came to save us. How did you know I was here? Gasp, were you watching me? Isabel's mister, in other words, her stalker. E-Cities looked at Isabel in shock. Was it really all right to ask a stalker whether he had been stalking someone? Especially a stalker carrying an axe and covered in blood. No, I followed Mort. The moment E-Cities heard that, she crumpled. Ah, so it was me. Right, I was someone he had been stalking too. The bottomless desire of that shameless villain terrified her. Get on my back. No, I'm fine. There's no time. Ivan picked up the trembling E-Cities and put her on his back. Then he silently walked back the way he had come. Blood, flesh, pieces of dead bodies. Half-destroyed outer walls, shattered windows, doors smashed and split apart. The hallway went on and on. It had been pure white until the moment they were dragged in. Now it was difficult to find any space that was not red. She was afraid. E-Cities trembled all over. The man terrified her, as did everything he was capable of doing. It's all right. Elika. It's all right, E-Cities. It's over now. Hi. Isides had squeezed her eyes shut and trembled, but she felt a hand slowly patting her back. She carefully opened her eyes. Short-cropped hair, a firm nape exposed beneath it, a broad, muscular back stretching below. A calm voice that went on in an even tone. It's all right, Isides, it's over now. She had heard those words before. And now that she thought about it, she had heard this voice too. Isides stared blankly at the back of Ivan's head for a long time. She shut her eyes tight and recalled the moment he had saved her earlier. She remembered his face from when she had encountered him in the schoolyard not long ago. She imagined his face without the beard and slowly compared it to the person she had vaguely pictured from the distant past. You uncles. Ivan, uncles. Why? Isides' mind overloaded for a while, then she simply slumped over and fainted. Ivan supported Isides' limp body and nodded quietly. Well, she had been betrayed by the huskarl she trusted and had been imprisoned all day. Of course, she would be exhausted. Once the tension left her, she could faint. Ivan had seen plenty of soldiers like that, so he did not panic. He adjusted Isides on his back without a word and kept walking. He ran an orphanage, so he had plenty of experience bringing exhausted children home. Why? What's wrong, Miss Isabel? Why me? I was kidnapped first. I knew you first. Isabel had been glaring at Isides on Ivan's back for quite some time, biting her nails. The woman she had thought was her friend had chatted warmly with Ivan while riding on his back. Then, without warning, Isides had tightly wrapped her arms around the back of his neck and entrusted her body to him. She had even rubbed a certain rather outstanding part of her body against Ivan's back tightly, firmly, obnoxiously. Getting carried because her legs had gone weak, whispering into his ear and chatting away. I was first, she just copied me. Miss Isabel, that scares me a little. A betrayer. A creak. Blood seeped from the tip of Isabel's thumb. Chapter 58, St. Yansk University and the Chamber of Secrets, 1. Ivan woke clutching his head. His consciousness slowly surfaced through a dull, throbbing headache. It felt like a hangover after a night of heavy drinking. Yet, remarkably for this era, Ivan barely drank at all, which meant he had no reason to suffer from one. He pushed aside the soft velvet blanket and sat up in bed. What? A velvet blanket, a bed. Ivan's thoughts abruptly cleared. He was not someone who woke up in a bed. He only slept on the director's office sofa. Enrica had seen that and raged about it. The more flustered he became, the slower he needed to move. He got up at an unhurried pace and surveyed his surroundings. That caution had been ingrained in him through years of training. Someone confused in an unfamiliar environment was prone to mistakes and bad judgment. Maintaining a veneer of calm, Ivan tried to remember how he had ended up here. The walls were covered in lavish gold-threaded wallpaper, brilliant tapestries hung from them, and clothes lay scattered across the floor beside a huge wooden table. A red carpet covered the floor. The velvet blanket rippled softly over the bed. And at the far end of it lay a silhouette facing away from him. A woman, curled up, she appeared to be around 160 centimeters tall. Her build was slender. Wrapped in the blanket as she was, it was difficult to gather any more information. He checked his own condition. He was half naked, shirtless, and wearing only a pair of light cotton trousers. As far as he could tell, nothing improper had happened. That was reassuring, yet also suspicious. Still, judging from the situation as a whole. A succubus. Right, those mosquito-like creatures that invaded dreams, forcibly stirred up unwanted desire, then sucked out mana and vitality. It had to be them, naturally. Ivan had encountered those mosquitoes several times while escorting the hero party near the Demon King's castle. Where had he run into one, His memory of last night was hazy. Surely. Zahi. The headache struck again. It was clearly the kind that interfered with memories. Ivan shook his head, rose slowly and carefully, then headed for his coat. When he slipped his hand into the sleeve of the coat on the floor, something clinked. He found a dagger and a water bottle. Dreams were illusions built upon reality. Naturally, items he always carried and regular routines would be reflected in a dream as well. And when it came to routine and being armed, nobody was more thorough than Ivan. Silently, he drew the knife from his sleeve and laid it against his forearm. He could not touch the woman lying in the bed. If this was a dream made by a succubus, there was no telling what traps it might have planted here. Still, one of the two certain ways to wake from a succubus's dream could be tried right now. Either act in a way completely contrary to the dream's intended design and shock himself awake, or have a priest use a purification spell. There was no way a priest would be beside him while he slept, so he chose the first method. Islash. A cold pain ran through him as his forearm was cut deeply. He quickly looked around, but there was no sign of the dream falling apart. That was fine. He was an agent who had undergone pain desensitization training, so cutting his forearm might not have been enough of a shock to wake him from a succubus's dream. Then he only had to use another method. He had sworn never to use this on himself again. Had it been 15 years, he remembered being forcibly treated in the unit infirmary, his limbs strapped down after a spear had pierced his abdomen. Ivan stared at the water bottle with weary eyes, then slowly, very carefully tilted it. A viscous, terrible red liquid gurgled out over his bleeding forearm. The instant it touched the wound, it hissed. The gash began closing at once. He neither groaned nor sighed. His breathing remained steady. But lightning-like pain tore through his head. A familiar pain, one he had buried deep in the back of his memories, came flooding in. The sensation of being healed by a healing potion. At least, that was what he decided to call it. Taking a short breath, he set the potion upright and carefully sealed the cap again. His movements were delicate and cautious, as though he were sealing an ancient cursed demon inside a jar. Once tightly sealed, the healing potion transformed from a viscous liquid, embodying the malice of hell back into a reliable essential weapon. He slipped the bottle into his sleeve and got dressed. Even after all that, the dream did not end. He looked at the dagger again and considered slicing his forearm, but then a small hypothesis occurred to him. What if this was not a dream? Ivan sat back against the large sofa beside the table, aimed the dagger at the woman lying in the velvet bed, and sank into thought. Who was that woman, where was this, and why had he been here? What the hell had happened yesterday? He had definitely searched the school for St. Yansk University's Chamber of Secrets. Ep. 11, St. Yansk University and the Chamber of Secrets. Let us turn back time for a moment, to Prichinkaya immediately after the children of the hero party had been rescued. Elizaveta ultimately declined the throne. Until this nation's troubles are set right, the royal family cannot restore its authority. His Majesty is still so healthy, how could I dare usurp the royal title? After declaring that she would completely root out the fake crown prince and the unknown foreign enemy who had infiltrated deep into the royal family, she generously opened the treasury to aid the people affected by the terror attack. The important point was that she had opened the state treasury, not her own private fortune. In other words, she made it clear enough for every noble to understand that the royal family's treasury was now in her hands. The foreign minister has been abducted by vicious criminals. Those criminals had, astonishingly, kidnapped the crown prince of a nation, impersonated him, and manipulated the monarchy. The unprecedented disappearance of the first in line to the throne had severely damaged the royal family's authority. Naturally, the counterintelligence command, which should have prevented such a thing beforehand, ought to have been placed in a difficult position. As a member of the royal bloodline, I deeply acknowledge my great responsibility for this situation. I shall relinquish all authority over the court." The princess, who had also served as head of the counterintelligence command, resolved the issue by stepping down herself, lamenting that she had failed to protect her own brother. "Lord, protect Krasilov. The royal family shall no longer bear the crimson robe of secular power. The royal bloodline shall only serve as a symbol of national dignity, a beacon to overcome this national crisis." All those of the royal bloodline would go from direct rulers to cultural symbols. In other words, it was the beginning of a constitutional monarchy. At least within Krasilov, the crown prince's talk of the royal family's divine right no longer meant anything. The world was evil. Who could they blame? The king no longer directly ruled the country, so they could throw stones at their own nobles instead. The power the people saw was now subject to the House of Nobles and the upper administration. Yet all power came from military authority, wealth, and information. And in Prichinkaya, all three now belonged to one person. "Your Majesty, please give your orders." "You do joke too much, Dmitri. My father remains well, and I no longer involve myself in state affairs, so why speak of orders?" "Ha ha ha, my apologies, Your Highness." Dmitri and Elizaveta laughed as they drank tea. In the East Court's rear garden on a summer afternoon after the rain, the warm scent of blooming flowers filled the air. "How are the old men in the House of Nobles?" "They all look rather amusing, rolling their eyes about. They have received nothing but silence when they reach for military affairs, so they must be frustrated." "Let them suffer a little longer. Might not someone among them become brave enough to draw a sword? That would make dealing with them easier." Every Royal Guard division near Prichinkaya had already sworn loyalty to the princess, while every source of information connected to the rest of the military administration was controlled by the counterintelligence command. The announcement that the crown prince had suddenly vanished was suspicious enough. The story that a fake crown prince had dared attempt a coup only to fall overnight was no less strange. From the House of Nobles' perspective, their insides must have been burning, especially for those who had joined the crown prince faction. Naturally, the nobles were not stupid. Everyone would know this was only the beginning of a massive purge. The princess had stepped down as court minister. Would the garden she had personally cultivated for over 10 years betray its owner just because of that? The princess had given up the counterintelligence command. She had been their master since the days of the Annihilation Unit. No noble with common sense believed that. It was no longer even a secret among the nobles that both the state treasury and the royal family's private coffers were subordinate to the East Court. The princess intended for them to know. The current king still sat firmly on the throne, yet the princess had independently declared a constitutional monarchy. Was it not obvious that she had stripped the king of all authority and power, then brought it under her control? Then there was really only one thing the nobles had to do. "Your Highness, Count Yusuf requests an audience." Elizaveta smiled faintly at the attendant's words. "The vanguard is bold. Has the cavalry commander come in person?" "They must be desperate as well. Then I shall take my leave." "Now then, would it be fitting for a ruler to receive subjects in person without a minister at hand? Stay where you are." Elizaveta smiled and nodded at the count as he entered through the door. If the House of Nobles saw for themselves that the lieutenant colonel handling the counterintelligence command's practical affairs was in Elizaveta's office, they would find it easier to take a more cooperative attitude. And so, the instant Count Yusuf, commander of Prichinkaya's cavalry, opened the door and stepped onto the carpet in the office, he dropped to one knee and bowed deeply. "Raise your head. Your excessive courtesy embarrasses me." Elizaveta waved a hand with a smile. Krasilov had now become a constitutional monarchy, thanks to Alexander's scheme. The royal bloodline was now subordinate to the nation's constitution. Yet the constitution, and those who handled it, were subordinate to one person. Krasilov's royal authority had become firmer than at any point since the former king's reign. The people's dissatisfaction would all be directed at the nobles, while the sweet fruit of authority would go only to the royal family. No, to the princess. Prichinkaya had now fallen into Elizaveta's hands. She would have to reward everyone involved in this matter, but there was one man she had in mind. What would be a fitting reward for her woodcutter, who had rendered the greatest service? The greatest contributor to making the princess the power behind the throne, though that assessment contained some personal bias, was Ivan Petrovich. Having successfully protected the hero party's children and prevented an international dispute before it began, he was at that very moment. "Uncle, this won't do. I can understand the stalking, and I can even accept the way you talk, but this is really not okay. Stop right there." He was slipping through the darkness to escape Isides, who was chasing him with a dagger and shaving foam in hand. With the perfect concealment expected of someone from the Annihilation Unit, he calmly disappeared from Isides' sight. Chapter 59, St. Yansk University and the Chamber of Secrets, 2. For a week after that day, Ivan was able to return to being a peaceful gardener. That was, unless Isides happened to make eye contact with him and came running with a blade in hand. She was gradually turning into an aggressive monster. It was an unwelcome development for a civilized person who did not attack first. In any case, the catastrophe that had struck Prichinkaya was cleaned up within a week. Considering both the scale of the incident and its aftermath, there was no way everything could truly have been resolved in a week. Fortunately, Prichinkaya had a capable intelligence agency, one that prioritized domestic intelligence. Dmitri wanted to boast about the beautiful ending he and his subordinates had created. If he had his way, he would have shouted from every rooftop that they deserved to be called founding heroes, but he was not in a position to do that now. Thud. GHK. Your form has fallen apart, again. Senior, this. Again. He was currently doing a handstand, with his head pressed against the floor. If he turned his gaze, Dmitri found himself among the strange juniors who willingly stood upside down beside him, their eyes sparkling as they watched Ivan. Spineless fools, Dmitri corrected his posture as he mourned the weak spirits of modern intelligence agents. The man before him was the only human besides the hero party, with a record of personally slaughtering one of the 7 dragon generals. So it was not fear. Respect. Respect, yes. He was an elder who had made quite a name for himself even in the Annihilation Unit, the predecessor of the Counterintelligence Command, during the fiercest days of the war. Yes, respect, he was absolutely not afraid. No, there was no reason to be afraid. He and that senior were the same rank, lieutenant colonels. Besides, Dmitri was still young. Once he received a promotion, they would see. "Ah, Colonel Petrovich, you have arrived." "What? Ah, my apologies. When there are too few stripes on your insignia, your voice gets quieter. I could not hear you very well. Would you mind speaking a little more sharply? Ahem. Bring me some water, Colonel, Lieutenant Colonel. Ha ha ha. Really, even if you have retired, once a soldier, always a soldier." "Ah, wait, words, sir. Let us settle this with words. Ah. Sorry, no, I said I am sorry. I am apologizing. No, casual speech. When did I ever? Ah, please put that potion down." Herg. Dmitri, who had been beaten in his imagination, quietly closed his eyes. Yes, it was respect. Only after Ivan had thoroughly tightened the Counterintelligence Command's discipline did he manage to accept their long explanation. Planting explosives, well, that was one thing. The Royal Guard Division preparing a rebellion, it must have been difficult to stop. Detecting it beforehand was impressive, too. Dwarves underground, what was that supposed to be? Destroying the Crown Prince faction's network in the House of Nobles, detaining the current king, seizing the national treasury and royal vault. Oh, impressive. After roughly taking in all the events Prichinkaya had endured on the same day, and hearing their desperate explanation, we were trying not to lay a finger on anything within your area of responsibility, senior, so ha. Perhaps we did not build enough rapport with the field agents. Ahahaha, he nodded. Ivan understood that the counterintelligence command had been busy. But was the counterintelligence command not supposed to be busy? Sometimes, these barbaric pre-modern people had a tendency not to regard the obvious as obvious. To put it harshly, it was like watching someone praise a knife for being sharp or a pen for producing ink. Was he supposed to understand that the counterintelligence command had neglected a key protection target because it was too busy conducting intelligence work? Things had not been like that in his day. While serving as a scout for the Hero Party, he had infiltrated enemy territory, stolen intelligence, and sabotaged key assets at the same time. It was true. Why could young people these days not even manage something like that? It was deeply lamentable. So Ivan devoted the entire weekend to giving the counterintelligence command a thorough attitude adjustment. The counterintelligence command agents were happy to receive direct mentoring from the founder who had created their workplace. Ivan was happy that Prichinkaya's intelligence agents had become that much more elite. Dmitri was unhappy because he had been forced to come in unpaid over the weekend and participate in training that had not been included in the semi-annual training plan. After a long back and forth, Dmitri finally managed to speak while sitting on the sofa, supporting his trembling legs. Senior, are you going to school tomorrow? I have to. Her Highness told me not to say anything yet, so I really cannot tell you, but, soon, there will be a commendation. A commendation? Yes, soon means, considering Her Highness's personality, probably tomorrow. Dress neatly when you come in tomorrow. If possible, at least trim your beard. I am not in a position to receive a public commendation. Yes, well, none of us are, but I have a feeling the commendation might not be public. It might be a very private kind of praise. You know, the intimate kind between a man and a woman. Ivan snorted at that worthless nonsense and stood up. He was not an adolescent boy, so as a rational adult, he could infer the princess's position. She had only just fully secured her political footing, yet she still had to decline the transfer of the throne. There was not enough justification to depose a perfectly healthy king. The crown prince being kidnapped and terrorist attacks occurring in the capital were not the king's fault. That was what had been officially declared. The moment they criticized the king's incompetence, the entire capital guard structure, beginning with the counterintelligence command, would be torn apart. No matter how powerful the House of Nobles had become, they could not allow that to happen. The military structure, including the capital's Royal Guard Division, was naturally the private yard of high-ranking nobles. Therefore, the king was not incompetent. A few incompetent, treacherous officials had simply obscured his vision. Once that conclusion had been reached, inheriting the throne would instead become grounds for criticism. In other words, the princess could not officially commend either the counterintelligence command or Ivan himself. No country publicly rewarded secret agents in the first place. Still, unreliable as Dmitri might be, he was not the sort to joke about something involving the princess. Lost in thought, Ivan returned to the orphanage. His eyes suddenly fell on the orphanage wall, where the paint had peeled away. They invested enormous sums in beautifying the building every 6 months, yet it still ended up like this. The orphanage children walked along the walls. If he was going to receive something, money would be best. Ivan nodded and headed toward the director's office. As he had once reflected, if there was one absolute rule in every academy story, it was this. The academy's headmaster, or university president, was the strongest person in the setting. That was right. He did not know why the seat that ought to be occupied by an experienced administrative bureaucrat was usually given to a genius magician with the appearance of a child, or a master from a previous generation who had rejuvenated into the body of a child. But that was generally how it went. Come to think of it, Dumbledore had also been the strongest person in Europe. That was why he had successfully stopped Britain's heavenly demon, whose life goal was to attack a combined elementary, middle, and high school educational facility. Judging by what happened to Hogwarts after Dumbledore's death, it was an extremely reliable rule. If one were to name the strongest people in the world in this era, a few powerful figures from the previous generation could be mentioned. But they were sensible people, so they had neither reason nor leisure to become university presidents. In the middle of all this, if one were to name the strongest person in Prichinkaya, there happened to be someone who had once been the head of the administrative bureaucracy, who commanded the obedience of the military, treasury, judiciary, and legislature all at once, who now had no official position and was therefore ready to take an honorary post, and who was conveniently of marriageable age. What did it matter whether their martial strength was the greatest or not? No matter how barbaric the pre-modern age was, even on Earth, people who held power through martial strength alone had disappeared with the end of antiquity. Naturally, the strongest meant the person who possessed the strongest power. That was right. The strongest person in Prichinkaya. After safely sending home the former university president who had come to work Monday morning, without suspecting anything, Elizaveta Kirillovna Krasilov began a complete renovation of the president's office. Krasilov did not provide retirement pay. Ah, use ebony there. Yes, your majesty, no, forgive me, your highness. Do not be so formal. Have I not come here as the university president? Yes, president. The work of turning the president's office into the East Court's office was astonishingly completed before noon. In Prichinkaya, they ground up people instead of time. Unlike time, people were resources that could always be reproduced. Once the president's office had become reasonably livable, meaning it was only about 50% as luxurious as the East Court, Elizaveta finally nodded to the royal guard officer, standing watch. Now bring him here. I obey your majesty's command. Ahem. Yes, President. The royal guard officer did not even dare think that if she wished to be treated as the university president, she ought to leave the royal guard at the palace. With a strange expression, the officer bowed and left the office. Elizaveta stretched and looked out the window. The campus on that sunny summer day was full of lively students, as though the chaos of recent days had nothing to do with them. How enviable! Elizaveta had never attended school. In this world, where there was no concept of a formal education curriculum, higher education was mostly handled through private tutoring at home. Half of her childhood had been spent at court, and the other half on the battlefield. Her education had focused on military studies, politics, and the theory of kingship, along with noble etiquette and court etiquette. That meant she had never experienced laughing so innocently and walking around in groups with peers her own age. Even the students over there were not much younger than her. She considered anyone up to 10 years younger to be her peer. Ivan was therefore also her peer. Ahem. The official announcement of her appointment as president of St. Yansk University would have reached the House of Nobles by now. Those old men would be burning with agitation. St. Yansk University was an internationally prestigious institution. The nobles therefore tried to enroll their children there by any means possible, not merely for education, but as part of international social activity. Looking at it the other way around meant this. If she completely occupied the university, most of Prichinkaya's nobles would effectively have their hostages in her hands. Elizaveta smiled coldly. It was a smile befitting the ruler of a shogunate, a monarch who controlled the kingdom's darkness. An excellent ruler obtained dozens of benefits from a single policy. The university presidency was not simply a threat aimed at the House of Nobles. No, that was merely a secondary objective. There would have been many other ways to placate the House of Nobles. Therefore, her true tactical objective was, "President, I have brought him. Tell him to enter." The royal guard officer opened the president's office door with a strange expression, never once wondering why she wanted to be called president if she was going to speak like that. Behind the officer entered a man wearing neatly washed work clothes, a fresh towel draped around his neck. "You have come." Yes." "Sit, I have much to say." The man looked at Elizaveta, who had occupied the president's office, then looked around the office that had been completely transformed from the one he remembered. After that, he looked up at the ceiling and muttered, "So much for getting paid." But that was not the sort of etiquette one should show before royal blood, so the sensible and polite man soon sat down on the sofa. Chapter 60, St. Yansk University and the Chamber of Secrets 3. Elizaveta went on about nonsense, like a bill she was supposedly considering that would tax men for grooming their body hair in the interest of public hygiene. She also rambled about pointless foreign gossip, namely that the marriage prospects of a princess, practically guaranteed to become the next monarch, had, astonishingly, been released onto the marriage market regardless of status. I understand." "Oh, that's exactly what I wanted to know." "Ah, I see." "Yes, Your Highness is right." Ivan was a highly sociable man, so he generously demonstrated the modern art of getting by, represented by yes, and put his empathy skills to work. Elizaveta watched him with profound disdain, let out a long sigh, and finally returned to a serious expression. Only then did Ivan, who had maintained a grave face while half listening to her words, or rather, ignoring almost all of them, realize that she was getting to the point and focused on her. "You know the dwarves launched a large-scale attack on Prichinkaya, don't you, Vanka?" "Yes, Your Highness." "And you know they brought an excavation relic with them." "Yes." He had not seen it himself, but he had pieced together what happened on the rainy streets of Prichinkaya. Widespread ground destruction. A dwarven weapon of devastation that could bury an entire city if properly activated. Excavation engines, excavation relics. The dwarves probably had their own name for them, but that was what those massive structures were generally called on the front lines. They had been exterminated so thoroughly in the last war that Ivan had thought no such relics remained in the world. Right, Enrika slaughtered every last one of those dwarves, but, in the end, all she found were traces of the relic. Traces. Traces that it had begun destroying the ground. We only found evidence of activation extensive enough to collapse all of eastern Prichinkaya. Take a look at this report. Elizaveta handed him a file stamped with a classified seal. A cavity was discovered beneath eastern Prichinkaya, indicating the passage of a massive structure. 75% of the eastern Prichinkaya underground waterways were destroyed, and drainage facilities across the eastern district have ceased functioning. Analysis of the destruction indicates that the relic stopped almost immediately after attempting the collapse operation. Tracking was conducted along the structure's route of travel. The trail disappears near St. Yansk University. Magical probing discovered an unidentified underground cavity beneath St. Yansk University. All attempts to enter the area have failed. Recommendations submitted for the evacuation of all undergraduate students and a large-scale construction project. See Appendix, page 12. Ivan closed the file and sank into thought. An unidentified cavity beneath the university. Is there a reason you can't excavate into it from underground? Our experts say large-scale excavation work beginning underground carries a substantial risk of ground collapse. It would endanger the workers, of course, but a massive collapse could begin around the university buildings as well. Then, why not proceed with the evacuation, as this report recommends? This is the assessment from our Department of Magical Engineering. Read it. The next file required an even higher security clearance, though it looked as if it had been hastily scribbled together. Probing confirms that some form of large-scale spell has been installed within the underground cavity beneath St. Yansk University. The spell possesses its own defensive system. The disappearance of the dwarven excavation relic allows us to infer the system's general operation. The estimated date of installation is at least 1,500 years ago, possibly as many as 2,500 years ago. And does that make any sense? Exactly. I honestly can't believe it either. Then again, more than half of what our Department of Magical Engineering does is like this. We can either believe it or bury it. Those are our choices. Elizaveta shook her head. But one thing is certain. If the ground collapses, the large ancient magic circle buried in that cavity, along with the dwarven excavation relic, will be lost. Can it be reverse engineered? Ivan understood Elizaveta's intentions by then. This ambitious war commander wanted both the ancient ruins beneath the university and the dwarven excavation relic in her hands. Yet human technology could not restore a dwarven relic. In fact, neither could dwarven technology. Every design technique had been lost, and the machinery was too complex to reverse engineer. Still, if a complete specimen existed, they might gain something from it. The chance was thin, but it was better than nothing. And if it was buried beneath the heart of the capital, it would be foolish not to dig it up. At the same time, it would be equally foolish to attempt it openly, where everyone could see. They could not publicly announce that they were researching a dwarven relic. Nor could they announce the installation of a state facility researching an ancient spell of unknown origin beneath St. Yansk University, where the children of international dignitaries were enrolled. Vanka, I am not asking you to serve your country. I am proposing a transaction. It is dangerous, important, and cannot be allowed to fail. Give your order, I am listening. Ivan nodded gravely. Enrica has pursued them through the tunnels the dwarves dug. The counterintelligence command is devoting all its resources to watching the nobles of this city. And beneath this university sleeps a relic whose creator, purpose, and age are all unknown. Elizaveta looked at him with blazing eyes. If it is dangerous, destroy it. If it is useful, bring it to me, without anyone noticing. For me? No, for this country, lend me your strength one more time. Yes, Your Highness. His answer came at once. Elizaveta stared at Ivan in disbelief. No, ordinary civil servants at least showed some displeasure when given orders outside their duties, did they not? Ivan was not a salaried civil servant, but still. She had just dumped an uncertain and dangerous project on him, one with no proper information or support, and he had accepted immediately. Did you even hear me say this was a transaction? Yes, Your Highness. Elizaveta looked slightly flustered. The value of a transaction naturally rose with demand. If she had shown that she needed his help this badly, should she not place something even heavier on the other side of the scales? Yet the man before her only nodded without making any demands. As he always did. Then, is there nothing you want? A position, wealth, honor, rights, something like that. Do you remember what you asked of me, Your Highness? The letter, the one you sent through Dmitri. Ah, the letter, but what does that have to do with? Elizaveta was an exceptionally intelligent person. She remembered every official document she personally issued. Politics was delicate work. Even a simple sentence could carry complicated implications. So even a personal letter, if it bore a princess's hand, had to account for political misuse. The letter she had sent Ivan was therefore filled with careful, delicate metaphors. Its rough contents had been, "If there is something you desire, I shall repay you threefold." This was an old Krasilev proverb, repay both favors and grudges threefold. so that part could be set aside. If that compensation is insufficient, I shall pay the remainder with our friendship. If even that cannot settle the account, I shall pay with our memories. Ah. As Elizaveta's expression turned awkward, Ivan nodded gravely with the bearing of a mature adult. The late king's generosity and your highness's favor are more than enough reason for me to heed your command. The support funds your highness sends every quarter have also been more than generous. Ivan was a greedy man. He ran an orphanage for the sake of his own hypocrisy. Feeding war orphans took a great deal of money. Ivan had accumulated sufficient funds during his long military service, and he also received official support from various high-ranking figures, including the princess. He was a modern man familiar with capitalism. He had also served in the royal guard and had connections with senior military officers, with a career as a political soldier behind him. That meant domestic intelligence work. So Ivan understood that Elizaveta's transaction was, in effect, a blank check. At the same time, Ivan was a sensible man. If there's a dungeon beneath an academy, then a hidden piece is hiding there. That's practically common sense. A dungeon needed rewards. It was a principle even found in classic literature that was strangely serious about copyright lawsuits, dungeons, and dragons. And this was a quest personally given by a princess, involving a secret chamber with ancient, mysterious magic. What incredible treasures could be sleeping inside? Suppose he accepted a mission to clear such a dungeon alone, then asked for support. From the princess's perspective, she might think, this is costing more than expected. To spread the risk, should I send additional agents to the site? People of this era were not fools. The princess, in particular, was one of the most capable among them. What were the odds that such a princess would blindly think, I trust Ivan, so I should pour money into this and simply watch him carry out this special operation alone? They approached zero. Politics did not work that way. Investors did not review the financial statements of their investments every quarter and conduct audits for no reason. As a rational, skeptical, sensible modern man, Ivan accepted the mission without another word. That meant the princess now owed him a political or psychological debt. Unlike a tangible debt, such an intangible debt was guaranteed to have far broader uses. Elizaveta was currently the most powerful person in the city. It was fair to say that nearly all administration in the Krasilov kingdom moved by her hand. If he used the debt owed by someone with that much power, he could provide every child at the orphanage with higher education and better nutrition without worrying about money. If he simply accepted wealth as compensation, it would be a one-time payment. But under the name of support funds, how much financial aid could he secure? With the satisfaction of committing wicked, systematic corruption, Ivan nodded to himself. He carefully gathered the reports, gave a deep bow with perfect court etiquette, and left the president's office. Elizaveta stared blankly at his retreating back for a long time. Then she rubbed her face with dry hands and sank into the sofa. An idiot. The royal guard officer, who had heard words too irreverent to repeat, turned toward the window with a blank expression. It was summer. I'll give you half the kingdom. No, that was wrong. It was too cliched. Do you not wish to possess the noblest person in this kingdom? Damn it, that sounded too much like a succubus. Refine it a little more. Yes, make it romantic. I'll give you half of myself. Will you give me half of yours? That sounded somewhat better. Elizaveta stood before the mirror in the president's office, muttering to herself for a long while. She wore the expression of a devoted princess, commissioning a difficult mission and offering even herself as the reward. It was a scene from 30 minutes before Ivan had accepted the mission out of patriotic loyalty, without asking for any compensation, and left. Chapter 61, St. Yansk University and the Chamber of Secrets, 4. E-cities stared blankly up at the sky, a blue summer sky. The students on campus were giggling with each other over who knew what. Birds were chirping, flowers were blooming, and bad children like them were. No, that is not it. She forced her tangled thoughts back into order. What mattered right now was not how beautiful the day was. It was Uncle Ivan. She had spent the whole weekend agonizing over it, mostly over what exactly she was supposed to do about her uncle. He spread word far and wide that he was dead, got himself properly buried in the National Cemetery, and then what? Surprise, I was alive the whole time, and I grew a beard. It was an astounding event that doubled the shock and tripled the fury. Every time E-cities thought about her uncle, her head felt ready to spin. His way of speaking had turned blunt, his expression had turned gloomy. And his new hobby was stalking female students. I have to set him straight. Somebody had to take care of that poor old man living alone. He was 34. Somebody had to make him shave, feed him warm meals, and stand firmly by his side so he would stop chasing after other women. And surely that duty belonged to her, the woman who had known him longer than anyone else in the world. Really, what woman in the world could possibly understand a man like that and take him in hand? I have to do it, there is no one else. Having made up her mind, E-cities began writing a letter. Dad, I hope you have been well. Fortunately, I am doing fine. Prichinkaya is a nice place. The buildings are tall, there are lots of people, and the streets are full of shops. There are many people here who love music. Ah, not the kind they sing while drinking. Not drums, string instruments. The kind of music that sounds warm and lovely, the kind many people perform together. How are the younger ones? They are doing well, right? They had better be. Unlike me, those children liked fighting. E-cities hesitated, then squeezed her eyes shut and moved her hand decisively. By the way, it is nothing serious, but I am thinking about getting married. I used to, I am going to meet a good man. Do not worry. If you were looking into another marriage match for me, please cancel it. I will stop here. E-cities. Good, with this she had received her parents' permission. She had not. E-cities nodded in satisfaction and got to her feet. A dagger had returned to her hand. Where did Uncle go this time? Over the past few days, Ivan had been suspiciously hard to spot. It had not even been that long since she started enthusiastically stalking him, and already he seemed to have found another target. Naturally, that bad habit had to be corrected as quickly as possible. She was already worried about how he was going to live the rest of his life. The biggest obstacle to Ivan's wandering eye, though she and Ivan were not in any kind of relationship where that term could apply, was sadly her once closest friend, Isabel. Ivan seemed to care a great deal for Isabel as well, enough to personally teach her weapon skills. Isabel also seemed attached to him. No, attached was not quite the word. Having grown up in the royal court and mastered palace intrigue and politics over many years, E-cities could tell. Her sharp eyes had fully grasped Isabel's feelings. She pretended otherwise, acting breezy and unaffected while subtly making eyes at Uncle Ivan. That was unforgivable. How dare she covet a man who had already built a family? He had not. If this were Drone, she would have to show her the homeland's traditional games. For the record, Drone traditional games included hanging from poles, burning, drowning, and the blood eagle. Thinking of how close they had once been, she could not do anything that extreme, but Isabel still needed a sharp lesson. With that scrawny, dried-up little body, how dare she? Besides, decadent and obscene tills might take pride in enjoying public romance in the name of chivalry, but Drone did not. Drone, that morally advanced nation, regarded fidelity, purity, and the innocent love between men and women as virtues. In other words, unfaithful men were castrated and their affair partners were executed. I am going to be busy. She had to teach Ivan fidelity and common sense, and she had to teach the women swarming around him, Isabel included about drone family culture. She was a very busy person. Crunch. With a wooden practice sword slung over her shoulder, Isabel stood glaring toward one corner of the campus. She had tailed Ivan and confirmed that he went into the president's office. Then, when she turned her gaze just a little, she spotted a silhouette beneath a street tree in front of the main building that led to the president's office. That loathsome woman who had once been her friend, standing there with her hands demurely clasped, wearing a warm smile as she watched the entrance to the main building. Traitor. In a flat voice, Isabel muttered quietly. Gnawing at the edge of her thumbnail, she glared at that absurd barbarian. All that woman knew how to do was throw that foolishly heavy body of hers around. Mr. is a thoroughly trained soldier. You could tell after exchanging only 3 sentences with him. He was a man who loved efficiency. And naturally, Isidis's body was the very pinnacle of inefficiency. The only person Isabel had ever seen who was even more inefficient than her was the saintess she had glimpsed from afar. That useless fat of hers symbolized laziness. Isabel was confident she would never lose to a lazy, dull woman like that. She might be shamelessly imitating Isabel's method and aiming for Mr.'s side, but honestly, as if. There was no plagiarism that could surpass the original. And the bond between a man and a woman was proven by the time and memories they had shared. Would Mr. even remember Isidis's name? He would. He. Isabel straightened her back with a confident smile. Right, this was a fight she simply could not lose. No, a fight was not even the right word. If an adult hit a child, would that count as a duel? Of course not. This was just discipline. In the Tills court, this barely counts as the basics of politics. The barbaric and uncivilized drone court made decisions by relying solely on the authority and charisma of the great king. But Tills was different. Tills was a great cultural power that had built civilization on a strict judicial system and a strong sense of ethics. Unlike that simple political structure centered on one absolute ruler, it possessed a complex and beautiful government. Therefore, as a representative of that great cultural power, Isabel decided to teach culture to that barbarian's daughter. Ivan came striding out of the main building. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking from that blank face, though he was surely thinking about nothing at all, and the sight made a smile slip out before she knew it. She waved both hands wildly and ran toward him. Mister. He needed to bring a mage. Ivan was a rational man, so he had no intention whatsoever of trying to clear an academy underground dungeon covered in ancient spells by himself. He was a man of many talents, but unfortunately, he had never learned magic. Meaning, not simple spells for lighting or extinguishing fires, but actual spells that qualified as true magic. He had been an operative trained for real combat during the war. Magic, however, belonged to the realm of scholarship. It was the sort of thing that required precise formulas and incantations, rituals, reagents, and all kinds of other complicated knowledge. Where was he supposed to find a mage? Ivan walked on, sunk in thought. He had no idea what form those ancient spells took, but one thing was certain. They were powerful enough to instantly destroy a dwarven relic. A spell like that could not be dismantled barehanded. He needed a mage, especially one skilled in deciphering such things. The most reliable option among such people would be Balegreen, but Ivan had neither a way to call him nor any desire to do so. If he had to choose someone nearby, perhaps the head of the magic faculty. But that would run against the nature of a secret mission. The moment he accepted help from an elf, information would leak to the Callian archipelago. Mister. Ivan raised his head at the sudden voice. Isabel was running toward him with a bright smile, a wooden sword in hand. Then something odd caught his eye. Ivan frowned and snatched up Isabel's wrist as she reached him. Do not move. Gripping her right wrist with one hand, Ivan slipped his other hand into his coat and pulled out a bandage. There was no need to subject her to unnecessary pain, so he did not use a healing potion. With practiced hands, he wrapped the bandage around Isabel's thumbnail. In this uncivilized pre-modern age, a bandage was nothing more than a small scrap of cloth smeared with ointment, but functionally it was similar enough to a modern one. And Ivan was the head of an orphanage. Children had a suspicious fondness for high places, so he had more than enough experience bandaging small scrapes and cuts. "You have picked up a bad habit." Yes." Isabel averted her gaze with spinning eyes. Her whole face had turned red enough to burst. At this distance, a superhuman's hearing could pick up the other person's heartbeat. Ivan studied Isabel's complexion and pulse, then frowned. "Do you have arrhythmia? Cardiovascular illness can become a serious problem if you miss the timing. Go find the saintess." "Why, yes, this is. What is this?" Isabel pulled her hand back at once, her expression turning cold. Even so, she kept rubbing the thumb wrapped in a bandage while grinning to herself. Has she never seen a bandage before? Ivan sighed. The Tills court seemed to have a tendency to raise children in excessive comfort. Then again, she was someone who even had a personal priest attached to her. Why would a girl like that ever have reason to use a bandage for a scratch? One cast of healing from a priest would treat something far deeper than this in an instant. "Oh, right, mister. I had something I wanted to tell you." Ahem. Isabel looked suspiciously toward a distant point behind Ivan. Malice flickered cleverly in her eyes as she cast one glance that way, then opened her mouth to speak. "I like your beard, mister." Did you hear that, Essie? This is Till's politics, different from you barbarians. When you have to compete for someone's heart, telling them what they want to hear is common sense. At the same time, taking a different position from your rival is how you gain the advantage. Just stand over there and watch with that devastated look on your face. With a soft little laugh, Isabel stepped closer to Ivan. "I think so too." Pardon. Is that all you had to say?" "What? No, just a moment. Have you eaten lunch? I know a really, really delicious place." "I have." Ivan was an efficient man, so he solved almost all of his meals with a nutrient bar. The nutrient bar was the great masterpiece of Ivan's life. In this uncivilized pre-modern fantasy world, there was no academic field called nutrition. Because they lacked even the concept of essential nutrients, people went to priests when nutritional imbalances caused abnormalities in their bodies. Astonishingly enough, a priest's healing could even temporarily improve those imbalances. But such luxury had been impossible for Ivan, who came from a poor tenant farming family. So he had thrown himself desperately into developing this nutrient bar. Even on the battlefields of the past, where supplies had been unstable, the nutrient bar had played a major role in keeping his combat ability steady at all times. None of the hero party ever ate it with him, though. Bunch of uncivilized pre-modern people. Those bastards had slandered his nutrient bar with the vicious line that it was worse than pig feed. They rejected this marvelous food of the future, made with grain-based carbohydrates, generously packed with semi-dried fruit, mostly raspberries, and set firm with pork fat. They rejected it despite its perfect nutritional balance and wonderfully low production cost. Even the late king had praised it as a secret art beyond civilization. Whenever thoughts like that came to him, Ivan was once again reminded of what an exceptional man the late king had been. You already ate. It is 10 o'clock. You already had lunch." Ahem. When you were deployed on an operation, eating on schedule was a luxury. So Ivan would break apart field rations and a nutrient bar, replenishing himself in several rounds. It was a habit that had been stamped into him over long years. By now, it was practically part of daily life. Then what about dinner? When do you eat dinner?" "I am busy tonight." He needed to find a mage immediately and scout the entrance to the underground ruins. Then tomorrow, what about lunch tomorrow? I will likely be busy. Assuming he found the entrance tonight and went straight into the field, he would probably be tied up for at least a day or two. Then the weekend. I am busy. On weekends, he had to catch up on all the orphanage work that piled up while he spent weekdays escorting the children of the hero party full-time. An orphanage was not some self-running business. He had to secure a week's worth of food supplies for the children's meals, mend all the clothes that had no doubt been damaged again during the week, review the children's education, and even listen to their worries. That was close to Ivan's only hobby. It was time that brought him peace of mind. That was why he ran the orphanage. It was not because he sincerely worried about war orphans and wanted to care for them. He did it only for his own satisfaction. Which made it hypocrisy. Ivan knew he was a hypocrite. It was nothing more than self-comfort, something he did to lighten the blood on his hands and the weight of it. Hic, sob. Isabel suddenly burst into tears and ran off somewhere. Puberty in another world was difficult to predict. Ivan slowly shook his head and started walking again. Where was he supposed to find a mage? Chapter 62, St. Yansk University and the Chamber of Secrets, 5. Ivan did not judge people by their profession, gender, age, or race when making friends, but he was not close with wizards. There was a very rational and valid reason for that. Most wizards were born with defects in their character. What does that mean? It's true. Ivan gave Oswald, who was staring at him uneasily, a crooked look and calmly explained the facts. Wizards basically spend their time shut away in rooms, kneading mana or reading books. That's true. Now think about other professions. A warrior needed both real combat and training to grow stronger. A warrior who only struck dummies in the training yard could not become strong. Naturally, they needed an opponent. Finding a skilled sparring partner, sweating together, and building a friendship naturally improved one's social skills. Warriors who failed to do so all got their heads cracked open. Thieves had to learn the locations of their targets, bases, hideouts, warehouses, safes, and so on. Since that was internal information, thieves naturally had to befriend their targets or persuade the target's acquaintances to obtain it. Only extremely sociable people could become thieves. Enrica had quite a lot of friends despite being a vampire. Bards did not even need to be mentioned. Musical art was a field that only born social butterflies would dare attempt. Supersocial Mozart and Salieri, who hated people like Mozart, proved that. Salieri was also incredibly sociable. There was one more decisive piece of evidence. Nearly all elves are wizards. Yes. And nearly all elves suffer from congenital personality disorders. And what? Having successfully persuaded Oswald with a flawless syllogism, all elves were madmen, all elves were wizards, therefore wizards were madmen, Ivan looked at him warmly and nodded. To say it again, Ivan did not discriminate against people based on race or gender. He was a modern man from the 21st century. In other words, this was not racism. It was only a calm statement of fact. Sadly, every non-human race in this uncivilized world suffered from congenital personality defects by default. There were dwarves who invented averagism and hated anyone taller than themselves, demonfolk who viewed humans as somewhat unusual ingredients, and elves. Whenever something strange appeared in history, blaming the elves usually turned out to be correct. That was all. Anything further would not be cool. Ivan looked at Oswald. Oswald, who had been staring blankly at Ivan, smiled sadly. He seemed to have realized that he was both a wizard and an elf. Why are you telling me this? Oswald looked around with an uneasy expression. Many students were passing by, glancing at them. This was the magic department. About half the students in the magic department were elves. In other words, this was the most densely populated area of elf wizards in all Prichinkaya. And he was saying these things right in the middle of it. My school life is over. Oswald smiled humbly. If this were Earth, he could enlist and cleanly erase his past. But in this unfortunate world, joining the military was voluntary while leaving it was not. Oswald had no options. I need a wizard. Ah, so the reason you gave a lecture on the lack of character development among wizards and elves in front of the first-year lecture hall of the magic department was that you wanted to hire a wizard. Ivan looked at Oswald with fresh eyes. He was good at organizing things. There had been no need to explain it like that from the start. I'm really, truly grateful that Mr. Ivan did not transmigrate into a king or high-ranking noble. Any nation ruled by this man would become an evil empire armed with efficiency and rationalism. It might have become a lucky version of Nazi Germany or the Soviet Union. Oswald let out a long sigh. And if you needed a wizard, you could have just asked me privately. I know how to use magic too. Magical interpretation, see classical spell commentary, C-. W8, how do you even know my grades? You are useless. Wow. Mind sorcery was war magic. It was also tremendously useful in intelligence work, but most of its applications were specialized for war. Destruction spells looked spectacular, but their effects were poor by comparison. Throwing a fireball at the front line would only take down 4 or 5 people at most. That level of firepower could be replaced with firearms. If an elite soldier trained to wield mana had that little efficiency, it was nothing but a waste of resources. Mind sorcery, on the other hand, could use the same amount of mana to strengthen the minds of an entire allied squad. It could remove fear, inspire courage, and plant a terrible hatred of the enemy in their hearts. The momentum of war usually depended on soldiers' morale. A front line with a wizard trained in mind sorcery could fight overwhelmingly longer than one without. Back then, the purpose of the front line had been to endure, so it was an extraordinarily powerful effect. The war's only objective had been to hold out until the hero party beheaded the enemy leadership. In any case, mind sorcery was war magic. What Ivan needed was a conventional wizard skilled in ancient magic interpretation and protective spells. So you are looking for a wizard who is not an elf, has learned protective spells, is well-versed in ancient magic interpretation, and can keep secrets. Yes. I think finding a dragon or a unicorn would be faster. So it is difficult. It's not difficult, it's impossible. It might be possible if you gave up on the elf part and the secrecy part. Oswald looked around with a complicated expression, then lowered his voice to a whisper. You said you're close with the hero party, right? Then there's one person. A wizard who ranked first in theory across every subject, including ancient magic interpretation, and got A+ grades even in unrelated magic like protective spells. She is an elf, but she is the daughter of one of your friends, Mr. Ivan, so she should be able to keep a secret too. There was only one wizard among the hero party's children. Is Elfihara? Yes, Miss Elfihara Greikenkos. She is kind and well-mannered too. A prodigy said to have inherited her father's magical talent in full. She had earned the highest score in St. Yansk University's entrance examination history. Ivan knew her too. 12 years earlier, just before the hero party had departed. He had seen her for exactly 4 days. That little girl had been an extremely elf-like child. What is that smell? Human, have you forgotten how to wash? Where is your master? I shall personally teach that person how to bathe a pet. Yeah. Ivan turned his head as he listened to a doll-sized child chatter away. The child barely reached below his chest. Pointed ears stuck out from between shimmering blonde hair. Ah, an elf. They said there was one in the hero party. I see. But he had heard that Baelgreen Greikenkos was an elf over 400 years old. Could an elf look this young? Long-lived races really were amazing. Ivan rapidly sorted through his thoughts and nodded. Are you Lord Greikenkos? Yes, that is correct. I am Greikenkos. You recognize me, so you must be an intelligent human despite your appearance. The child puffed out their chest and shouted. The mana he could sense was nothing special. Was this an old master who had returned to youth? Ivan was impressed. The oldest person he knew was Enrika. Even she could not take on such a young appearance. This world seemed not to have such concepts, but Ivan, who had once sent a 5,700-character denunciation to martial arts novels with equal fervor, knew terms like returning to youth, reforming one's bones and body, and reverting from old age to youth. Faced with a character from those novels made real, Ivan could not help feeling awed. So, human, where is your master? I am terribly hungry. Humans seem not to know the proper etiquette for treating honored guests, so I suppose I must find your elven master. What do you mean? Did the army camp's supply corps not serve you a meal? I will speak with the quartermaster. No, not that, fodder. I need food, not feed. Izzo. Ivan's image of elves began to warp slightly. Lord Greikenkos, I am sorry, but this is the front line. The share given to your group was made up of luxuries that the soldiers could not even dream of. The human language is mysterious. The word luxury means made by elves. Which item in the trough of fodder I received today was an elven-made meal. The elves in his mind were no longer mysterious, long-lived fairies. If this was a great wizard who had lived for 400 years, Ivan thought he could understand even if his character was somewhat broken, so he forced himself to keep his expression under control. Surely not every elf was this insane. Ivan's easygoing thought was shattered by the next person to appear. Elfihara, what kind of language is that? Father. A tall young man approached from the distance with a smile and opened his arms. The child who had been snapping at Ivan ran over and threw herself into his embrace. The young man smiled warmly and ruffled the child's hair. Fodder, that was the finest feast a human could make. Poor humans enjoy such things while calling them feasts, so calling it fodder is deeply rude. Father, but it wasn't edible. Elfihara, humans become deeply hurt when the offerings they present are rejected. Have I not repeatedly told you how important it is to care for inferior races? Yes, father. Ivan swore it was the most astonishing display of family education he had ever seen. He could only stare blankly at the elven father and daughter, his mouth hanging open. Ah, human, my daughter was rude, my apologies. The man smiled kindly and held out his hand. Was he asking for a handshake? His hand was positioned strangely for that. With the back of his hand facing upward, it looked exactly like. I am Baelgreen Greikenkos, acting chair of the Privy Council of the Callian Archipelago. By human custom, you kiss the back of a noble's hand when you meet them, is that right? Hee, it is a primitive but adorable tradition. I shall graciously permit it. Would it not be better to exterminate these bastards for the peace and future of humanity? No, the world. Ivan seriously resolved to submit the matter to the great king and glared coldly at Baelgreen. That had been 12 years ago. It was Ivan's 18th year since his transmigration and his 8th year of military service, when he had just joined the Royal Guard. His first impression of elves had been the worst. Given that it had not improved afterward, elves appeared to be that kind of race by nature. Returning from his thoughts, Ivan looked at the elf before him. The female elf, who placed a hand neatly over her chest and dipped her head gracefully, was picturesque in the literal sense. After hearing Oswald's explanation, she gave a shy smile and spoke. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Elfihara Greikenkos. Ivan was baffled. Chapter 63, St. Yansk University and the Chamber of Secrets, 6. I heard you were a friend of my father's. My father? prefers deep friendships where people can speak openly rather than broad social connections, so I never thought there would be someone I had yet to meet. Elphihara was no easy opponent, as expected. At such a young age, she had already mastered Elven speech. That was an Elven probing shot. "Are you really my dad's friend? You seem like an imposter. My dad doesn't have many friends. I've never seen a human like you." The pure-blooded elf had taken a shot at both her father and Ivan in a single, impeccably polite sentence. Yet she covered her mouth with a gentle, bashful smile. "We served on the same battlefield." "Wow, so you were father's comrade in arms. That's amazing. If you stood on the same front line as my father back then, you must have been an extraordinary person." Elphihara smiled sociably as her eyes flicked over Ivan's worn work clothes and neck scarf. "I find it hard to believe you, but since the eldest son of the Eastvelpen barony, a member of the Privy Council, arranged this meeting, I'll at least hear you out." Really, it could not be helped. If you met an unfamiliar old man whose opening line was, "I'm friends with your dad," it was only natural to doubt everything that followed unless it was, "Here, use this as pocket money." And Ivan was a human. Convincing a sensible elf that their father had a human friend was an extraordinarily difficult task. So Ivan decided not to bother persuading her. It was pointless and a waste of time. "I need someone who can interpret classical spells and cast protective spells. As you heard, this is a matter of state secrecy, so discretion is also required." How could I dare refuse a friend of my father's? Still, regrettably, I am only a student. Wouldn't it be better to employ the mages of your country for such an important national mission? It was exactly the answer Ivan expected. He still had a card to play. "Do you know Bale Green's hobby?" "My father's hobby." The most representative way to show off one's connection. He had used the classic, "Do you even know what my dad likes?" Lost ancient magic, especially things dating close to the mythological age. Am I wrong? That is true, but... Really, that was practically every mage's hobby. The more highly placed and educated someone was, the more likely they were to become addicted to collecting antiques. Once they did, they became so obsessed they would sell the foundations of their own house for another relic. Most ancient magic had no practical use. Scholarship naturally progressed with the times. Only games treated anything with the word ancient in front of it as automatically powerful. But ancient relics beneath an academy were another matter. Ever since Hogwarts, it had been an established rule that ancient artifacts buried beneath an academy were powerful. A ruin was recently excavated in secret beneath this university. They say magic estimated to be at least 1,500 years old lies inside. Feel free to tell anyone. Officially, the Krasilov monarchy will dismiss it as an unfounded rumor. If it's such an important mission, that makes it even more suspicious. Why me of all people? The capable cannot be trusted, and the trustworthy lack ability. Which one do you think I am, my lord? You are trustworthy and capable. Ivan looked Elphihara in the eye. Even if you talk, you are only one student. It is not strange for someone your age to become immersed in conspiracy theories, and even if some fool believes you, they cannot demand that this country conduct an investigation. It will never become public debate. That is why I trust you, and why I am not seeking out another professional mage. My father would believe me. But Bale Green is not enough of an idiot to pressure a nation merely to collect relics. Isn't that right? Zurg. Ivan continued as Elphihara bit her lip. And I trust Bale Green. I respect his abilities. If you are even half as exceptional as your father, there is no reason to doubt your skill. For the record, he has already checked Miss Greikenkos's grades. If you take this job, you will be able to give your father a relic from the ancient era beneath Prachinkaya. Will you do it? It seems I have no choice. Elphihara smiled gently and held out her hand. Ivan flinched on instinct, then relaxed when he noticed that she was offering a handshake. I look forward to working with you. What is your name, my lord? Call me Ivan. I know Krasilov culture fairly well too, you know. You realize that is an incredibly lazy alias, right? I do. Humans. Watching the two shake hands, Oswald had to revise his assessment of Ivan somewhat. Why was he so good with words? Why was he never like this normally? Unfortunately, this transmigrator had yet to fully adapt to this pre-modern world, so he did not know there were things with even greater persuasive power than words. Ivan was a reasonable man, though, and he knew persuasion was more effective the faster it was. The fastest persuasion in the world came from choosing between one's life and a nod. Even in pre-modern times, large buildings required ground preparation before construction. In other words, they knew how to carry out civil engineering work beginning with underground foundations. This was also a world with sewers. Most of the sewer system spread throughout the city was older than the city itself, but even so, any new building had to begin with underground structures. And there was one more thing. St. Yansk University had been founded less than 20 years ago. It was a newly established university built during the war. A building in the middle of the city that had neither reason, purpose, nor space to contain something like a chamber of secrets. For such a building to have a secret ancient ruin beneath it, and for no one to notice, it first needed physical depth. Deeper than the sewer facilities beneath the university. Deep enough to reach the lowest level of the Prichinkaya underground waterways, said to be older than the city itself. Lah erg. Ivan ignored Elfahara, who covered her nose beside him and dry-heaved as he walked on. The Prichinkaya underground waterways were certainly not pleasant. They were damp, dark, narrow, and filled with the sluggish flow of rotting sewage. Rats, cockroaches, and other vermin crawled everywhere. It was not a place for a young elf to stroll through without concern. How much, farther do we have to go? We're almost there. That's, the 10th time you've said that. Ahem. Ivan walked on, scanning the surroundings. His eyes read the countless marks left on the sewer walls. An unmaintained artificial structure would inevitably collapse before the passage of time. The Prichinkaya underground waterways were no different. In unmaintained sections, there was always a danger of cave-ins. Signs of age. You could tell from the cracks in the bricks and the extent of their wear. He ignored broken bricks rounded smooth by standing water and time, reading only the marks that remained sharp enough for stone dust to fall from their edges. They were traces warped by the influence of a dwarven excavation relic. Ivan followed the increasingly dense, web-like trails for some time. Whoa, wow. Elfahara stood blankly, forgetting even to cover her mouth. Shhhhhhhh. A massive cavern spread out before them, where accumulated rainwater poured down like a waterfall. Tiny mushrooms glowed blue, while shimmering clusters of light that had drifted in from somewhere else floated along the edge of the cavern, shining brilliantly. Water that had spilled from the broken pipes of the underground waterways flowed like a waterfall toward the unfathomable depths at the center of the enormous cavern. Is this the ancient ruin? No, it is the entrance. Ivan stepped forward and read the traces. They were less than a week old, yet the violent flow of water had already eroded them. The collapse is close. It would have been dangerous if we had delayed. At most, a week. The ground would give way before then. Ivan sharply surveyed the area. This is only the entrance. What is some ancient demon sealed in there? Why is it so enormous? It was the dwarves' work. The dwarves. This cliff has nothing to do with the underground ruin. It is simply where a dwarven relic once stood. Ivan straightened up, cracked his neck, and drew his axe. A dwarven relic once stood. What does that even mean? No, explain it properly. The earthquake in Prichinkaya a week ago was the dwarves' doing. They brought an excavation relic and dug into the underground. What? That cliff, the precipice that looks like a cliff, is where the relic stood. Just as the elves had air warships, the dwarves had excavation relics. Why did those skillful little craftsmen not even dare attempt to reconstruct such relics? Because they were enormous enough to require too many resources to rebuild, and because the design techniques for their complex, intricate parts had been lost. Just as Callian air warships were called fortresses in the sky, dwarven excavation relics were called subterranean siege towers. An excavation relic had only one function: to carve away the ground. It existed solely to transport dwarves through the deep underground. There was another reason such things were called relics and became strategic targets that had to be destroyed without exception. They are too large. Great mass became a weapon in itself. Ground excavated by an excavation relic would inevitably collapse, and the relic was so massive that operating it could cause earthquakes. There had been magic here strong enough to erase an object, no, a structure, that large in an instant. Can you interpret anything? Pardon. I mean, can you see any mana or traces of magic being used? No, there is only water. The mana concentration is high, but it does not seem beyond the level of a natural phenomenon. Then we will use the second best option. He had not expected much in the first place. What he expected from Elphahara was not finding the entrance to the relic. If that had been possible, Elizavetta's analysis team would have detected it when they were sent in advance. It was only natural. So Ivan would do what needed doing. He slowly settled into position and drew a deep breath. Excuse me, what are you doing? Prepare a protective spell. I'm getting really worried now. Why? Because you will need it. Mana seeped into his bloodstream. With a tingling sensation, time began to divide into slow fragments. The drifting lights curved sluggishly, and every speck of dust in the air became distinct enough to follow with his eyes. Mana accelerated his neural network, making his head burn hot. It was a flood of sensory information. A tide of sensations surged from sharpened touch, keen vision, tense smell, and delicately opened hearing. Enhanced senses forced the brain beyond its capacity. Human sensory organs were not designed to absorb this much information. So he shut down his hearing. Cracked. Like how hearing sharpened when he closed his eyes. Human sensory organs were not built to operate independently. Whenever one sense was restricted, the total capacity of the others improved enormously. The instant he lost his hearing, mana surged through his nervous system with a brief ringing. He carefully adjusted it, then once more. Crunch. After hearing came smell. In exchange for sacrificing two useless sensory systems, his reaction nerves forcibly broke through limits he had never dared approach. Within that gap, where time lurched and tilted. A shring. Feeling the axe blade slide free with chilling clarity, he quietly tightened his stance. As he stared forward, red flooded his vision. Blood vessels in his eyes had burst. There was no need to care. Their function remained intact. So he checked the direction the dwarven excavation relic had moved in. Those traces, one by one. 15 degrees to the right of center, 22 degrees downward. He precisely pinpointed the direction in which the dwarven excavation relic had operated by reverse engineering the marks it left behind. At the same time, he spun the axe blade behind him. Crunch, crunch, crunchy. His legs planted on the ground, his twisted waist, the bundle of muscle fibers leading from his external obliques, the tensed triceps running through his deltoids. The activation of mana-infused nerves, the moment tension in every tendon reached its peak. He pictured the most perfect strike that could be delivered in a single breath. Maximilian's. The stance the radiant blonde young man had taken back then, when he lifted his head and looked at the night sky. Recalling the most powerful strike he remembered. Morning star slash. Who? A low breath escaped. Pezing. A flash cut through the air. Quayangs. The impact returned a moment later. What is this supposed to mean? Elizaveta had to read the short, concise report 3 times. It was written in the Krasilov common tongue, in neat formal handwriting that perfectly followed reporting protocol, yet it was incredibly difficult to understand. She slowly set the report down and picked up her teacup. Magical reactions at the ruin site have been confirmed solely from the dwarven excavation relic. Therefore, cross-verification under identical conditions is required to establish the ruin's existence and location. As the dwarven excavation relic has been destroyed, it cannot be reused to prove this. Therefore, at the field agent's discretion, an impact equivalent to the excavation relic's estimated force will be applied to the area in order to replicate the conditions as closely as possible. Attachment: the mage analyzing the ancient ruins' magic must be capable of casting a high-level protective spell. What is he trying to do? Giving up on understanding it, Elizaveta clutched her forehead and let out a sigh. When he came back, she would definitely, truly, absolutely make sure to teach that bastard about following the advance reporting protocol and leaving on-site judgment to Elizaveta. Chapter 64, St. Yansk University and the Chamber of Secrets, 7. There was no flash racing toward them, no spectacular explosion. Naturally, those only followed when there was something to explode. What could possibly explode beneath this ground, where underground water flowed? Rumblies. There were vibrations, though. The shockwave that followed such large-scale destruction now filled the cavern beneath them. Ivan turned around with his axe in hand. Elphahara was shouting something, her face a cocktail of terror, rage, and bewilderment. His hearing was shut off. He had no intention of restoring it. There might not have been an explosion, but the deafening roar was surely echoing through the entire cavern right now. Noise beyond a certain threshold ruined concentration. Cast a protective spell. Ivan spoke clearly to the elf, then settled back into position. Rumbly, the earth groaned low and cracks crumbled beneath his feet. It's about to collapse. He had learned lip reading. The moment he looked, he knew the elf was desperately spewing curses. What concerned him was whether she could cast a protective spell. Since that was not the issue, there was no reason to care. He reached out and wrapped an arm around Elphahara's waist. You planned this from the start, rapist, you ordinary human. He did not know what that last word meant, but it was probably one of those elf-like insults. Protective spell. Ivan answered shortly, then said, "And don't close your eyes." He threw himself over the precipice. If you see the flow of mana, don't lose it. Do what you have to do. Everything else is my responsibility. He did not know how much force the protective spell could withstand. Bale Greens had been sturdy enough to block even an attack from one of the 7 dragon generals at least once. Even if it was not at that level, it should be able to stop small stones striking their bodies. Trusting that, Ivan felt an odd sense of weightlessness as he looked up at the ceiling from the darkness spreading beneath the precipice. Rumblies. Another earthquake struck, and the focal point of the impact, which had been forming precarious cracks, burst apart. Earth and enormous slabs of rock began pouring after them into the abyss. Don't close my eyes. Elphahara glared at the insane old man monkey, who was neither old nor a monkey, and desperately wiped away her tears. The wind battered her face. Her once prized hair was already filthy with dust, and it slapped and stuck to her face in the rushing wind. MMPH and GH. Breathing was difficult enough. The thunderous roar shaking the whole cavern, the endless fall with nothing beneath her feet, the sensation of floating. It was nearly a miracle that she had managed to cast even a protective spell in this situation. There was no way she could squeeze out any more concentration. How am I supposed to do that? No human with even the faintest understanding of magic's mysteries and wisdom would dare say such a thing. What on earth was this stupid monkey? If you are even half as capable as your father, your skill is already beyond question. Ah. This human had said he stood on the same battlefield as her father. Nothing about his shabby appearance inspired any trust. She had come here in the first place because of the eldest son of the Eastvelpen barony's guarantee. It was surely a lie, but it could place a political noose around the legitimate eldest son of a Privy Council member. She had agreed with only that much determination. Yet now, she could not bring herself to think it was a lie. Anyone capable of causing this much destruction barehanded would have been more than qualified to stand beside her father during the last racial war. Which meant, your father would have managed something like this easily. That was what he meant, that he trusted her ability. Just as she had followed him, because she trusted Oswald Eastvelpen's guarantee. This man had been watching over her, because he trusted the ability of Balegreen Greikenkos. My father would have done it, he would have, but... Elphihara forced her eyes open. Wind whipped violently against her face, but she struggled to lift the corners of her eyes, wet with tears. She was an elf of the Callian archipelago, the noblest and strongest race in the world. And among those elves, she was the daughter of Balegreen, said to be one of the greatest mages since the age of myth. She remembered the words her father had always repeated when she was young. Magic is the study of turning illusion into reality. Elphihara, magic builds a staircase to the heavens for mortals who stand upon the earth. So build your mental image. Heavens, Elphihara murmured as she glared at the high ceiling of the cavern, where the sky should have been. She held mana within herself to reach the heavens. Earth. Standing upon the dust of the earth, yet keeping her heart straight. Then, humanity. To straighten the mental image of a mortal, walk the staircase of intent toward the heavens, and take one more step forward. Heaven, earth, humanity. The three talents. The process of unifying the three elements of intent was the foundation of magic Balegreen had devised. Kaya. The moment she began constructing the spell, a massive falling rock plunged toward her head. She desperately twisted her body to avoid it, but it was impossible. They were in the middle of a precipice. She was falling. There was not even time to cast a levitation spell. Her protective spell could not stop a falling rock that large. She was going to die. Sudden terror filled her vision. The intent she had painstakingly gathered to shape her mana scattered apart. All she could do was watch death approach, trembling and sobbing in fear. Then, quangs, an axe blade cut through the air. With that single strike, the boulder became countless pebbles and scattered helplessly in every direction. Elphihara trembled amid the rain of stones, still gripped by terror. Then a low, calm voice that did not suit the situation at all, and was all the clearer for it, rang beside her ear. Build your intent, weave the magic, and find the mana in this space. But how am I supposed to do that? I'm. Elphihara. Heck. A firm hand was wrapped around her waist. It encircled her slender, nimble waist with one arm, solid and steadfast, as though it would drive every trace of fear from her shaking body. Without realizing it, Elphihara leaned against that warm body and sobbed. The voice continued, low and husky, yet gentle. Hold an illusion and bring reality into being. That means, forget that you are Balegreen's daughter. You are already complete on your own, Elphihara. Look at yourself and build your mental image upon the earth. You. Everything else is not your responsibility. Your safety, your life, your fear, leave all of it to me. That is my responsibility. You only need to do what you can. That was all he expected of her. Everything else was his to handle. Through her trembling vision, only his eyes, burning a vivid blue, looked directly at her. Just as I trust you, trust me as well. As Bale Green did. I have never failed at what I had to do, even before your father. Why your name? At least tell me your name. A man like this could not have gone unmentioned by her father. For some reason, Elphahara felt that she would only be at ease if she heard his name, even in a situation like this. Ivan casually turned his gaze away. He struck aside another falling rock and whispered in a low voice. Ivan, you know that's an incredibly lazy name for an alias, right? I know. Humans really are. Ivan was the most common name in Krasilov. It was used by everyone from tenant farmers to nobles, and it was such an outdated name that even serf families no longer gave it to their children. Still, that was enough. Elphahara smiled brightly. Entrusting even her life to him, trusting him completely. All she had to do was find a single thread of mana. It was not difficult. If she found even this difficult, the name of Bale Green, no, the name of the elves would weep. Elphahara, flower of the fairies. If she had received such a name from Callion's greatest man, she had to prove herself worthy of it. She wove mana. She built her intent and constructed a staircase toward the heavens. Her feet planted on the earth, her intent rising all the way to the great heavens. The mystery of magic, the source of its secrets, was always the sky. She prayed for the ancient wisdom that lay beyond that sky. She wove mana to see the principles of the world. The illusions of mortals, vague fantasies, images in the mind, gathered at her fingertips and were shaped into reality. I can see it. Where? Forward, straight ahead. We're straight ahead. Everywhere straight ahead, it's all in front of me. Whoosh. Even while falling, she felt the fierce gale. A huge tide of revealed mana and the wind within the illusion tangled her thoughts. They had failed to notice this. No, that was not it. This was the sort of magic that only revealed itself to those who could notice it. My goodness, such scale, such precision. A vivid blue curtain of magic billowed before her. Elphahara stared blankly at the overwhelming sight, the complete opposite of the dark precipice, forgetting even to close her eyes. Excellent. Ivan's voice sounded briefly above her head. Then he leaped from shattered rock to shattered rock. Held in his arm, Elphahara let out a shrill scream and trembled at the approaching mana. Chapter 65, St. Yansk University and the Chamber of Secrets, 8. Ivan, a royal guard dozing on his feet. What a fine world this has become. Gasp. Ivan jerked his head up at the low voice ringing beside his ear. His blurred vision slowly cleared. It was a bright afternoon inside a familiar barracks. He swiftly scanned the room, as any trained operative should after being dropped somewhere unfamiliar. First, assess the terrain. What? The moment Ivan took in the barracks, he stared blankly and muttered in disbelief. A roaring bear crest hung from a red banner. A spacious barracks, a massive wooden table with tactical maps spread across it. An office desk, and the enormous silhouette seated behind it. Broad shoulders, thick forearms, and two vivid blue eyes shining brightly. Zah. Ivan, are you hurt? Zah. The man set down his rattling cutlery and slowly rose. His huge shadow stretched across the barracks, blocking the light. Ivan's legs gave out, and he dropped to one knee, lowering his head. I greet, my lord. Yes, you have greeted me. What are you doing? Ivan looked up with confused eyes. A warm, worried gaze met his. A huge hand patted his shoulder, then withdrew. The man called the Great One, the Thunder Emperor, the Bear of Krasilov, the Conqueror, the Great King, by enemies and allies alike, under countless names. He was looking down at Ivan now, with the same gaze he had worn back then, and the same face. This was a dream. Ivan quickly got hold of himself. If this was a dream of those days, he couldn't make a mistake. The moment the dream and his memories diverged, he might wake up. Think, this must have been a memory from his past, one that had left a deep impression on him. He couldn't wake up yet, not yet. Then Ivan noticed the tableware on the desk. It was that time. Not long after he had begun serving as the great king's royal guard, he remembered. That day, he had seen a king's dinner for the first time. The question he had asked then was, "I thought your majesty would eat a better meal." Ha, this you mean, is it that terrible? Isn't this the sort of meal conscripts eat? It is. The great king smirked and crushed a potato with his fork. He spread it over a dry biscuit, soaked it in water, chewed for a while, then spoke. "This is my hypocrisy." "Hypocrisy, your majesty. If the people heard that I ate this sort of thing, they would gladly praise me. Oh, what a frugal king." Wrong. The great king took a long drink of water and set down his cup. "Do you know how much it costs for the nobles and royals of this nation, those lofty people, to eat fine food and take fine shits? There was a time when the food 10 nobles stuffed into their mouths cost about as much as feeding an entire division of soldiers. If those bastards ate less, how much higher would the soldiers' survival rate be? We could give them sturdier armor and at least one more handful of ammunition. Now, Ivan, do you know what must be done to tell those noble bastards to eat less?" The great king shrugged and tapped his empty bowl. "I eat less first. If some bold fool has the nerve to eat something finer than this country's king, well, I can personally recognize that audacity and send them to the vanguard. So, what do you think of my hypocrisy?" "I do not understand why that would be hypocrisy." "Because I don't want to eat this crap either." The great king burst into laughter and patted Ivan's shoulder. "Is that not hypocrisy? I am not doing this because I truly wish to. I am putting on a performance just to save a little money and keep those creatures called nobles in line. How could that not be hypocrisy?" Now, Ivan, I will show you the terrifying greed that only a king can display." The great king grinned playfully, strode to the table, and opened a drawer beneath it. Inside lay a bunch of half-dried grapes, a chunk of smoked ham with solidified grease, and a bottle of milk. Isn't it truly frightening? This is the horrific result of a king's greed and extravagance. What? Do you dare disagree with me? I force dry food on the nobles in the name of saving money, then feast on such lavish fare behind their backs. I see. Ho, I suppose you are too young to understand. Do you know how much administrative effort it takes for milk to reach this front without spoiling? Right. How old did you say you were? 18, your majesty. The great king frowned as he looked Ivan over, from his shoulders to his forearms. And yet you are so scrawny for a man. Ivan was a reasonable person, so he did not complain to the king. Still, he was taller and more solidly built than the average person in this uncivilized pre-modern world. The man before him was simply too enormous. The king laughed heartily and beckoned. "Come and eat." Pardon. I said come and eat. I must add another line to my hypocrisy. How can I maintain my dignity if the military officer assigned to protect me is this frail? Eat and grow bigger, little Ivan. The great king smiled with satisfaction and pushed the dishes toward him. Ivan was a patient man, but he could not resist fatty meat and fresh milk for long. Even when he had been raised as the son of a tenant farmer, milk had been a luxury he could not dare bring to his lips. There was no way to keep it fresh, and it spoiled in an instant. Any milk left after the tribute was paid had to be made into cheese or butter. Even preserving food was difficult in this uncivilized world. When he came to his senses, Ivan had already wolfed down every last piece of ham and drained the milk. The great king watched the sight in silence for a long time, then sighed. My sins run deep indeed. Pardon, forgive me, your majesty. Enough, forgive you for what? What is there for you to apologize for when I say my sins run deep? The great king cleared away the empty dishes himself as he spoke. A world where a boy your age loses his mind over a single cheap piece of meat is not right. Even when I ascended the throne, this country was not like this. One day every week, the smell of bread and roasting meat would fill every street in Prichinkaya. At last, the great king shook his head. I do not know why I am saying such things to a child less than half my age. Enough, do not dwell on it. Ivan, from today on, you will keep me company during meals. Yes, your majesty. At least I can fill one child's stomach. Such is the lofty authority of this king. There is no harm in adding one more pitiful subject who falls for my hypocrisy. The great king smirked and waved him away. Ivan bowed deeply, slowly backed away and left the barracks. It had been 16 years since he had been thrown into this world, and he was in his 6th year of military service. Outside the barracks, soldiers trudged through the camp with hopeless, defeated expressions. Krasilev was falling. No, humanity was heading for ruin. The hero would not appear for another 2 years. So Ivan sometimes thought about it. If the hero had found them just a little sooner, the great king might have survived. He might have lived to smile as he watched smoke rise once more from the oven's roasting meat in Prichinkaya. If that had happened, perhaps Ivan could have liked this world a little more. Everything he had admired, respected, or looked up to had been extinguished during 18 years of war. He wanted kimchi stew. Is this all? Ivan stood in the middle of the military camp and looked up at the sky. If you mean to show me regrets or lingering attachments, this isn't enough. Is this all? He had long passed the age when dreams like this could lead him astray. Ivan looked up at the sky and thought. He did not know why an ancient ruin powerful enough to erase the dwarves' excavation relic in a single blow was trying to toy with him through such a mere illusion. Still, if it believed this level of temptation could make him yield, it was being far too stupid. Ivan reached into his clothes. The essential weapons he always carried filled his hands. Thought immediately became action. He drew a dagger, drove it into his forearm, and poured a healing potion over the wound. It hissed against the cut with a stab of pain. Cracked. The dream shattered. Ivan took one step forward as his senses returned. The last thing he had seen was himself leaping through the rippling mana beyond a cliff's edge. He believed he had finally reached the ancient ruin. This is. His blurred vision rapidly sharpened, and the senses that had vanished returned to his body one by one. Ivan rolled his shoulders and looked around. A spotless corridor, huge stone pillars, marble reliefs, and immense ceiling. It was a massive hall lined with incomprehensible statues. A temple. Ivan carefully rose and walked forward. He could hear the wind blowing from far away, along with a faint breath much closer by. As he approached the sound, he found Elphahara lying neatly on the floor with her eyes closed. Wake up! Ivan lightly slapped Elphahara's cheek. With a sharp smack, she sprang upright. MMPH, W, what are you doing all of a sudden? SHH. They did not know what might be here. Quiet first. Elphahara shut her mouth at Ivan's gesture and looked around, then suddenly grumbled. That was such an amazing dream. I bet it was. Humans, honestly. Stupid and dull and rude on top of it. Where did you learn such terrible manners, waking someone up like that when they're sleeping? Are you not fully awake yet? Ivan raised a hand as he looked at the grumbling Elphahara. If she was still caught in the dream, he was willing to wake her up again. Elphahara flinched, covered her cheek, and shook her head. We should start interpreting the ancient language. Where? Everywhere here. Ivan nodded toward the reliefs, covering the ceiling and stone pillars. Elphahara blankly raised her head, then slowly opened her mouth and laughed hollowly. All of this. Isn't that why we came? I'm more the thinking type, so I'm a little weak when it comes to labor. You can read it, right? What do you take me for? Of course I can. Let me see. Elphahara immediately approached a nearby stone pillar, frowned at it for a while, then spoke. You said this was a relic from 1500 years ago. I did. If this is what we are interpreting, I think you should have brought a priest rather than a mage. Elphihara stepped back with a flustered expression. A priest? Yes, this is ancient Dellen. You know, the language used in scripture. It is an old language, but priests learn it in their basic courses. You cannot do it. How could I not? Of course I can read it. What do you really take me for? You are only human. Elphihara examined the reliefs, her ears twitching. This is a victory monument. A victory monument. Yes, it is filled with praise for the god of light. A victory monument? What on earth did they fight that they had to build such an incredible ruin to commemorate it? Ahem. Was there perhaps some academy, common sense, about an ancient Terra ruin where an ancient demon had been sealed away? He hoped not. Ivan checked his weapons and clicked his tongue. Chapter 66, St. Yansk University and the Chamber of Secrets, 9. After spending some time bustling between the reliefs and stone pillars, scribbling notes, Elphihara returned with a triumphant look. I checked everything I could read. This really is a victory monument. Whose victory, and over what? Well, that part is written rather vaguely. Ivan narrowed his eyes. Elphihara frowned and raised her voice. Don't look at me like that. Church people, whether from back then or now, always quote everything in metaphor like they're asking some Zen riddle. Unless you specialize in studying scripture, it's normal not to understand what they mean properly. Then they should have brought a priest from the start. Elphihara pouted and grumbled. Explain the parts you did translate. You can tell just from the language, but this is a remnant of the old church. Not from the mythological era, but the ancient age, the period of the Eastern Dellen Empire. It seems to be around 2,000 years old. War may have been common in that era, but why would the church build a victory monument? There would have been plenty of reasons. It was the era when the church actively carried out sentences of historical erasure. This ruin seems to be one such remnant, more or less. From what I can tell, the Holy War Army fought against happiness. A happiness? That was a somewhat strange concept for priests to wage war against. Ivan frowned, and Elphihara shrugged. The fifth pillar says, "It is said, the darkest evil is the one who whispers blessings into the ears of the faithful. The world's bliss springs only from the Lord's embrace, and outside the Lord's peace there is no gospel." Then the usual predictable scripture verses go on and on. But to put it simply, yes, it seems there was a cult here. In a cult? A heresy? Yes, something like that. It must have grown quite large. The style of these pillars isn't from the church after all. Ivan looked around again with fresh eyes. So this place had once belonged to a cult. After defeating it, the church had carved new reliefs into the site as a victory monument, then buried the whole place beneath earth and sand. Wasn't that strange? Why go to that trouble? Pardon. If they won and annihilated the heretical sect, why bury it underground? Destroying the entire building would be overwhelmingly easier than burying it. Even if there was some religious significance to burying it, why create such complicated spells and reliefs? Church rituals from that era are really beyond a mage's field. You'd be better off finding a priest who studies old texts or church history. In any case, that's all I know. Besides, we can't be sure they buried it themselves. Well, after 2,000 years, the building could have naturally sunk beneath the ground over time. Something like that could have happened. No. Ivan shook his head. He raised a hand and pointed at the enormous ceiling supported by the pillars. If it had been buried naturally over time, this ruin should have been excavated as a wreck amid loose soil. This place is too intact, and in that case, there would have been no need for a massive protective spell to preserve it. When the dwarves' excavation relic had accidentally destroyed the surrounding area, the protective spell installed in the ruin had activated at once. The ruin had clearly been sealed deliberately. Sealed a seal. Ivan slowly stepped forward, turning the unpleasant word over in his mind. Can you use the protective spell again? What now? What are you trying to break this time? Nothing like that. I am asking because this may be dangerous. If it is difficult, wait behind me. What dangerous? This is just an old ruin. As if. Ivan armed himself with an axe and pistol. There is a high chance that something lies dormant here, something the church of that era could not dare destroy and had to seal beneath the earth. That was a little difficult to call academy common sense. Still, judging by the circumstances, it was practically fantasy common sense. The dark fantasy kind, mostly. There was a good chance they would need magical interpretation later. But it was not worth exposing a hero party member's child to unprecedented danger. Everything had been within expectations up until they reached this ruin. If Ivan's common sense had been right, this should have been nothing more than an ordinary treasure vault. Naturally, protecting one person would have been no trouble. Now the situation was different. If some ancient demon the old church had sealed away after organizing the Holy War Army was sleeping here, he could not guarantee this brat's safety. Wait here, can you use a levitation spell? What do you even take me for? That's basic magic. Then that is good. If it seems dangerous, leave the ruin and fly to the waterways with levitation magic. If you get lost along the way, stay where you are and wait. Elizaveta's agents would be stationed in the Prichinkaya underground waterways right now. Once enough time had passed since he departed on this mission, a rescue team would certainly be sent. It would be better to send Elfahara with them. Ivan turned and began walking forward. Wait, what about you? I have to do what needs doing. What? No, if it seems dangerous, shouldn't you withdraw and wait for reinforcements? This is directly beneath St. Yansk University. Ivan kept walking without turning around. A crack has formed because of the dwarves' relic, and an ancient ruin that no one noticed for all these years has suddenly appeared. Is there any guarantee it will still be safe after time passes? He had no intention or reason to explain any further. This was Ivan's common sense. Once a seal was discovered, it would inevitably be broken in the near future. It was practically fantasy quantum mechanics. The state became fixed the moment it was observed. In other words, an encounter had been triggered. There was no way to explain all that one by one, so Ivan headed deeper into the ruin. But you are going alone. I am used to it. The Annihilation Unit usually operated as a small strike force, but it was fundamentally a special operations unit specializing in infiltration and reconnaissance. Naturally, Ivan had carried out plenty of solo missions within a designated area. And in another sense, he was used to it. What was reconnaissance? Reconnaissance meant sending agents ahead to identify threats along a route before Allied forces entered unexplored territory. So there was only one meaning to having served as a scout, especially a scout for the hero party. He had to be able to return alive from any situation. He had to be able to respond to whatever situation he encountered. Ivan had always been assigned missions that assumed he would face unknown enemies, right up until they reached the doorstep of the Demon King's castle. So this was familiar in every sense. He did not welcome it, but if it had to be done, then he had to do it. Zerg. Footsteps came rushing toward him. Elfahara stopped close behind Ivan's back and let out a deep sigh. Looking after lesser races is an elf's duty to begin with, and protecting commoners is a noble's duty. That differs a little from the elf duty I know. Do you know elves better than I do? Not really. Then learn it this way from today onward. I really do not understand why there are so many racists among humans. Is it because of your uncivilized social culture? Wasn't that itself racist? Ivan briefly thought so, but when he saw Elphahara following him with frightened little steps, he snorted with laughter. He had thought being half as good as Bale Green would be enough. Her personality was a little better than Bale Green's. I can feel the passage of time. You grew up well. What do you know me? Of course, how could I forget that? Ivan chuckled as he recalled Elphahara from those days. Unease piled up across Elphahara's face. When did we meet? 12 years ago. I first saw you when Bale Green came to our military camp. Did you not tell me to bring your elf master? You said I should serve a meal instead of fodder. Do you remember? Unlike humans, we have good memories. Elphahara's face turned red enough to burst. You are, very different from how I remember you. Really, really different. Time has passed. All right, humans age quickly, that is true. She mumbled as if she had something else to say, then turned away. Even as they passed the pillars and headed deeper into the ruin, Elphahara did not speak. She only occasionally glanced at Ivan's face, then silently followed behind him. After a long while, they finally reached the end of the enormous temple. Ivan stopped. A massive door stood before them, suspicious to anyone's eyes. Do you sense anything? No, the mana is actually fainter than it was at the entrance. Ahem. Ivan carefully raised his axe and gave the door a light push. He expected some kind of seal or resistance. Yet contrary to expectation, the door opened smoothly, as though its hinges had been freshly oiled. Whoosh! Warm air washed over his face. Ivan covered his eyes with one hand and held his breath. A sweet scent filled the air. Poison! He hurriedly tried to warn Elphahara, only to freeze at the sight before him. And what is this? Beyond the door was a vast space filled with tiny objects, each smaller than a palm, piled up like mountains. They glittered under light pouring down from somewhere in the ceiling, piled high like treasure from a story. Combs. Ivan narrowed his eyes and examined the room. Nothing else was visible. Combs of every sort, decorated with mother-of-pearl, gold, silver, jewels, and gemstones, were piled up in countless heaps and glittering. No, looking more closely, they were a little different from ordinary combs. A palm shorter than typical combs, the sort used only for an extremely specific purpose. Beard combs. Ivan took a step back. Why would beard combs suddenly appear in a place like this? The situation was obviously suspicious. Ivan raised his axe and looked for Elphahara. Standing directly behind him, Elphahara blankly muttered with a dazed expression. Gold, spell scrolls, gods that is luring. Why is something so precious here? With that, I could extend my life by 10 years. The rest was incomprehensible. She seemed to be mixing in Elven as she babbled. At that point, Ivan nodded. So that is what they meant by happiness. The Victory Monument's relief had said, "The darkest evil is the one who whispers blessings into the ears of the faithful." And the fragment of the past Ivan had briefly seen when he entered this place, his memories with the former king. Elphahara's words when he woke her after she had fainted, that was such a good dream. It had not been a temptation meant to show regrets or lingering attachments. It was simply an illusion that recreated the moment each person desired most. The north wind and the sun. The hardest opponent to resist was one's own happiness. Ivan nodded. In that sense, it could be considered fortunate. In this uncivilized pre-modern world, there was nothing he wanted except beard combs. Everything he wanted now existed only on Earth. Family whose faces had grown dim, friends whose names he could no longer remember, food from home he could eat whenever he wanted, television and smartphones. Whatever it might be. That was why it looked like that. Ivan looked at the dazzling, multicolored beard combs pouring down like a waterfall before him and snorted. Then he immediately slapped Elphahara's cheek. Chapter 67, St. Yansk University and the Chamber of Secrets, 10. Ismak. Cheeks were mysterious things. They could bring someone to their senses or knock the sense out of them. Their usual purpose was the latter. As a highly trained agent, Ivan succeeded in bringing Elphahara precisely back to her senses. Eek, why? Get a hold of yourself. My senses? What are you talking about? I never lost them. I was thinking about how to split all that with you and this rude human. No, rude and human are practically the same word. Even as Elphahara spouted nonsense, she kept glancing toward the pile of beard combs. What does that look like to you? What? It's a treasure room, obviously. Since I'm a generous elf, I'll split it evenly with you. Ah, but not the Lorraine. I absolutely need that. You can't eat it as it is, so I'll brew it for you. It's a very delicate ingredient. It looks like combs to me. Ivan said it casually, as Elphahara began muttering in Elven again. What, combs? What are you talking about all of a sudden? Combs, the kind used to comb hair. Ivan took Elphahara by the arm and slowly backed away. It's a trap. A trap? Really? You're saying it looks like combs, but what kind of trap could that possibly? A trap that shows you what you desire most at the moment you observe it. Probably the same kind as the dream you had when you first arrived at this temple. How does that make any sense? What kind of life does a human have to live for combs to be what they want most, when there's an elf beside them and not even an aphrodisiac? What a dreadful trap. It had destroyed an elf's mind like this. Ivan was not surprised. It was common knowledge that elves had a congenital lack of decency, which naturally meant they were a race with weak minds. People with healthy minds did not regard other races as inferior. Ivan coldly studied the hill of still glittering combs. If it was a trap, there had to be a purpose behind it. He narrowed his eyes and swept his gaze from one end of the room to the other. Temptation always had an objective. There could be no trap without intent. A mountain of treasure lured in its victims, like the lantern hanging from an anglerfish's head, which meant it was time to find the anglerfish's teeth. The scent I noticed the moment the door opened. Then this was a trap that disrupted two senses, sight and smell. It dismantled a victim's unconscious wariness with a pleasant fragrance, then drew them toward a pile of treasures they desired. Elphahara. Yes. Can you still not sense any mana? Why, yes. If there were any, I would have realized it was a trap right away, but there's no sign of it at all. Ahem. If it was not a mana-based mechanism, then he would assume it was a physical trap. Ivan closed his eyes, shut off his sense of smell, and slowly listened. Tusk, tusk, tusk. Sounds lingered and scattered beyond his closed eyes. Each sound struck terrain and objects, returning at different angles as the shape of the room slowly became clear. It was a basic application of echolocation. Inside this vast room was a pile of something, and something sticking up. It was an unmoving, still life. That meant there was little chance it would suddenly attack with hostile intent. In the center of the treasure pile you see, is there something sticking up? Sticking up. The shape does not matter. Just think of whatever comes to mind. When you first saw it, was there something you wanted to pick up first? Ah, yes, if I had to say, something is sticking up, since it's grass. I see. Ivan opened his eyes. In the middle of the beard comb pile, where echolocation had detected something sticking up, one comb far better made than the rest had been embedded at an angle. If this was a trap designed to make someone pull it out. Careful to rely on his sense of touch, Ivan stepped forward. Beneath his boots, the combs crunched and broke. He walked over and grasped that comb. It was made so well that he suddenly wanted to pull it out and take it with him. It suited his taste exactly, with no unnecessary decoration and a plain shape, yet possessing a functional beauty. It was forged from steel, giving it a solid sense of reliability. It even had a small spring mechanism designed so it could be used as a dagger in an emergency. He might commission one someday, so Ivan memorized its shape and squeezed his eyes shut. Hiss. Then he sent mana through his nerves, so delicately that he could vaguely sense the flow of air against his skin and even the vortices made by his breath. Thump, thump. He could hear his heart beating. Drawing every scrap of concentration he had, he focused all his nerves on touch. He reached out again toward that wonderful comb embedded in the pile. Slowly, with the precision of a surgeon's scalpel. A cold sensation, the heavy weight unique to metal, a grip about 13 centimeters long. He inferred the rest of its shape from the recoil when he applied a little strength with his fingertips and gently shook it. Only after gripping it tightly could he finally determine its full form. A sword. What? A long, vertical piece of metal embedded somewhere, made to make you want to pull it out. The center of this trap and its activation condition. It's a sword. Ivan slowly opened his eyes. He was standing atop countless skeletons. Both hands gripped the sword embedded in the chest of a black statue. He was not surprised. When he heightened his senses, he had already suspected it from the feel of the combs breaking beneath his feet. That crunchy sensation had felt less like small combs and more like skeletons. An illusion that dissolves the moment it is recognized. It is not a physical trap. What? But there's no mana at all. Even without mana, there is one other condition that can make an illusion corporeal. Elphihara still seemed unable to see the true form of the trap. She could not have reacted like that otherwise. Ivan gripped the hilt and stared directly at the statue. Divine power. This trap was woven from divine power. Before him stood a black marble statue in the posture of someone kneeling in prayer. A long steel sword was embedded diagonally in its chest. If pulling it out activated the trap, then this statue was likely the seal itself. Ivan held the hilt and stared at the statue. The statue's black pupils rolled toward Ivan. Correct. Mana existed everywhere. Some places held it more densely and others more faintly, but it permeated the entire world. If anything, it was close to the origin of all things. Every object held a certain amount of mana, naturally absorbing the mana scattered throughout the atmosphere. Divine power was different. Divine power belonged only to the God of light, the Lord. It was a fragment of God that descended upon a priest's body when they prayed to the Lord. It was an unprecedented power that neither warriors nor mages dared possess, with no way or reason to analyze its source. Therefore, one could not say something like, "To the demon god's divine power." There was no comparison to make in the first place. Still, there was such a thing as reasonable inference, reaching an answer by observing a phenomenon and eliminating impossible conditions. Alexander was right. To think a sealed god truly existed, beneath the academy no less. Was this the second stage, one meant for the hero party's children? No, the difficulty is far too high for that. The first stage had been difficult as well, but this is on an entirely different level. It was probably some hidden event that would appear later. By a strange coincidence, I must have uncovered the truth behind it. Ivan glared at the statue while gripping the hilt. An unprecedented power had seized his body as if it would not permit him to look away or let go of the sword. How great has your suffering been, child, to be born with the ability to seek true wisdom in a world where only those who learn one thing from one phenomenon, and sophists who proclaim that one thing as truth, remain? I know your concerns. The statue's eyes watched Ivan, twisting into a crooked shape. It was a strange smile, like a forced imitation of a human one. Ivan looked at the statue without expression and slowly tightened his grip. He still did not move. The church could not have set this trap. Ivan had always needed to doubt and reason from even the smallest clue. His whole life had forced that way of thinking upon him. On the battlefield, nothing killed soldiers as easily as certainty. So the moment he saw this trap, Ivan could reason it out. If something had been sealed in this place, there was no reason to set a trap that subtly manipulated people into releasing the seal. The conclusion was simple. 2,000 years ago, this seal had not contained such a trap. Every kind of structure had an unavoidable lifespan. Ruins that were not constantly maintained would inevitably decay. If this seal had also become loose in a sense. If whatever had been sealed inside exerted its influence during that time and planted some kind of trap in these ruins. If it had guided someone into completely undoing its seal, and if the trap did not use mana. Once all those conditions were considered, anyone from Earth could understand the whole story. Every Earthling knew this sort of cliché. This was common sense. On 21st century Earth, this situation was called an underground dungeon sealing an ancient evil god. It usually appeared in hack-and-slash-action RPGs. Your thoughts are correct. The statue continued with an eerie smile. Yes, your reasoning is accurate, and the thought you will have next is also correct. I was once praised by you as a god, condemned as a demon, and will be praised again as your savior. I have many names, but you may call me Salvation. I know the desire you carry. Desire it as you should, and it shall be granted. Ivan stared at the statue with dry eyes. The statue spoke in a voice tinged with laughter. Pull it free, then you shall receive it. Like all you wanderers, do you not roam in longing for the distant stars? I speak, and you shall receive what you have prayed for all your life. Raise your hand and pull it free. Clatter, the steel sword in Ivan's grasp twitched. Ah, so it was temptation. The temptation of being sent back to Earth, and the price was only pulling out this sword. How simple, how appealing. Ivan remained still, without loosening his grip. Do you resist? Is it attachment, pity, longing, or fear? No. Forcibly suppressing the arm that tried to rise on its own, Ivan opened his mouth. What you say is a lie. Do you have faith, like those sophists? No. Ivan slowly closed his eyes. Crack, he tore away his hearing. Rip, he pulled out his sense of smell. If you had truly read my thoughts and knew about my home, this trap would have shown better things than combs. Then it would have been dangerous. If objects from Earth had been piled up like hills, Ivan would never have resisted. The fact that it could not use that easy method, that it could not show him what he truly longed for, defined the limits of this being. It could not imagine Earth or manifest objects from Earth, which meant it also lacked the ability to send him back to Earth. Most who face me begin with doubt, pass through certainty, and are left with only praise. You shall be no different. You were sealed by human hands. Ignoring the statue's nonsense, Ivan spoke indifferently. What? If the remains here are traces of people from long ago. The mound of remains Ivan had finally seen after breaking the illusion had human skeletons. The shape of their limbs, the structure of their bones, even the length of each part, all were entirely human. Therefore, he inferred that this thing had been sealed by human hands. He knew beings who had been worshipped as gods while they were alive. He had even met some of them in person. The 7 dragon generals and the demon king. The rulers of each race, great monarchs, who ruled through the strength of a single individual alone. And the demon king, who had ruled those 7 monarchs and was eventually praised as the sovereign of the 7 races. They were all gods of their own kind, untouchable beings. Tens of thousands of soldiers had fallen before the 7 dragon generals. Half of the more than 20 kingdoms had vanished into history, and so many humans had died that they could not be counted. It was a terrible era, one no one could resist. An era when people took up weapons not for victory, but for survival. When everyone whispered of despair, the hero appeared. Ivan understood the unprecedented power suppressing his grip. This was happiness. Instinctive happiness that made him unable to even imagine anything except drawing the sword and undoing the seal. Supreme happiness, like hell whispering with the melody of heaven. Yet Ivan's hands still did not move. Slowly, one finger after another broke free. His fingers, which had held the hilt tight as though glued in place, moved with difficulty but certainty. Because he remembered the hero. The hero had not taken up his sword for his own happiness. When the hero first cut down one of the 7 dragon generals, he had not brought back only a severed head. He had brought hope. He swung his sword for hope, like looking at the morning star through thick clouds on a dark night. If Ivan dared guess at the hope the hero wished for, it had likely been peace for everyone. Ivan was a selfish person. He could not carry hope like the heroes. His hope was only his own. The desire to return to Earth. At the same time, that meant this. There was no happiness in this world, this uncivilized pre-modern fantasy world. What are you? How can a human think like that? At last, his left hand was free. He raised it, ignoring the cries of muscles and nerves screaming that they wanted to rest, that they had had enough. Ignoring the complaints of exhaustion and whispers about how sweet even a brief rest would be. Stop, listen to me. No. His right hand was free. There was no happiness in this land, there was only duty. He would simply do what needed to be done. Any joy he could personally take for himself had already died over the past 30 years. His hand slowly rose and gripped the statue's head. Stop, you cannot kill me, I'm your god. I have met people who believed themselves to be gods. Veins writhed beneath Ivan's grip like snakes. They died. He knew beings who had been worshipped as gods while they were alive. He had even met some of them in person. The Demon King and the 7 dragon generals. And one of them had died beneath his hands. Therefore, this was not the first time he had killed someone who had no doubt that they were a god. Ivan was an efficient person, so he had no trouble doing something twice. Crack. The marble statue's head shattered beneath his grip. Chapter 68, St. Yansk University and the Chamber of Secrets, 11. Correct. At the voice that seemed to lick across her mind, Elphihara finally faced the truth. What she had believed were treasures were the dry bones of human corpses, and the miraculous elixir she had thought was a precious relic was a sword piercing the statue's chest. Urg. She covered her mouth and staggered back. The moment she saw the statue, shock twisted through her guts. Her heart pounded. Her hands and feet trembled as she unconsciously stepped forward. She wanted to hold it, to grab it, to pull it out and possess it. A temptation unlike anything she had ever felt, a terrible desire hidden beneath a veil of deception, was crushing her heart. But she couldn't do that. She was an elf, the noblest race beneath the heavens. To surrender to the wicked temptation planted atop human remains was too pathetic, far too pathetic. She was a mage. Of all occupations in the world, mages were meant to be the most rational. To be consumed by emotion and act on impulse was a mage's disgrace. So. I have many names, but you may call me Salvation. I know the wish you harbor. Wish as you should, and it shall be granted. No, you aren't my god. Elphihara took a step forward without realizing it, then froze with a start when bones crunched beneath her foot. Draw it, then you shall receive it. I say this, and you shall gain that for which you have prayed all your life. Raise your hand and draw it. There was divine power in the statue's voice, the kind no mortal soul could ever dare resist. Wasn't this inevitable? Wasn't resistance itself meaningless against something like that? Elphihara couldn't tell whether this was resignation after yielding to temptation, or whether that temptation itself was whispering in her own voice. As she took another step forward, a cold voice pierced her ear. Yes, her ear. Your words are a lie. Cold, cooling her fevered mind. Low and chilling, growling like a fierce beast bristling with menace. It stood in contrast to the statue's soft, sweet voice. Unlike the sound in her head, it came clearly to her ear. And because of that, it felt real, a human voice. The voice of a mortal cutting through the boundary between myth and fantasy. It imprinted itself on her all the more clearly, bringing reassurance. You were sealed by human hands. Its dry tone calmly stated that humans had already defeated it long ago. Listen to me. No. Divine power visible to the naked eye darkened the surrounding area. The sword embedded in the statue's chest rattled as if trying to pull itself free. Yet the hand gripping its hilt moved heavily, slowly, despite the divine power tangled around it like chains. With firm conviction, it peeled back one finger at a time. Stop, stop, you cannot kill me, I am your god. Unmoved by the statue's scream. Unmoved by the terrible temptation that could be felt just by looking at it. How could he do that? If she had been in his place, she would probably have given up. Most of the surging malice was crashing directly into him, and only a single thread of divine power flowed from beyond his broad back. Yet she was already suffering this much. As Elphahara trembled, a low voice reached her, and her shaking gradually stopped. I've met people who believed themselves to be gods. Crunch, crack. The sound of rock breaking rang out as divine power began scattering wildly in every direction. She couldn't see past the man's back, but some things could be known without seeing them. He was killing a god. They died. There was no excitement or passion in his dry voice. No honor or accomplishment over the great deed he was carrying out. He simply whispered it, as calmly as though recounting something he had experienced in the past. Crunch. With his powerful grip, he crushed the statue's head. Ah. Divine power burst from within the seal. A presence so intense that it warped the world poured over the hill of remains. With every fragment of the old god came the scream of an immortal mingling agony and shrieks of despair. It was the lament of a blasphemer, enough to deafen anyone who heard it and taint their soul. Elphahara barely managed to open her mouth and cry out in a broken voice. Get away, run, that thing, that thing. How was she supposed to explain it? How could she convince him to retreat? If he stayed there, no. If he remained in this room, he would be afflicted by that thing's curse. Elphahara forced her eyes open against the raging wind and finally chose the most fitting word. Something even a human mind could understand. That thing's going to explode. Ivan's gaze reached Elphahara. He nodded once, then vanished from her sight in an instant. Ilika. Bringing you was the right choice. Ivan suddenly appeared before Elphahara, wrapped an arm around her waist, and turned his back. Just as he was about to leave the room, a rattling swish reached her ear. Ivan came to an abrupt halt. Chains were wrapped around his ankles. When she turned her head, black divine power seeping from the shattered statue had coiled around him. How large is the blast radius? It's just an expression. More precisely, the concept is reversing. Summarize. I don't know, but judging by the seal's structure, considering the range of that thing's authority, it's definitely within this room. Close the door and wait. Elika. Elphahara felt a violent sensation of weightlessness as her warped vision spun. A loud crash and the stinging pain in her backside snapped her back to her senses. She had been thrown outside the room and sent sprawling across the floor. Doubly what about you? I said it's dangerous. I'm fine. Her body flinched at the low voice. With an overwhelming sense of familiarity, she looked up at Ivan with trembling eyes. His indifferent face looked as though nothing had happened. Only the shape of his eyes still resembled the way he had looked 12 years ago. I expected Faye's too. Ivan was a sensible man, so naturally he understood how boss battles worked. At most 5 phases, at minimum 2. If phase 1 had been a gimmick, phase 2 would probably be a straight fight. Fortunately, he was confident in that department. No, what are you talking about? Ivan didn't answer. He turned away. Bang! The door shut in front of her. Just as when she had first faced it, she couldn't sense a single trace of mana or divine power from it. Forcing her limp legs to move, she crawled toward the door. She brushed her fingertips over the tightly sealed gap for a moment. Then she hugged her knees, lowered her head, and sniffled. Human lives were far too short. That human, too, would vanish in an instant. Yet his soul was as upright and unchanging as an elf's, despite his short life. "Come back." Elphihara closed her eyes, sniffling. Ivan turned around and climbed the hill of remains once more. "You alone, you. I'll show you what I can do. You are nothing but one human, you're right." There was no more temptation, only rage with nowhere to go. Within the malice overflowing from the destroyed statue's head, only one emotion burned. Slowly, the black darkness seeping from the statue took shape, the form of a giant with 5 heads. Ivan walked straight up to the statue. This thing had been sealed for the past 2,000 years. 2,000 years ago, it had been defeated by human hands. During that time, it had struggled however it could, laying traps and trying to widen the cracks in its seal. Naturally, its power could not be what it had been at its peak. Fortunately, Ivan's strength was still at its peak. And there was one more thing to add. For someone who tempted others with happiness, you look awfully ugly at the end. Aren't you happy now? Let's finish this quickly, I have a lot to do. Ivan gripped the sword that had been embedded in the statue's chest again. He felt no more temptation, which meant the sword was no longer serving as that thing's seal. And one more thing. If it had once been a catalyst used to seal that thing, then it was a weapon capable of harming its true form. Every boss battle had a gimmick. Any person from 21st century Earth would know that much common sense. Xiang. The undecorated iron sword slid smoothly out of the marble statue's chest with a piercing ring, without a hint of resistance. Ivan lightly shook his wrist to test its balance, then raised it upright. A well-made weapon. If it had been a catalyst used to seal an evil god, was it equipment for a mage or a warrior? Once he returned above ground, who would use it most efficiently? He turned that question over in his mind. Elphihara had been sitting with her back against the door. When it opened smoothly and soundlessly, she lost her balance and collapsed. "Elik, were you sleeping?" Warm body heat pressed against her back. When she raised her head with trembling eyes, the man stood there with the same expression he had worn when they first entered that room. Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Ivan lifted Elphihara and supported her as he began walking. Half held in his arms, Elphihara spoke. What happened in there?" "Nothing happened." That can't be right." "It was." "If you don't want to talk about it, then don't." "All right." "Wow, seriously, humans, I only lose out by worrying about you." Ivan ignored Elphihara's shout. By then, he had reached the end of the ruins and looked up. Deep underground, where the waves of mana had cleared away, a small cluster of light could be seen far above. "Can you use a float spell?" "Of course I can." Bringing you was the right choice after all. Elphihara lowered her head in Ivan's arms and fidgeted with her lips, then tilted her head. A thought suddenly occurred to her. Why was he so warm? No, this felt like. She cautiously placed a hand on his chest, then recoiled in shock. "Why is your body burning up? What did you do in there?" "Not me. This is driving me crazy. I understand that your conversational skills might be a little lacking because you're human, but I'm fine." Stop saying that. What do you mean you're fine? Did you make a bet over whether your insides would burst first or mine would? Elphihara shouted and completed her spell. Their bodies slowly floated upward. Ivan gave the ruins one last look, then raised his gaze again. The underground waterway was close. There would be Elizaveta's soldiers at its entrance, and even if there weren't, the route from the waterway to the university was a straight line. They had reached an area where safety was assured. "You did well." "You did more. I didn't really do anything. No, you fulfilled your role. Finding the seal and interpreting the ancient language. That was all. He had never expected more than that. So she had done exactly what she needed to do. Everything else, such as keeping this kid safe, killing the sealed being, assessing and handling the situation, and scouting, had been his responsibility. Ivan slowly closed his eyes as his vision darkened. At his words, Elphahara lowered her head again, fidgeted with her lips, and finally spoke. About 12 years ago. Back then, that time. You do remember, right? Back then Hello. When Elphahara raised her head, Ivan had his eyes closed. Listening to his steady breathing, she raised a hand and stroked his cheek. I'm sorry I couldn't thank you back then. Thank you for that and for today. After reaching the underground waterway, she did not dispel the float spell on Ivan. Still held in his arms, she slowly drifted across the waterway with him. You worked hard, sleep well. Ivan opened his eyes, clutching his head. His consciousness surfaced through a throbbing headache. It felt like a hangover after a night of drinking. Yet surprisingly for this era, Ivan was someone who barely drank at all. Therefore, he had no reason to experience a hangover. He pushed back the soft velvet blanket and sat up in bed. What? A velvet blanket, a bed. Ivan's thoughts rapidly sank. A floor covered in red carpet, a bed rippling softly beneath a velvet blanket. And at its end, the silhouette of someone lying turned away from him. A woman. Chapter 69, St. Yansk University and the Chamber of Secrets, 12. Ivan sat on the sofa and stared at the bed for a while. Then the bed wriggled, and the blanket slipped softly down. Blonde hair spread out like a wheat field, with sleek ears jutting up between the strands. It was Elphahara. Oh, you're awake. Did you sleep well? Ivan quickly looked Elphahara over. She was properly dressed in silk pajamas. Relieved inwardly, he set down his dagger. Why am I here? You don't remember. Is that so? That's what you're saying. Elphahara chuckled to herself and crawled out of bed. She glanced mischievously at the clothes strewn on the floor and asked, What do you think we did? Nothing. Ivan was a trained intelligence operative. That did not mean he trusted his own self-control. It meant he could gather more than enough information just by looking at the condition of someone's clothes and body hair. If he had done something while asleep, Elphahara would not have looked that immaculate. Feeling his gaze on her, Elphahara stuck out her lips and grumbled. We really didn't do anything, but it's not like we did absolutely nothing. And what? The saintess came by. Still sulking, she clapped once. A moment later, the door opened and an attendant came in, setting refreshments across the table. With a casual wave, she sent the attendant away again, then picked up a teacup filled with black tea. Eat something, you must be starving. Where is my nutrient bar? Oh, what's that? The one that was in my vest. I had it tucked into the slit. You mean the dog chew? I gave it to Lord Mont Blanc, but he wouldn't eat it, so I thought it had gone bad and threw it away. That was for people. Lord Mont Blanc. My dog, he's cute. Want to see him? Ivan looked at the gaudy finger foods laid out on the table and forced down a sigh. Food like this, made of nothing but sugar and carbohydrates, was pathetic. It offered more calories than necessary and less nutrition than necessary. He was about to say something about tossing a complete meal nutrient bar to a dog, but instead he picked up his teacup and organized his thoughts. There was something more important than that. He could get as many nutrient bars as he wanted from the director's office. What mattered now was the current situation. He was, after all, such a rational and magnanimous person. You said the saintess came. Oh, right, yes, she checked on your condition. Oh, right, seriously, why did you say nothing happened? Elphihara slammed her teacup down with a crack and burst out angrily. Trying to follow the emotions of an adolescent girl, not that she actually was one, would have been both difficult and foolish, so Ivan simply listened in silence. The curse, the saintess stayed up all night dismantling it. What in the world was all that? Unhappiness. Ivan shrugged as if it were nothing. Did the saintess say anything? Not in detail. She just came in, cried for a long time, prayed all night, and left. She only told me to tell you to come to the confessional 3 days a week. That was within the expected range. Ivan took a sip of tea, then rose from his seat. That thing dealt in the concept of happiness, so the side effects its death throes left behind were predictable. A lack of happiness is unhappiness. Then, about as bad as that trap. A curse that poured out the same volume of unhappiness as the overwhelming happiness that had seized her spirit the moment she saw it. Elphihara swallowed as she remembered what Ivan had looked like when he came out of that room. I was planning to do that anyway. This university has the saintess, and the saintess is the most skilled person on this continent when it comes to lifting curses. You expected all of that. You really must be insane. Then you should have said something. What if we'd waited for you to wake up instead of going straight to the saintess? What then? What then? If it had been an urgent kind of curse, I would have spoken first. A curse that merely inflicts unhappiness is not life-threatening, so there was nothing urgent about it. You! Elphihara shouted with tearful eyes. You're strange, you're really strange. I thought maybe you were just a bit like this because you're human, but why have you changed so much? You weren't like this before. I was. That's right, you used to be. You're overstepping. Ivan got dressed and put himself in order. After quickly checking his gear, including his utility vest and his self-made sling bag, he turned his head. Elphihara, your job is not to worry about me. What? You're a student. Your role is to learn well and to do things like this sort of field study every now and then. For the children of the hero party, the next hero party, the ones who would become the protagonists of the scenario to come, nothing mattered except experience and learning. Therefore, everything else belonged to Ivan. These kids would reach the ending, safely and flawlessly clearing the scenario before finally facing the ending credits. That process would be his story. The final page of it was probably, and certainly, there. So his own safety, the safety of the hero party's children, the threats outside the scenario, none of that was anything these kids needed to think about or worry over. That was his responsibility. And Ivan was a selfish man, so he disliked other people lending a hand in his assigned work. He gave a short nod of farewell to the blankly staring Elphihara, then left the room. So this was where the elves lived. Ivan walked on, squinting in the bright midday sun. Right beside the university was an outrageously luxurious street. Commonly called the Elves' Dormitory District, it was a residential quarter where nobles from Kallian gathered to live. Ignoring the elves who stole glances at him, he walked straight toward the university. He could rest when it was time to rest, but reporting came first. He cast one last look at Elphihara's mansion and felt a brief pang of regret. He had not needed to snap at her like that. It may have been rather harsh to say to a kid. But it was not easy. The curse had probably all been lifted, but memories did not vanish even under the saintess's blessing. The memories of the past, stirred up by the curse of unhappiness, had vividly dragged back even the trivial things he had forgotten over the years, forcing raw emotion on him exactly as it was. The north wind and the sun. Ivan gave a bitter smile. It seemed he was a traveler more vulnerable to the north wind than the sun. As he had reflected, over the years he had spent in this world, all happiness had exhausted its lifespan, and the only thing left on this land was duty. To explain it another way, the absence of happiness was unhappiness, which meant that most of the past he could recall was filled with unhappiness. He had only managed to escape after staying alone in that room and enduring 30 years of unhappiness. The memories that had been forgotten for a while after he blacked out were resurfacing through that conversation and gnawing at Ivan's emotions. Not very mature. Ivan decided he would apologize to Elphihara someday, then turned his steps away. Clack. Elphihara sniffled as she stared at the closed door for a long while after it shut with that dry sound. That human from those days now changed into someone unfamiliar. The swift, brief life of a human. The temptation of happiness and the curse of unhappiness. Kindness and wounds. The words tangling through her head gradually sharpened into clear pieces and began to fit together. She was a mage. Mages were the sort of people who had to look at a situation with reason rather than emotion. So, half out of professional calling and half out of a habit carved in by long years, she regained her composure. Rattle. She drank the cooled tea and narrowed her eyes. A trap that tempts the target with what they want most. The trap she had encountered in the ruins had shown her gold and jewels, all kinds of rare grimoires, and reagents so valuable they would be hard to obtain even with a fortune. And what that man had encountered was a comb. She thought about how that could be possible. The conclusion was simple. At that time, that was all he wanted. Rather than meaning he liked combs to a bizarre degree, which was partly true, it meant he had nothing else he wanted, not even more than that. He has no desires. Elphihara's eyes flashed sharply. The greatest beauty in Kallian had been right beside him, and even with an elf of practically mythical beauty standing there in front of him, he had thought of a comb instead of an aphrodisiac. That was proof enough. Elphihara nodded at this perfectly sound conclusion. He's broken. This proved that even if the reasoning was wrong, there was no problem as long as the conclusion was right. Did the Saintess know? What about her father? If they, the people who had once been that man's comrades, had not noticed, and if she alone in this world knew such a fact. I have to do it. Elves were, by nature, faithful to their desires. That did not mean they indulged in vulgar pleasures. It was simply the perfectly natural logic that if something was precious, it ought to belong to an elf. After all, you could not leave something precious in the hands of rash, short-lived folk and let it be damaged. So Elphihara, as one excellent elf, reached her conclusion. There's no one but me. Teaching happiness to a man who did not know happiness would be quite thrilling. Just as dogs had different lifespans depending on the breed, that man seemed to have been born with an especially short lifespan, even for a human. First, she would restore his lifespan and make that appearance of his a little younger, then improve his constitution regularly and feed him something better than that dog chew. Yes, if she took him in like that, he would naturally feel happiness. Smiling, she gently lifted the tiny poodle, panting at her feet, and stroked it. You encountered what in the ruins? I encountered something that claimed to be a god. It was impossible to determine its true identity under the circumstances at the scene, but I will consult the Saintess and attach that consultation to the report. No, I don't understand. A trap, magic, a seal from 2,000 years ago. Yes. Elizaveta clutched her forehead and muttered. Why in the world would something like that be beneath the university? Why was it never even mentioned in the royal archives? If something like that was sleeping beneath the capital, then this country should have known. Ivan did not feel any need to explain the concept of common sense to these medieval people. Ancient evil sealed beneath the capital was a matter of common sense. All right, so how did you destroy it? At best, all it could do was toy with human desire. Oh, that's rather epic, to hear a story like this in an age after the Demon King is dead. Are you all right? You weren't hurt? Yes, Your Highness. Still kneeling on one knee, Ivan continued. It had no ability to exert physical force. I see, then would you tell me how you destroyed it? I smashed its head. Yeah. Isabel and Cities sat side by side on a bench, staring blankly ahead. Why? Why would Mr.? Why was he coming out of an elf's house, and of all places, that brat's house? First thing in the morning, with his hair sticking up and his clothes in disarray. Looking for all the world like he had spent the night out. Like the old friends they were, they reached the same conclusion at the same time. A cheating. The fact that this was not even the kind of relationship where cheating could meaningfully apply did not matter to either of them. What mattered was that Ivan had appeared out of that brat's house. Again, like the old friends they were, they reached the same conclusion and silently agreed on a plan going forward. This time, they were allies. And, of course, form the hero party to oppose the evil elf witch. Chapter 70, side episode, each person's view of their goal. There was a famous Chinese paradox. Those qualified to gain all under heaven did not desire it, while those who desired all under heaven were not qualified to gain it. Sadly, in this uncivilized age, no records remained from when China had still been China. Yet, as was the nature of maxims, this one held true regardless of era or place. Such was the case with these three students, who knew nothing of Yao and Shun, China, or Earth. By chance, all three had resolved upon the same goal. Then, sadly, they realized they lacked the ability to carry it out and fell into despair. From their respective positions, they contemplated their own abilities and devised strategic objectives. Side episode, each person's view of their goal. I'll do whatever it takes to deal with Uncle's beard. E-Cities, a drone to her bones who always chose a direct charge when solving problems, had made this vow. Sadly, she possessed the will to shave, but not the ability to make anyone shave. Her attempts were thwarted every time. But the drone dictionary had no word for surrender. This was true. She clenched her fist, ready to throw her whole life, perhaps even more than that, into the task. Kay Kankang IV let out a bizarre scream. I'll save you, Uncle. With the heart of a storybook hero, saving a princess from an evil monster made of body hair. The greatest music department student in history, who had fully inherited the talent of Einar, the hero party's vanguard and slayer, set down her instrument and picked up a dagger. Along with shaving cream. Even in this uncivilized age, there were places that shone with the fragrance of civilization. Tills, a cultural powerhouse, was particularly so, and the essence of culture lay in politics. I think your beard is really cool, mister. Isabel, who had lived as the hero's hostage at the Tills court, was employing astonishingly mature political skills. She had taken a position completely unlike that of her sole and greatest rival, then chosen to slowly win Ivan's heart. Sadly, it had not produced much effect yet, but she was at least a little ahead of E-Cities in this matter. A hero in the hero party ought to view situations from a broader perspective than a berserker, so the future of this hero party was certainly bright. I am a mage, aren't I? The elf from the Callian archipelago had a different thought. Mages were those who gave physical form to illusions. If there was something one did not wish to see, and it could not be physically removed, it could be removed from one's concepts and perception instead. This realization was a valuable experience gained from the trap of happiness in the ruins beneath Krasilov's waterways. Elfihara was a master of every kind of magic accessible at a student's level, so she created the most suitable spell in an instant. All body hair below my nose, I shall hide from my eyes. She formed hand seals in the air, instantly wove a spell, and stared straight ahead. The target was herself, while the test subject was that stupid human walking far away. By casting mind sorcery on her own head and twisting her perception, she would place an illusion on herself so that beards and other body hair could not be perceived by her eyes. I've completed it. She had never once been delighted by the success of a spell. Because of her overwhelming talent and affinity for mana, using magic had been as natural to her as breathing every moment since birth. But now she trembled at her own genius. Creak. Clenching the hand that had formed the final seal, she muttered in an eerie voice. Greikenko's style, illusory shaving. With the spell's completion, brilliant blue light shimmered in both her eyes. The casting time was under 2 seconds, mana consumption was under 3%, and the spell would last an hour and a half. By my calculations, I can use it continuously for 50.3 hours, 2 days and 2 hours 15 minutes. If she used it until her mana was completely exhausted, she could remove every beard from her sight for 2 whole days. Now the key was, it must continue even when my concentration is broken by an external shock. In other words, she needed to cast the spell in the realm of the unconscious. The spell she had just created could not possibly do that. Elphihara quietly closed her eyes and drew in a deep breath. Who? With a firm exhale, her eyes opened resolutely. Her will blazed within them. Until this spell does not break under any circumstances. Until her concentration on the spell could not be shattered even in incredibly harsh and embarrassing situations. Prepared not to stop. Ivan, whose wholly harmless appearance was ordinary enough to be seen anywhere and incapable of intimidating anyone at first glance, like that of a herbivore, was enjoying his leisure time. Peaceful. Birds chirped beautifully beyond the window, while the summer sun brightly lit the world. Listening to the orphanage children gathering in small groups and laughing, Ivan sipped his tea. He paused and focused every bit of his attention on his hearing. Some of the children had recently learned how to sneak around with absurd secrecy, so he had no choice. Good, no one was here. It was difficult to understand why the children wanted to visit the director's office. His memories were faint now, but he did not think he had ever visited the principal's office during elementary school. He had never even considered it. The tea he drank was barley tea brewed from cheap roasted barley, and it was available without limit to every child. There were also more snacks, such as candy and chocolate, in the faculty room than in the director's office. If they were going to sneak in somewhere, that place would be easier and faster. Ahem. Then again, how could he understand the thoughts of children? Children were easily swept up in bizarre trends. Ivan gave a small nod and relaxed. On this quiet weekend afternoon, when no one came to visit him, with careful hands, he opened the double-locked confidential storage compartment inside the drawer beneath his desk. It was a sophisticated security device that could only be opened by inserting the key into the double-lock mechanism and working the 360 dial in a 5x2 pattern. He had sacrificed some security to extend its lifespan and had not placed a sealing spell on it, but still. Ivan brushed aside useless confidential documents, then picked up the solid box his fingertips found. Click. With the delicacy one would use to handle a 13th rank mana bomb moments before detonation, Ivan put on gloves, dusted around the box with a feather duster, and carefully opened it. The contents of the box glittered in the sunlight streaming through the window, briefly dazzling him. No, perhaps it was this precious object itself that had dazzled him. Swallowing dryly, he slowly lifted the treasure. Perfect. Made of metal, minimal ornamentation, pure functional beauty. Manufactured to exact specifications for easy carrying, with the internal spring mechanism concealed so cleverly that it could not be seen from outside. It was firm, weighty, and sturdy. It was like looking at a newly made pistol, handcrafted by a master gunsmith. He inhaled softly. There was the faint smell of metal in the air, mixed with a trace of oil. There was not a single flaw. This was a perfect object. I haven't lost my touch yet. There was an old smithy at the western edge of Prichinkaya, where he went whenever he needed his axe repaired or wished to place an order. The master smith he had known since the war now made only agricultural tools, such as hoes and plows. The smith had completely retired from the weapons market. Naturally, an axe was not a weapon. It was simply logging equipment. Ivan's reasonable and sound persuasion had therefore succeeded in rekindling the passion of the master smith, who had shouted that he was retired. And with persuasion that could not possibly be refused, the smith had once again made this masterpiece according to Ivan's design. Hugh. A sudden sense of guilt stabbed at his heart. It had been half an impulse purchase. The money needed to make this one item could have put meat on the children's dinner plates every night for a week. Perhaps it was the influence of the ruins trap. No, it probably was. He had not been swayed by such meaningless desires for a very long time. Click. When he touched the object's mechanism, it changed shape with a sharp metallic sound. What had looked like a small rectangular strip of metal now began to take on a distinctive form. Ivan carefully picked it up and slowly brought it to his beard. A swish, swish. It passed smoothly through the grain without friction, with a sensation as smooth as applying camellia oil. Living in this damned pre-modern otherworld was never pleasant, but this makes me smile. This was happiness. He had acquired a perfect beard comb. The blueprint for it could be called the greatest spoil he had gained from the ruins. While 3 students agonized over how to erase his beard physically, politically, or conceptually, Ivan leaned back in his chair with a faint smile and enjoyed his rest. This letter, there were no signs it was forged. Yes, brother, the handwriting matches Essie's 100%. And that bastard Mord didn't send any other message. No, brother. A creak. The thick wooden table, beneath the giant's grip, crumbled into powder and scattered. In the dark room, a man wearing a fur cloak reeking of beast, musk roughly tied back his spiked hair, and rose from his seat. Brother, no, but Isides isn't a child. Do you really think she'd make some mistake? Calm down a little. Crash. The warrior who hurriedly stepped in front of the man was packed into a ball and sent flying. Without stopping, the man strode forward and threw open the doors to the royal hall. The blazing summer sun illuminated his court. He swept his sharp gaze over the hall and growled like a wounded beast. Any other opinions? How about burning him at the stake? That would end too quickly. Drone's strongest warrior, the warrior king, the slayer, a one-man decisive force weapon against armies, a single-handed weapon of mass slaughter. Einar. He crumpled Isides' letter and threw it away before starting to walk. I think I'll try getting married. The only words left on the torn letter sadly drifted through the air, then flew away and vanished somewhere. Let's go, brothers. Let's go see what kind of bastard he is. Yes, brother,